Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 511 to 530. Not to mention, even if she was granted freedom, what kind of a family could a person like her, who was without her own roots and could be compared to common duckweed, marry into? She would only be living amongst the civilians at the lowest level of society, ridden with poverty and struggling to feed herself every day. How could she be able to live like she was now, as a manager of a pharmaceutical workshop? Even if she was a servant of the Yu household, she still had her own private courtyard in the workshop, and in that courtyard, she even had a few maid servants who would sweep the floor and cook. It could be said that even though her status was that of a servant, her life was no worse than the daughter of a humble family. She would wait until she was older, then look for a humble, reliable, and most importantly, loyal, steward to marry, so that she could continue to help her mistress manage the pharmaceutical workshop. Her mistress was kind and valued her relationships, so she definitely wouldn't mistreat her when she was older. She recalled the times before she was sold into the Fang residence. At that time, her entire family survived only on rice bran and wild vegetables, and they never knew a life where they could eat until they were full. She was already very satisfied and grateful for her current conditions. Wadung served at the side, looking at the frank and eloquent Yingtao and Yang Liu, who already had their own plans, and compared herself to them. Then, she felt more at ease. Young Miss is right, one should do only what one is capable of. With my personality, I might not be able to manage a workshop filled with up to 100 people. Yingtao was bold yet meticulous, and took decisive actions, so she was able to manage the pharmaceutical workshop well and even showed signs that she was able to further expand the business. Yang Liu was talented in cooking and making pastries, and she had the bravery to get into the profession. If she were to open a patisserie, she would definitely astound everyone. Not to mention Hecken, even if she appeared later than all of them, her talent in crafting handmade soap and cosmetics was undeniable. There was a reason they were given great responsibilities by their mistress. Before this, she only knew to be envious of others, and got upset because she was not put at the same level of importance. She had never thought to look for the reason behind this on herself. Now that she thought about it, what could she do if the young miss gave her the opportunity? It was better for her to serve loyally by the young miss's side and manage the matters of the courtyard. This was what she was good at. The young miss had mentioned that she lacked a trustworthy steward who could keep an eye on the matters of the residents. In this case, she would work towards this goal. Although she wasn't able to help the young miss in her businesses, she could still work hard to become the young miss's trusted aide in the residence, so that the young miss could be rid of one more worry when she was working hard outside. Wadung became more open-minded after she came to this realization, and the calculative air that she exuded also dissipated. It was as though she had been reborn. One day, when Zhu Junyang snuck out of the Qishan barracks and pestered Xiaoxiao to make ice cream for him, he noted the change in Wadung and secretly told his little lass that this maidservant could be tasked with greater responsibilities. As such, Xiaoxiao slowly started to entrust her with more and more matters regarding the Yu residence. Wadung did not disappoint. After oppressing a few pricks and subduing some managerial senior servants, she became increasingly more like a managerial servant who was able to take care of all the matters of the residents. During the height of summer, the capital city felt as though it was being grilled with a torch blower. This summer, the temperature in the capital city hit a new high, and it was said that it was the hottest season in decades. Many of those that did short-term jobs and heavy labor to survive fainted due to the heat, and the hospitals became flooded with patients that got heat stroke until they were almost at maximum capacity. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had given herself summer vacation, along with Dr. Sun of the Tongren Medicine Hall, had finally perfected the formula to make Jintan cooling lozenges. They also worked overtime at the pharmaceutical workshop, immersing themselves into its production. The medicinal herbs required to make cooling lozenges were common and cheap, so the price of a pill wasn't expensive, yet it was effective in relieving heat. Once the pill was introduced to the market, it received many praises and caused a huge sensation in the city. Other than that, Xiaoxiao also gathered the maid servants that were skilled in making pastries that Yang Liu had bought for her, and quickly trained them in the ways of making iced desserts. Author's note: mainly ice cream and smoothies of different flavors and a variety of ways to brew herbal tea. She had opened a few shops that sold iced desserts at all four sides, north, east, south and west, of the capital city. The key to the shops were the well-sealed ice houses. They were as big as 2 houses and were equivalent to a large-scale cold storage. Inside, ice ponds made from niter were placed in neat rows, while a freezer room stored the ready-made ice. The ice used to make smoothies, ice porridge and other types of cold beverages were all taken from the ice houses. The ice cream was also frozen in here. The majority of the people who lived in the north and south of the city were normal citizens, so the frozen dessert shops there served more simple and chilled beverages like simple smoothies which sold the quickest. Meanwhile, the east and west sides of the city were the hubs of wealthy and influential families, so their main focus products were the ice cream of multifarious flavors, fancy ice porridges and luxurious smoothies. On a hot summer's day, ordering a bowl of ice porridge or strawberry or peach-flavored ice cream in a cool ice dessert shop was definitely refreshing and would help cool the body down. It was a place for businessmen and officials that had to be out on errands to rest and escape from the scorching heat of the summer. It was especially a favorite among the children who had tried the used frozen desserts before. During the evening, when the sun was not too hot, they would always pester their parents to bring them to the iced desserts shop to have some ice. The children loved the smoothies that were vibrant in color and had a great texture, as well as the ice cream that had varying flavors that they could mix and match to eat. Even adults could not resist the temptation of these iced desserts, much less children. The Yu's frozen desserts store on the western side of the capital was the largest branch in the city. The shop was a part of Princess Consort Jing's dowry shops. When Xiaoxiao was in a hurry for her search for a shophouse, Zhu Junyang had told his lady mother about her pressing issue. Princess Consort Jing then shut down the original satin shop that was doing quite well and offered her the shophouse. But, of course, Xiaoxiao wouldn't be taking her shop for free. Instead, she took it as Princess Consort Jing using her shop space to buy shares and split with her half of the profits. The structure of this shop was similar to Junshou Restaurant and it had 3 stories in total. The cold storage was placed in the inner courtyard, while the first floor was the front of the shop and the main hall. It was renovated to look simple yet elegant, and the tables were all simple, rectangular tables made for pairs and groups of 4, 6 and 8 people. Intricate wooden carvings were hung on the snow-white walls and elegance exuded from the simplicity of the design. The second and third floors consisted only of private rooms, all decorated either lavishly, elegantly, simply or fancily. Ice basins were placed in every private room and it felt as though an air conditioner was placed in the room. It was a different kind of pleasure that was felt, to be in a cool room during a hot summer's day. At this moment, in the tall mountain flowing river, private room on the 3rd floor, a special customer had ordered 3 scoops of ice cream, herbal, strawberry and milk flavored respectively. Using a small, wooden spoon, he dug into the ice cream and sighed in praise. Xiaoxiao, that little lass, she really doesn't let go of any opportunity to make a profit. She actually made ice cream. Not to mention, the taste is actually quite good. Your Imperial Majesty, your digestion has not been good lately, so you should eat less of these cold foods. Although Su Ran was advising others to eat less, he did not follow his own advice at all. A big bowl of ice porridge was placed in front of him. It had peach-flavored shaved ice at the bottom while a large amount of honey beans were layered on top, making the dish extremely flavorful and extravagant. That was right, this mysterious customer was the emperor who had come out in plain clothes. Zhu Junfan dug into the strawberry-flavored ice cream and savored the smooth texture of the cold ice cream melting in his mouth. Then, he shot a side glance at Su Ran. Chief Steward Su, since when have you become an old mother? So naggy. It really makes people feel fed up. We don't have digestive problems, it's just the summer heat. The weather is too hot, having some ice would help cool down the body and work up an appetite. It's such a pleasure. Seeing the emperor enjoying himself, Su Ran shouted out of the room, "Waiter, bring me another set of ice cream. 3 scoops of it." Downstairs, Yang Liu stopped a sweaty Yu Xiaoxiao the moment she stepped into the shop. Yang Liu personally managed this iced desserts shop at the western side of the city that was the largest among all the branches. She also personally made the desserts while a few other servants watched and learned from the side while assisting her. Yang Liu, who was panic-stricken, seemed to have found her pillar of strength once she saw her mistress, and said, "Young miss, there are 2 customers on the 3rd floor. I think it's the one from the Imperial Palace." Yu Xiaoxiao had her describe the appearance of the two customers. Yang Liu thought about it, then said, the two of them look to be in their late 20s, and they look extremely handsome. One of them looked very dignified, while the other was ethereal, a little like a wise and virtuous person. Yu Xiaoxiao confirmed the identity of these two customers after hearing Yang Liu's description, and she couldn't help but scrunch up her brows, thinking, it's such a hot day, why is the emperor parading around outside instead of hiding in his palace? Even more so, he's eating ice. Who would be responsible if he got a stomach ache? This cannot do, I must personally make a special ice cream with added secret ingredients for him. She was currently making a sundae. It had snow-white sweet cream-flavored ice cream drizzled with strawberry, nectarine and blueberry syrup. The most important part was, the ice cream was made using mystic stone water. Not only did it improve the texture of the ice cream, but it was also now beneficial to the body instead of being harmful. Just as she finished crafting it, a waiter from upstairs hopped over. Head manager, the esteemed customers on the third floor ordered another set of 3 scoops of ice cream. Yu Xiaoxiao replied in place of Yang Liu, all right, we got it. You can head up first, we'll send it up immediately. The waiter was a clever one. Although he had never met the owner before, he could somewhat take a guess from the way head manager Yang Liu treated Xiaoxiao, and smiled, yes, it's been hard on you. Not bad, Yang Liu, you have quite an eye for people. You should train these girls, soon, they'll become our dessert shop's core patisseries. And this waiter, he's clever and seems genuine. The frozen dessert shops were established in a flurry, and during those days, Yang Liu was at the shop almost every hour of the day. She had lost a few pounds during that period of time. Yang Liu smiled sweetly when she heard her mistress's praise, this is because young miss has taught me well. You've said before, our customers are the Jade Emperor, so we need to treat them with the same respect we give to the gods. This servant only passed on this concept to all our staff in the shop. Well done. No matter what, our customers are our parents that feed and clothe us, so we must not slight them in any way. We must let them feel as though they are returning to the comforts of their own homes. All right, I'll serve these sundaes to our esteemed customers. Yu Xiaoxiao patted Yang Liu's shoulder and exited the production room. Behind her, Wadung carried the tray and followed her up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Seeing the waiter gesture to the private room labeled, Tall Mountain Flowing River, Yu Xiaoxiao knocked on the door and said, esteemed customers, I've come to serve you the iced desserts you've ordered. Zhu Junfan heard this familiar voice and raised his brow at Su Ran, chuckling, is her zodiac sign the dog? How is her nose so good that she catches a whiff of our scent so quickly? Su Ran smiled faintly and said, it's not the little lass who is well informed, but her maidservant. When we were coming up earlier, the manager had been eyeing you, master, and I suspiciously for such a long time, so you can't say you didn't notice. He stood up to open the private room's door and grinned warmly at the little lass outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled when she saw this beautiful face. Wow, Sir Su is even more ethereal than the male lead in the drama, The Journey of Flower, that she had watched in her previous life. He's such an eye candy. The emperor keeps such a handsome man by his side, could he actually be? Wretched lass, what kind of dirty thoughts are you having, smiling so secretively? Zhu Junfan noticed the sundaes of a variety of colors in the stylish, transparent glasses and raised his brows, looking quite satisfied. Facing the emperor who was dressed in plain clothes, Yu Xiaoxiao did not feel as much reverence as before, and smiled, Your Imperial Majesty, I'm but a child, so how could I have dirty thoughts? If there is Buddha in your heart, you'll see everything as Buddha. If there is dog poop in your heart, everything you see will be dog poop. Su Ran took the tray from the little lass's hand and shot her a look that said, that's some guts, reminding her of the identity of the person she was referring to. She dryly laughed, racking her brain for ways to tactfully resolve her statement. Zhu Junfan dug into a strawberry-flavored sundae, asking dangerously, beloved official Yu, what do you think is in our heart right now? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes rolled around in thought. Then suddenly a sly expression flashed across her face as she grinned, Your Imperial Majesty, your eyes and heart must be full of iced desserts right now. How is the taste of the sundae? I've personally made it just for you, it's an honor no one else has. Good that you're clever, we're gracious, so we won't stoop down to your level. However, You opened this iced desserts shop at just the right time. When we were coming up, the seats downstairs were nearly full, and there weren't many private rooms left upstairs. How is it? You've earned quite a lot, haven't you? Zhu Junfan felt a shot of coolness reach the bottom of his heart when he ate the strawberry sundae, but instead of perceiving the cold, he felt a kind of indescribable comfort in his stomach. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled along. It's all thanks to your gracious self. The business is going well, so I'm able to earn some pocket change. HMPH. This is pocket change. A bowl of ice porridge, which is just a small piece of crushed ice and a little bit of honeyed beans, already costs 500 copper coins. And a scoop of ice cream that's not even as big as a ping-pong ball costs 1 tael. If we came in, we wouldn't be able to leave without spending a few taels. How is this pocket change? Zhu Junfan paused, then nodded as he continued. Right, compared to your blossoming beauty, which easily earns tens of thousands of taels, this is indeed pocket change. Yu Xiaoxiao tittered, adding more strawberry syrup to the emperor's glass and joked, isn't this because a big Buddha backs our blossoming beauty? Don't people only trust my spa because of your gracious self and her imperial majesty? He thought about his empress and her 10% share of the blossoming beauty's profit after it opened for business for a few months. The amount was near to exceeding his personal treasury. What more could be said about this little lass's earnings? He ate another mouthful of the sweet yet tart strawberry syrup and said with a slight sourness in his tone, Little lass, you have so many ideas for earning money that your assets are nearly exceeding ours, as we are only a poor man. Your Imperial Majesty, please don't say this little one is really fearful. This little one is not that Shen Wanson whose fortune could match that of a country's wealth. Please don't learn from that Zhu Chongba and behead this little one to confiscate this little one's assets. The story of Zhu Yuanzhong and Shen Wanson did not exist in the current Great Ming dynasty. As such, this classic could only be understood by her and this fellow transmigrator who came from the same world. Legend says, Shen Wanson died because he owned a treasure bowl and was punished because of his wealth. Moreover, his fortune could be compared to that of a country's treasury, and he was able to buy half of the empire, so Zhu Yuanzhong was afraid of him. As long as you're honest and don't become full of yourself, we won't mind no matter how much money you earn. When he mentioned the treasure bowl, he had an odd smile on his face and Yu Xiaoxiao felt his gaze flicker to the multicolored stone on her wrist. Su Ran, who was enjoying his sundae at the side, listened in bewilderment to their conversation. Although he had never heard of the story of Shen Wanson and Zhu Chongba, he could still sense something off about their conversation. It was as though the emperor and the little lass of the Yu family shared the same secret. However, he was a dutiful chief steward, he would do his best for the matters under his jurisdiction, but for the matters that he should not know, he would pretend to be mute and deaf. This had been strictly taught to him since the day he entered the imperial palace. The treasure bowl is but a rumor. Shen Wanson was a genius in his trade, that's why he could become the richest man in the empire. As for me, I don't have any great ambitions, I just want to not worry about basic necessities and live life like a rice weevil which only ever eats and waits for its death. That's enough for me, Yu Xiaoxiao reminded herself in her heart, all I need is enough money to spend. I mustn't become like Shen Wanson. He worked hard all his life but in the end, all of his efforts went to someone else instead. No, that's not allowed. Zhu Junfan now felt a bit upset. You're our good minister, the revitalization of our agriculture and the prosperity of the empire all depend on you, beloved official. Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hands with an expression of fear, saying, Your Imperial Majesty, the matters that you've entrusted to this little one, I will definitely give my all to complete them. However, please don't say words such as the prosperity of the empire, that would be going over the top. This little one's shoulders are too frail, I cannot handle this burden. After finishing the strawberry sundae, Zhu Junfan picked up the blueberry-flavored one, and suddenly changed the topic. This blueberry was imported from the Western Hemisphere, right? That brat, Junyang, has secretly kept quite a lot of good stuff. We've only tried planting a few of these blueberry plants, so we don't produce a lot of them. Except for the small portion we leave for our own consumption, the rest have been made into blueberry jam, and we only have a few jars of it. That's why blueberry-flavored iced desserts are a few times more expensive than the rest. Please, try it, If you like it, you could bring a jar back with you. Yu Xiaoxiao's heart was bleeding despite the fact that she sounded generous on the surface. In her previous life, she liked blueberries the most, but she didn't eat them because they were quite expensive. She had mentioned it to Zhu Junyang once, but she never expected that he would let the voyage fleet actually go and search for blueberry seeds and even secretly tried to plant it. Only when the blueberry plants bore fruit was she presented with a great surprise. As it was the first year the plants bore fruit, there were not a lot of blueberries. Zhu Junyang could not bear to eat a single one, and kept all of them for her, either to eat as a fruit, or to make them into jam. As they were scarce, she extremely treasured them. Listing it in the iced desserts shop and marking it up to a high price was just a gimmick. She didn't expect to make money from it. She never would have thought that when the emperor came, she would lose a jar of jam, even though she was the one who initiated it. His words sounded like he was complaining that Zhu Junyang used his power for personal gain. If she didn't do something, she didn't know what kind of outrageous claims this person would say. Zhu Junfan was very satisfied with her initiative. He savored the blueberry-flavored sundae and said slowly, "Honestly, the taste of blueberry jam is just so-so to me. But it's sour and sweet, so our beloved concubines and children should like it. We'll thank you in their stead. By the way, since you've made blueberry flavor, what about chocolate flavor? We haven't had chocolate in almost 30 years, we miss it quite a lot." When Su Ran heard this, he choked on the ice cream in his mouth and coughed a few times. Then, he waved his hand at the emperor and Miss Yu who had looked over, indicating, "Please continue your conversation and ignore the existence of this servant." Yu Xiaoxiao shot Zhu Junfan a look that clearly said, "Is it all right if Sir Su overhears our conversation?" Zhu Junfan nodded slightly as if to reply, "It's all right, Su Ran is very loyal, and he's also tight-lipped. He knows what to say and what not to say." Yu Xiaoxiao looked again at Su Ran who held a glass of sundae and pretended to look at the view outside and thought, keep pretending. It's the hottest time of the day outside, not a single soul could be seen on the streets, what are you looking at? This frozen desserts shop was opened rather hastily and was not planned in advance. I don't know if chocolate has been discovered yet, but I'm certain that it hasn't been brought to our great Ming dynasty. If we sent people to search for it now, it'd probably still take quite a while. So, this time next year, if your Imperial Majesty returns to this shop, you might be able to eat chocolate-flavored ice cream. Yu Xiaoxiao dazedly remembered that cocoa trees had already been planted in North America at this time, and wondered if the voyage fleet that set sail this year would be able to return with a surprise for her. Alas, the ancient times lagged behind. If it were in her previous life, you could buy chocolate just by going into any random supermarket, so why would she need to go through all this trouble? Xiaoxiao and the emperor looked at each other, saw the same thought in each other's eyes, and let out a long sigh in unison. The more Su Ran heard from the side, the more frightened he became. Sometimes, Yu Xiaoxiao was really similar to the emperor when he was young. At that time, the emperor seemed to have the whole world under his control. He knew which areas had which countries and what local specialties were available in each country like the back of his hand. Originally, Su Ran thought that these were just his master's speculations. He didn't expect that his master's speculations would be true until he accompanied his master and his ocean voyaging fleet after it was established to, for the first time, sail across the Western Sea. He also didn't expect that his master, who had never been in contact with Westerners before, could actually speak their language and communicate with those foreigners with yellow hair, green eyes and jutting noses without any difficulty. He had thought that his master was unique in this world, a gifted person who had been bestowed with a unique ability by the heavens, the ability to understand things without a teacher, and know all the matters of the world without ever needing to leave his house. He never would have thought that the little miss of the Yu family would be like his master and know everything about the land overseas. Chocolate, North America. It felt like he was listening to something too complex for him to understand, yet the two of them conversed without any difficulty. How did he explain this? He had a daring speculation. His master and Miss Yu came from the same mysterious place, and the people there knew the matters of the world like the back of their hands. They were like the gods in the sky, overlooking the great Ming dynasty from their point of view. At this moment, Su Ran was glad that he decided to give up his wrong way of life and turn to follow his current master. His master had never disdained him for being disabled, and he never suspected him because of his previous identity. Instead, his master entrusted to him the grave responsibilities of managing the hidden guards in the firearms camp. He could clearly sense the respect to him and appreciation of his features from Miss Yu, who possibly originated from the same place as his master. The people from his master's and Miss Yu's homeland were probably equally respected and extremely cultured. He really wanted to have a look at just what kind of a place it was, to be able to produce such talented people like his master and Miss Yu. However, he was puzzled by the way his master treated Miss Yu. If the two of them were exceptionally talented and came from the same mysterious space, shouldn't his master be afraid of Miss Yu? As the saying went, one mountain cannot contain two tigers. Was it because Miss Yu was not a threat to his master, so that was why he entrusted her with important responsibilities? It had to be said, Chief Steward Su Ran had really unwittingly hit upon the truth. If Yu Xiaoxiao was a capable young man who had the means, Zhu Junfen might have considered getting rid of this threat as soon as possible. However, he saw through Yu Xiaoxiao completely. She was just a girl without the three conditions. She didn't have the scheming, means nor the family background. She only excelled in agriculture and earned money for fun and didn't have any great ambitions. Why should he be wary of her? He wasn't so narrow-minded. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he was also very lonely and needed someone who spoke the same language as he did. When he was bored, he could have a chat with her, or even scare her for entertainment to relieve stress and relax. Yu Xiaoxiao was so angry. At this moment, Zhu Junfen had started a new debate about chocolate with Yu Xiaoxiao. One said, chocolate had yet to be discovered. As a chocolate enthusiast, Zhu Junfen had spent time studying the history of chocolate before in his previous life. Chocolate first appeared in history at the start of the 16th century, but it was currently only the 14th century, so there was still a difference of nearly 2 centuries. The other said, cocoa beans were among the treasures that Columbus had brought back when he had discovered the New World. That meant that before the 15th century, North America had already begun planting cocoa trees. It was currently the middle of the 14th century. Who could confirm that North America didn't have any cocoa trees now, considering that there was only less than a century's difference in time? Once there was a cocoa plantation, then the precursor of chocolate, liquefied cocoa drink, would definitely already have been discovered. The both of them argued their own points until their faces were flushed red and their voices grew increasingly louder. Su Ran had never seen the emperor so relaxed and acting so childish before. As expected, any sort of pretense was unnecessary in front of the person who understood you the most. That was why the emperor was able to banter with her and even sulk about it like a normal person. Miss Yu also had quite the guts to dare slam the table in front of the emperor and even shout until she got spit on the emperor's face. The two of them argued over an insignificant topic until they were flushed red. It really was enough. Sir Su, come and reason. Isn't your master being too arbitrary? Yu Xiaoxiao started to look for allies and dragged Su Ran, who had been watching their drama while leisurely enjoying his iced desserts at the side, into the fire. Zhu Junfen also moved his gaze onto Su Ran, harumphing, Chief Steward Su, what about you? Isn't this last completely basing her assumptions on speculations that aren't concrete? TCH. Su Ran raised his brow. This lass is so audacious, she actually dares to TCH at the emperor. It's really disrespectful. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've studied a few more years and got into a third-rate university. You majored in shipbuilding, not history. Don't always insist that you're right, that's just you being obdurate. Vexed by all of this, Yu Xiaoxiao started throwing personal insults. Zhu Junfen chuckled and said unabashedly, that's right, at least I've gotten into university. Someone hasn't even graduated from junior high school and doesn't even know how to write the word history, yet still dares to boast shamelessly that their guess is right. So what if you've attended university? You can neither toil with your limbs nor tell the 5 types of grain apart. You can't even discern between spring onion and garlic sprout, so how do you want to revitalize agriculture? In the end, don't you still need to depend on me, a person who hadn't even graduated from junior high school? Yu Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips in an arrogant manner. Zhu Junfan, who was born, grew up and studied in the city in his previous life, indeed did not know how to differentiate between spring onions, garlic sprouts and wheatgrass. He swallowed hard and slammed the table heavily, saying, "Those who toil with their minds lead those who toil with their limbs. Even if you're really capable in agriculture, aren't you still working for me, a person who can't tell wheatgrass and garlic sprouts apart? This is all caused by this horrible feudalist society." Yu Xiaoxiao was not willing to back down one iota. Zhu Junfan was gleeful over the fact that he gained the upper hand. Regardless of whether it's a feudalist society or a socialist society, capable people have the advantage. For example, think of the gold-collar, silver-collar workers and those CEOs. Aren't they all highly educated, have a high IQ and a high income? Don't the laborers still need to work under their lead? Yu Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words, yet she was not to be outdone. Don't drag the topic so far. We'll just keep the topic on cocoa beans. You say there are none, but I say there are. The voyage fleet had already ventured towards the Americas for half a year. We'll know who's right when they return. Let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll supply you with a year's worth of chocolate for free. What about you? What if you lose? Me, lose. Me, a person well versed in history, will lose. Zhu Junfan racked his brain for something that could be used for the wager. Su Ran facepalmed at the side. "Oh, my master. You got sucked into the little lass's trap. Just think, if Miss Yu lost, the voyage fleet wouldn't even be able to bring back that bean, and if she doesn't have that bean, how would she make chocolate? If she can't make chocolate, then how would she be able to give you a year's worth of supply?" He did not expect that Miss Yu, who looked to be quite simple and naive, knew how to trick others to get something for nothing. Zhu Junfan finally thought of a wager that he thought was quite good. How about this? If I lose, I'll raise your feudal princess rank from 5th rank to 3rd ranked, and then I'll even decree your marriage. What do you think? 5th ranked feudal princess raised to 3rd ranked. This is good. As for the decreed marriage, it's completely unnecessary. I'm well liked and I even have a loyal dog guarding by my side. I don't need you to decree my marriage. What are you pouting for? Do you think that a certain someone is already in your grasp and won't be able to escape? Let me tell you, you shouldn't be so confident, especially not towards men. They're the most fickle of animals. Zhu Junfan had the expression of an expert in romance. Su Ran ate Sunday after Sunday, glancing at his master when he heard this, thinking, "Your Imperial Majesty, you've just sold yourself out and became the public enemy of all men. What's the point even if I scheme to keep a fickle man who can't resist temptation? In this male-dominated society, men who've had a change of heart can bring in countless concubines to his home, or he could even directly divorce his wife and remarry. Those who are more ruthless could even kill off their wife, so they wouldn't even need to return the dowry. They could spend their ex-wife's money to marry another." Zhu Junfan pouted his lips. "Little lass, you've read too many inner courtyard fight novels, haven't you? How could the original wife be divorced so easily? Even going so far as to killing off the original wife, do you think our great Ming dynasty's law is a joke? The law back there is quite well-rounded, right? But there are still loopholes that people exploit. To divorce the wife, she needs to fulfill at least one of the 7 grounds for divorce. Wouldn't he have an excuse to divorce his wife if he simply threw a man onto her bed? As for harming people, I have 1,000 ways to kill you silently without leaving behind a trace of evidence. Would you believe me?" Yu Xiaoxiao had a dark expression on her face. At the side, Su Ran had to interject, "Miss Yu, please be cautious of your words. I'm just giving an example. It's not directed at your Imperial Majesty. Not to mention, we're only discussing the problem of the original wife's death. You're not a female and there's no conflict of interest between us. As such, you don't need to be afraid." Yu Xiaoxiao flashed a large grin at Zhu Junfan. "Then, if ever we have a conflict of interest with you, then you'll be able to kill us off silently." Zhu Junfan deliberately misinterpreted her words and took advantage of the loophole. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head like a rattle. "Your Imperial Majesty, you live deep within the Imperial Palace. I, as a normal citizen, would rarely get a chance to come into contact with you. My hands can't reach so far even if I wanted to harm you. Not to mention, you have such an expert like Su Ran who is always, by your side, protecting you. So much so that not even an insect could fly within a 10-step radius of you, moreover such a big target as me. As she said this, a fly flew out from a corner of the room. Su Ran's hand skimmed the water on the outside of the glasses on the table and, with a flick of his hand, the droplet hit the fly and it dropped onto the table, dead. Chief Steward Su, who are you siding with? Can you not cooperate with her so tacitly? Zhu Junfan wanted to laugh but he stifled it until his face was flushed red. Yu Xiaoxiao's sentence ended just as he was done flicking the fly. Even Su Ran himself wanted to laugh. He coughed, lowering his head and continued to dig into his sundae, thinking, please continue your argument and ignore me. Zhu Junfan suddenly said seriously, Yu Xiaoxiao, let's go back to our previous topic. What do you think of Zhu Junyang? What, you really want to act as a matchmaker? Yu Xiaoxiao watched the emperor with slight amusement. She didn't think that he would have such a nosy side. Zhu Junfan shook his head with an expression that said he was anticipating drama. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand, you have a love rival now. When Junyang's aunt entered the imperial palace, she expressly implied to the empress that she had taken a fancy to royal Prince Yang, and even wanted the empress to decree a marriage for her youngest daughter. He attracts so many women. Yu Xiaoxiao grunted angrily. The sourness in her heart could not be ignored. She couldn't help but curse Wu Junling. Have you never seen a man? You pursue relentlessly, not even caring whether or not he likes you. Now you've even asked for the empress to decree your marriage. With Zhu Junyang's personality, he would dare to refuse the marriage even if it was the emperor's decree, not to mention the empress's. However, when she thought a bit more, she realized that people would only try to snatch men who were outstanding. Ever since Zhu Junyang managed to restrain the heart devil within him, his relationships with other people as well as his charm improved rapidly, especially within these past 2 years. The emperor treated him with importance and gave him heavy responsibilities. Furthermore, the emperor even gave him the task to train and drill the Qishan barracks. In addition, he was also in charge of the innovation of firearms and almost overlapped with Chief Steward Su's tasks. In the future, it was obvious that a commanding position would be his. He was barely 20 yet he had reached a third-ranked position at court relying on his own abilities. His prospects were endless in the future. Consequently, Zhu Junyang had become the most highly eligible bachelor out of all of the noble bachelors in the capital. Many people had come to inquire about whether or not Princess Consort Jing had chosen his future wife yet. Recently, Princess Consort Jing, who loved peace and quiet, had been irritated beyond measure. It was reasonable to say that her son did need to marry a wife and start having descendants as he was already 20. Furthermore, even if the position of his legitimate wife hadn't been decided yet, there were people avidly eyeing the positions of his side consorts and other concubines. Within a short span of time, the guests going to Imperial Prince Jing's inner courtyard had increased suddenly. All of these matrons who came to visit were discreetly making inquiries as to whether she had a daughter-in-law in mind. When they found out from her that Royal Prince Yang already had a girl in mind, they changed the subject to ask about the position of his side consort instead. In addition, these married ladies always brought some pretty and delicate young maidens along with them to visit and praised their daughters to the skies. The young maidens were all very courteous as well and always followed whatever the princess consort said in a flattering manner. Listening to all of this hinting made Princess Consort Jing feel quite exhausted. Princess Consort Jing especially couldn't stand her younger concubine-born sister. In the past, when they were both still unmarried and living at home, they didn't have a good relationship. Her illegitimate younger sister always flaunted the fact that she was favored by their father by virtue of being born to the favored concubine in the residence. Thus, she always showed off her strength in front of Princess Consort Jing. If Princess Consort Jing didn't have a good relationship with Imperial Prince Jing, with a love more solid than gold, it was highly possible that this concubine-born younger sister of hers might have succeeded in scheming this marriage away from her. Now, this concubine-born sister of hers decided that her older sister had something of value, so she shamelessly came over. However, she, Zhang Maiwan, was someone who held grudges. She didn't allow her husband to help with her younger sister's husband's official prospects. Thus, her brother-in-law still only had a 5th-ranked official's position in court. HMPH. It was already considered fortunate that she didn't make things more difficult for them. However, this concubine-born younger sister of hers even wanted to scheme about her youngest son's marriage. This dream was really a bit quite far-fetched. Although the lass Linger's looks, temperament and morals were all acceptable and she liked the girl, she absolutely wouldn't agree to a marriage between her and her son solely because of her meddling, loathsome mother. However, judging from how Yanger treated his younger cousin, it didn't seem like he completely rejected the maiden. At least, they were able to converse a little. In actuality, it was mostly that lass Linger chatting away while Yanger listened silently. From the surface, his stern demeanor didn't hold any hints of repudiation. Perhaps in her son's heart, this younger cousin of his was different than the other young ladies. Despite that observation, Princess Consort Jing wasn't in any hurry at this point. Even if her son didn't hold someone in his heart already, from her understanding of her son's temperament, Yanger may not necessarily like the lass Linger in that way. Ever since he received his new position at the Chishan barracks, his schedule became more erratic and he often wasn't home. When he did come back, he always detoured over to see that lass Xiaosao before he came back to the residence. This obviously showed that her son had little interest in Linger. That lass Linger was thick-skinned just like her mother. Yanger had already dropped a few obvious hints, but she acted as if she didn't understand anything and put on an act as if she was a naive and innocent maiden. Who was she trying to fool? In the past, her concubine-born sister also used the same tactics to try to get closer to Imperial Prince Jing. That was not okay. She needed to find some time to remind her son in order to avoid her concubine-born sister coming up with some underhanded scheme to ruin the reputation of Wu Junling and force her son to marry her. Princess Consort Jing was quite annoyed by Zhang Meiyi and her daughter by now. Thus, she seized the opportunity to leave the capital when her husband had to travel for work and her son spent most of his time at the barracks. She instructed the maid-servants and senior servants to pack her bags and silently left the capital to travel to the mountain villa that was halfway up the west mountain at Dongshan village. It was currently midsummer, so the mountain villa was lush and full of blooming greenery. With its back against the ocean, it was truly a beautiful sanctuary for her to stay at. She was also eager to explore that hidden mountain ravine again to see if she could find any more rare and valuable flora to add to her collection. That way, she could astound the matrons in the capital again. Thus, the next time Zhang Meiyi and her daughter came over to visit Imperial Prince Jing's estate, they weren't even able to pass the gates. The servants at the residence all stated, "Her Highness has left the capital to avoid the heat and none of our masters are home. Thus, we are unable to receive any honored guests at this moment." Zhang Meiyi was so infuriated by this that she almost ripped her handkerchief to shreds at the moment. "I see how you are, Zhang Maiwan. You're not even giving me face off. If it wasn't for my precious daughter, would I even bother coming to see and flatter you? And you act as if you're something special. Mother, be careful what you say." Wu Junling lifted up the curtain in the carriage and stuck her head out to look around before she finally let out a sigh of relief. From her perspective, her mother sometimes caused more harm than benefit. They clearly had to rely on her aunt's favor, yet her mother continued to act arrogantly in front of her older sister and refused to back down. Did her mother ever think about just what she had to compete with her aunt? When they were still unmarried maidens, one was born from a concubine, while the other was the daughter of the legitimate wife. Anyone with brains would try to cultivate a relationship with the legitimate daughter. Furthermore, her mother had flaunted the fact that she was favored by their father in an attempt to push down her aunt and even tried to steal her aunt's husband. If she was Imperial Prince Jing, she would also choose the gentle and sweet legitimate daughter over the competitive and scheming concubine-born one. Alright. Then, there was her father's career. If her mother had lowered herself a bit and begged her aunt for help, he wouldn't have only gotten a meager position doing idle work at the Qingshui Yamen. As for her own affairs, if it wasn't for her mother causing issues, perhaps her aunt would have seen her in a better light. Arg, it looked like she needed to work a lot harder in order to smooth things over between herself and her older cousin. She absolutely wouldn't be as brainless as her mother. In the end, her older cousin was fated to be hers alone. Wu Junling gazed at the world outside the carriage and, through the curtains, she saw a slim and delicate little figure dressed in apricot-colored cheese-style attire riding on a date red horse. Suddenly, An honest-sounding voice piped up from within the crowd. Official Yu, thank you so much for cultivating high-yield corn for us. My family has 3 mu of land and that land is responsible for feeding more than a dozen of us. During spring, we planted them all with corn and ended up with around 4,000 caddies of grain at harvest. After paying our taxes, we still have around 3,000 caddies of corn left. This is enough food for my entire family to eat for a year. Thank you for allowing us to not go hungry. Last year, they had targeted the farmers surrounding the capital by advertising corn. This spring, many families had rushed out to buy and plant the new seeds and all of them ended up with yields over 1,000 caddies per mu. Every family that planted the new crop had surplus grain on hand now. The streets of the capital were filled with commoners. When they heard this person's thoughts, they also began to exclaim, "That's right, that's right. With surplus grain on hand at home, we don't have to worry. It's all thanks to Official Yu. Official Yu's good deeds can be compared to the merciful Buddha's awe. Official Yu, here are some eggs that my family's chickens have laid. If you don't disdain them, please take them as a sign of my entire family's gratitude to you. Official Yu, here are some apricots from my family's garden. Please take some to try. Here's some vegetables I planted." Someone interrupted the last speaker. Official Yu plants vegetables and her vegetables look and taste much better than yours. All of the wealthy and official families in town eat the vegetables she plants. Why would she need you to send some to her? I'm just trying to show my appreciation and gratitude to Official Yu. A voice as clear as spring cut through the clamor of the crowd and everyone quickly calmed down. Fellow countrymen, I, Xiaosao, appreciate all of your kindness and warm thoughts. It is my duty to cultivate high-yielding crops, so I feel a bit ashamed to receive your gratitude. With everyone's support here, I will continue to do my best and cultivate more crops that are high-yielding. As soon as she finished speaking, the sounds of gratitude, admiration, and opinions hit the air again. A youthful and somewhat lofty voice cut through the chatter of the crowd. Official Yu, I heard that last year's wheat harvest was a bumper crop and the yield was more than 3 times higher than regular wheat. Would you happen to know if this high-yield winter wheat will be sold this autumn to us commoners? Yu Xiaosao glanced at this youth who was dressed entirely in plain farmer's attire that was dotted with patches all over it. She smiled and said, the seeds for winter wheat will naturally be sold to the commoners in the capital. However, anyone who has bought seeds from the government must sell it back to the court's officials come spring and no one is allowed to sell it privately. The price will be at 10 copper coins a caddy. Anyone who is caught breaking the rules will no longer be allowed to buy any more high-yielding seeds in the future. In addition, their whole village will also be blacklisted as well. Essentially, they were using the tactic of guilty by association. If anyone in the village wanted to privately sell the high-yielding wheat crop for their own profit, then that entire village would be blacklisted in the future. By doing this, every family in the village would be keeping an eye out on their neighbors. It'd be very hard for someone to sell things sneakily with everyone watching everyone else. In fact, this restriction wasn't actually that restrictive. The new winter wheat could produce 700 to 800 caddies per mu. When sold at a price of 10 copper coins a caddy, a farmer could make 6 to 7 taels per mu. An adult man may not necessarily be able to make that much money by doing hard labor for a whole year. The winter wheat that was harvested this past spring would be able to supply 10,000 mu of farmland in addition to the new 10,000 mu farmstead that had been constructed by the court. Thus, all of the farmers in the area of the capital would benefit. When the common people heard this news, they transmitted it quickly and soon almost all of the suburbs knew about this. Ling what are you looking at right now? You seem so concentrated. Zhang Mei glanced briefly outside and only saw the backside of a young maiden riding a red horse. Mother, have you heard of Yu Xiaosao? Wu Junling had a somewhat dark expression on her face and she clenched the handkerchief in her hands tightly. Her usually bright large eyes had a shadowy veil dimming them. Zhang Mei frowned slightly and thought for a bit before she replied, Yu Xiaosao. This name seems quite unfamiliar. Why are you bringing her up? What's the point? Wu Junling watched as that slight figure disappeared in the street before she finally lowered the carriage curtain. She smiled slightly and said, Mother, you haven't heard of Yu Xiaosao. Then, have you heard of the imperial court's only female official? Daughter, you talking about that lass who relied on her ability to plant crops and caught the emperor's eye? The one who is a 6th-ranked small official at the Ministry of Revenue and is in charge of their fields. Arg, what was the emperor thinking when he elevated a rural country brat into an official? Zhang Mei thought about her own husband, who had cautiously worked in the backwards countryside for more than a decade. He only received a 5th-level sinecure position in the capital now. Yet, a little farming girl, who hadn't reached the age of majority, was actually an official around 1 rank lower than her husband. For what? Wu Junling glanced at her mother helplessly and spoke in a cajoling tone. Mother, we're no longer in that small place, why not? We're currently under the emperor's foot. Can you think a little bit more before you speak? The emperor's commands are all important and holy, so do you think you're allowed to criticize him? I beg you, mother. If you can't help me or father, then at least don't cause any trouble for us, okay? Zhang Mei wasn't very happy when she heard her daughter's criticism. However, she wasn't stupid beyond measure and knew that sometimes she said things that were a bit too much. Thus, she didn't retort and only impatiently said, I understand. In the future, mother will take more care. How come you suddenly brought up the topic of that last surnamed Yu? Wu Junling let her body sway gently with the rocking of the carriage as she tightened her grip on her handkerchief. The rumors on streets state that this official Yu is intimately close with older cousin. I don't know who started these rumors, but they state that older cousin likes official Yu and that once she becomes of age, he will send down his engagement gifts to her. Ha ha ha. This rumor is really too hilarious. It absolutely is completely false. Zhang Mei used her handkerchief to cover her mouth as if she had heard the most absurd and funny joke. I've been sisters with your aunt for many years, so how can I not understand her personality? My legitimate older sister, is very aware of her noble status and somewhat aloof. That girl surnamed Yu has a lowly background, so does it matter that the emperor regards her with importance? She's only a muddy peasant farmer's girl who's risen beyond what's proper. How could your aunt possibly allow someone with such a vulgar and petty background marry her son? After hearing her mother's thoughts, Wu Junling felt as if her heart had lightened a bit and she slightly smiled and mumbled as if she was speaking to herself, that's right. Older cousin is as high as an immortal. He would have to be blind if he didn't pick me. How could she know that a certain blind man's whole heart only had room for Yu Xiaosao? As a matter of fact, he had been training the soldiers in the deep mountainous forests for half a month. As soon as he got back to the base camp, he returned to the capital that very night on a fast horse. He instructed head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong to go back to the prince's residence as he secretly went to visit the Yu family's residence. With Zhu Junyang's skills, he was easily able to avoid the expert bodyguards he had personally trained there to go into the estate. However, Yu Xiaosao, who was currently going over the account books, very quickly discovered that he was there because Little White, who was guarding her at her feet, had smelled the scent of Zhu Junyang in the air. The white wolf raised its ears and stood up before it softly, woofed, a couple of times. It was reminding its master that a certain someone had climbed over the walls again. Yu Xiaosao had long gotten used to a certain someone coming over without an invitation. She didn't even raise her head as she said, "You're here. Then come on in. Why are you standing at the doorway pretending to be a pillar?" Zhu Junyang had an intoxicating smile on his face and his voice was gentle and sweet as he said, "Looks like our hearts are connected. Otherwise, how else can you always tell when this prince comes over despite the fact that none of the bodyguards can sense me?" Yu Xiaosao, on the other hand, didn't have a single romantic bone in her body as she replied in a matter-of-fact manner, "Our hearts are connected. I think it's more likely that your heart is connected with Little White instead. Every time you come over, Little White is the first to sense you." Little White, who had lain back down next to Xiaoshao's feet, lifted its head in alarm to glance at Zhu Junyang. Then it immediately turned its head away in disgust. Zhu Junyang sat next to Xiaoshao and didn't believe that the wolf disliked him. He gently rubbed Little White's soft and furry head and said a compliment, "Little White, you're very good. When this prince isn't around, your master's protection is up to you. Next time, the prince will bring some roasted venison for you." Little White obviously didn't like his caresses, and forcefully shook its head but was unable to throw that hand away. Its blue-green eyes were filled with annoyance. If it wasn't for the fact that it knew it couldn't beat this human, it would have already savaged the hand on its head already. Your Highness, Great General Zhu, how come you didn't go visit your sweet and innocent younger cousin and came to visit me instead? Xiao Cao had long known that Wu Junling had been running over to Imperial Prince Jing's residence to visit. In fact, the princess consort herself had invited Xiao Cao over to speak of this. On the surface, she was stating that she shouldn't worry, but in actuality, she was warning Xiao Cao that her son was quite popular and that she needed to treat him better to avoid him being snatched away by someone else. Zhu Junyang could smell the vinegary scent of jealousy in the air and hurriedly pulled the little lass into his arms as he vehemently declared, "I'm being falsely accused here. Ever since that episode in front of the capital gates, this prince has never gone to see her. Furthermore, I haven't even spoken to her since then. Oh, you don't feel a tiny bit of regret in your heart in not seeing her?" Yu Xiaocao pushed away the prince's chest. This fellow was becoming more and more bold. He was now openly touching her without any shame. She wouldn't allow this, not even the slightest bit. "I'm doing my best to avoid her, so why would I want to see her?" Zhu Junyang felt a bit lost when the lass left his embrace, so he tenaciously pulled at the little lass's pale and tender hand and gently wrapped his palm around hers. To someone who had lived in the modern era, holding hands in a relationship didn't really mean too much, so she didn't reject this advance. That being said, this fellow had behaved quite well recently. Other than staying at the barracks, he only went out to see her and very rarely went back to the imperial prince's estate to visit. She should give him a small reward for this. If you don't like her, then you need to make things clear early. I don't like it when something that is considered mine is always being eyed covetously by someone else. In her previous life, Yu Xiaocao really disliked men who pursued girls in an ambiguous manner. Obviously, she wouldn't give Zhu Junyang the chance now to act in that way. Zhu Junyang nodded his head in a solemn manner. "Okay. The next time I see Wu Junling, I will say that I already have a shrew at home. In order to not cause a misunderstanding, she needs to stay far away from me. Does that work?" Yu Xiaocao forcefully restrained her urge to smile and let out a huff. "That's about right. Listen well, if you start getting feelings for another woman, even if it hurts me a lot, I will still make sure to leave you. I will definitely not aggrieve myself for the sake of some petty love." Zhu Junyang regarded the little lass in a serious manner and stated, "Don't worry, this prince was born with very little room in my heart. I only have enough space for the tiny little you and no one else." Xiao Cao had to admit that she did like to hear romantic sappy things sometimes just like other people. She gripped Zhu Junyang's hand and raised her head to swiftly plant a light kiss on his cheek. Then her cheeks flushed as she quietly said, "This is to reward you." Zhu Junyang felt his throat suddenly dry and his phoenix eyes fixated on that adorable, small pair of lips that resembled cherries, and he swallowed involuntarily. Yu Xiaocao watched as Zhu Junyang's head came closer and closer to her face. His pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be aglow with a tantalizing light and his perfectly shaped lips seemed to be beckoning towards her. She forcefully tore herself out of this reverie and managed to restrain herself from kissing him. She jerked back a few steps and placed a small hand on the lips that were inches away from her. "Have you forgotten that I have a lot of people keeping an eye on me? I'm still a child. If you cross the line, in the future, you won't even be able to visit me secretly." Yu Xiaocao reminded him. Zhu Junyang had been sternly warned by Fang Zizhen in the past. He had also agreed to the terms. Before they got engaged, he couldn't engage in any intimate acts with Xiao Cao. Although the residence's guards were unable to prevent him from entering, he couldn't dismiss his future father-in-law's words. He could already tell that this godfather and godmother would be much harder to handle than his lass's biological parents. Arg! He stared at Xiao Cao's tantalizing red lips for a bit and managed to dampen down his desire. He reluctantly increased the distance between him and his little lass while an aggrieved thought popped up in his mind. Why can't it be like the storybooks and allow me to directly time skip to when the little lass is 18 and we're allowed to get engaged for marriage? He spent half the night with Xiao Cao being sweet with her. It was only after the little lass started yawning constantly that he finally reluctantly went back to the imperial prince's estate to rest in his own courtyard. When he found out that his mother had fled to avoid that mother-daughter pair, he frowned deeply. The little lass was right. he couldn't allow this to continue and needed to make things clear to all parties. The next day, he took advantage of his break to visit his aunt's home. When Wu Junling heard her maidservant report, "Young miss, Royal Prince Yang is here and he says he wants to see you," she almost couldn't believe her ears. Her older cousin had finally decided to see her. Did her sincerity finally move him and change his heart? Older cousin. Wu Junling changed into a new set of chi-style attire that had been made by exquisite garments. The pale blue color outer garment delicately hugged her maidenly form and the goose yellow cotton sleeves contrasted beautifully with her pale hands that were barely visible. At this moment, she was regarding Zhu Junyang with her doe-like eyes with a sweet and adoring expression. If it were anyone else in the room, they would have wanted to drown into those innocent and watery eyes and not come out. Unfortunately, she was interacting with singularly unromantic, cold-faced Royal Prince Yang. It was as if he didn't see her careful attempts to dress up for him at all. In fact, he hadn't even properly looked at her since she entered the room. Wu Junling felt her heart slowly grow heavy and a bad feeling settled into her heart. As expected, Zhu Junyang wasn't the type to mince his words around young maidens. He took a sip of tea from the cup in his hands and directly stated, "Aunt, younger cousin, recently you've both been visiting the residence very frequently and have disturbed my lady mother. If you were coming over as a simple visit between family members, then we would happily welcome you. However, if you're coming over due to some other ulterior motives, this prince will have to advise you to don't become the victim of your own perceived ingenuity." Zhu Junyang believed that he had made himself quite clear with this. After all, the other party had never explicitly stated that she liked him romantically and wanted to be with him. After he finished, he stood up and swiftly turned around to leave the room. He had no desire to spend another second looking at the flattering look on his aunt's face and the aggrieved expression on his cousin's face. "Older cousin, you've probably misunderstood us." Wu Junling hurriedly stood up and went forward 2 steps. Her large, doe-like eyes, which were very similar to Xiao Xiao's, seemed to be misted over and filled with tears. Although the tears didn't fall, it made her seem even more pitiful. "Older cousin, ever since I've arrived at the capital, I've recalled a lot of things from the past. When I was young, you took me to the back garden in the estate to play hide and seek, plucked some flowers from Her Highness's most precious plants, and added some Chinese gold thread powder to your 2 older brothers' tea. Her Highness has also said that our connection is even closer than 2 biological siblings. I don't know what someone else said to you about me, but I've always regarded you like an older brother. Older cousin, the words you said are truly too hurtful." Zhu Junyang couldn't sense Wu Junling's thoughts at all and it made him feel quite uneasy. The younger cousin in front of him gave off an aura that was completely different from Xiao Xiao. Whenever he was with Xiao Xiao, he felt as if his heart was at peace and that he could completely relax himself. However, whenever he was with this young maiden, who was currently pitifully looking at him as if she was an innocent who had been vilely bullied, he felt irritable and on edge. The darkness within the deepest corner of his heart seemed to react to this and started to act up again. His heart devil, which he hadn't felt in a long time, seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to rise so it could show itself again. In fact, Wu Junling's appearance was quite similar to Xiao Xiao's, but there were also some obvious differences. Her skin was as white as snow, but it wasn't as flawless and exquisite as Xiao Xiao's. They both had large doe-like eyes that seemed to be pure, but Xiao Xiao's eyes seemed to have more light within them and they always shone with liveliness. Occasionally, Xiao Xiao's eyes would even flicker with some craftiness. They both had slim and delicate figures, but his Xiao Xiao didn't seem the least bit sickly or weak. In fact, she always seemed full of energy and exuberance. Furthermore, the feelings he had towards the 2 people were completely different. When Xiao Xiao revealed a sad and hurt expression, he felt so bad that he wanted to bring the whole world in front of her to cheer her up. On the flip side, the young maiden in front of him, who was weeping pitifully in a way that made her seem beautiful, gave him, instead, a slight feeling of disgust and desire to stay away from her. Other than Xiao Xiao, Zhu Junyang had never treated any other young maiden in a gentlemanly manner. Instead, he coldly stated, "All of those stories occurred when this prince was around 6 to 7 years old, how could I remember any of this? However, younger cousin, your memory is quite good. You can recall things that happened to you when you were 3 to 4 as if they had just happened." Wu Junling's face paled and her eyebrows slightly furrowed together. She revealed a weak and pitiful expression. Older cousin, when my father was dispatched to a distant territory, I became quite introverted and shy because of the language and cultural differences. Thus, my wet nurse often told me stories of what had happened when we were visiting the imperial prince's residence. At that time, we had no worries or fears. At that time, both of us were still young. Men and women should stay apart when they reach the age of 7. You are, after all, this prince's maternal cousin. We still need to make sure to abide by these customs. After Zhu Junyang finished this sentence, he continued to stick more verbal knives into her. Aunt, younger cousin must be around 17, right? It's time for her to settle down on her marriage. If you don't have any good candidates in mind, then I have some good young generals under me who are possibilities as they are from good families. I can help you choose a suitable match. Older cousin, Wu Junling's face was deathly white as she tottered. In a manner that seemed to show that she was ready to let things loose, she deeply inhaled and said, Older cousin, why do you have to treat Ling in such a heartless manner? Is it because you believe my father's official position is too low and that my status doesn't match up to yours? Zhu Junyang frowned impatiently. He had already said it very clearly. Why was she still hanging on and insisting on ripping all pretenses between them? Younger cousin, where did these words come from? Didn't you just say earlier that you see me as your biological older brother? Between blood-related siblings, why do we need to talk about our statuses matching each other? Although Zhu Junyang could not read her mind at all, he wasn't a complete idiot. In the end, Wu Junling was still a nobly born young maiden who had been raised in the inner courtyard her whole life. Although she may have a few tricks up her sleeve, she wasn't an expert schemer by any means. The more he investigated, the more holes turned up in her story. Older cousin, Wu Junling had a mournful look on her face. I don't believe you can't tell the way I feel about you. Why do you need to treat me this callously? Zhu Junyang coldly regarded her pretty face and there wasn't even a hint of pleasure on his face as he quirked up the corner of his mouth. There are many women in this world who have good feelings towards this prince. It's not as if you're the only one. If this prince decided to answer every single person, then I could spend my entire day going from beauty to beauty without doing anything else. Despite her desire to interrupt several times during their conversation, Zhang Mei had managed to keep herself silent throughout all of this as she remembered her daughter's earlier warnings. However, she could no longer resist and rushed forward to scream at Zhu Junyang, how could you treat your younger cousin in this way? My Ling has both the looks and talent, so what part of her doesn't pair well with you? She has deep feelings towards you yet you insist on hurting her. Are you still a man? Whether or not this prince is a man is not to be determined by the wife of only a 5th-ranked official. The frostiness in Zhu Junyang's eyes became more apparent as he smiled coldly. Official Wu's abilities as an official can be considered all right. Do you know why he was only given a position at the Qingshui Yamen? It's because he has a wife who doesn't understand how to be humble, is greedy, and believes she's smarter than everyone else. If his inner courtyard isn't well organized, how can he possibly govern the rest of the country? If it were anyone else with slightly more of a brain, they would have reflected and felt bad about their conduct. However, Zhang Mei wasn't that type of person. When she heard Zhu Junyang's criticism, her eyes turned red and her expression twisted as if she wanted to rip the person in front of her into shreds as she shrieked, how did your mother bring you up? You even dare to say such slanderous things to your own aunt. How can one disrespect their elders? If Imperial Prince Jing's household stood out, then how could my husband's career be this bad? You guys are the ones who are cold and aloof and don't know how to treat one's family properly. Mother, Wu Junling wanted to stop her mother from exploding but was thrown off by her. The despair within her heart increased as she saw the increasingly icy expression on her older cousin's face. Shut your mouth. What kind of elder are you? You're only the lowly seed of a prostitute from a brothel yet you dare to criticize this prince's lady mother. Zhu Junyang felt as if an evil devil inside of him was stirring awake. He did his best to tamper down on the thought of wringing Zhang Mei's neck as he silently began to recite a Heart Sutra. Unfortunately, the Heart Sutra clearly had no more power over him. It was too late. Zhu Junyang began to hyperventilate and beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. The green-blue veins on the sides of his face began to bulge with effort and both of his eyes turned a blood-red color. His face twisted into a malevolent expression and he no longer resembled an elegant and handsome young youth anymore. A ruthless and cruel air surrounded him like a cloak, as if an evil demon had just been resurrected. Wu Junling scuttled back a few steps in astonishment at his change and her legs weakened as she sat onto the ground. Zhang Mei, who was the person nearest to Zhu Junyang, bore the brunt of the damage. The crazy evil aura that was bursting from the prince hit her directly and she tottered a bit before she fell over into a dead faint. Since the Wu family's women were receiving the guest in the inner courtyard, head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong, who were both highly skilled at martial arts, had been left in the outer courtyard and were being served refreshments. Head steward Lu could acutely tell that something had changed in the atmosphere. He threw down the cup of tea in his hand and silently hollered that something wasn't right. He speedily headed towards the inner courtyard. When bodyguard Dong saw the change in head steward Lu's expression, he also felt that something wasn't right and didn't hesitate to follow the eunuch. The head steward in charge of taking care of the guests in the outer courtyard was stunned for about 3 seconds when he saw them speed out. Just what had happened? Fortunately, the Wu family's residence wasn't large. Head steward Lu only needed a few large jumps to go from the outer courtyard to the receiving room in the inner courtyard. When he saw that familiar stance of his master, head steward Lu rushed forward as he wanted to strike before his master completely fell into darkness. He wanted to take his master to a place where there were no people in order to avoid his master hurting others. Head steward Lu, what's wrong with my older cousin? Wu Junling saw that both head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong had arrived. She timidly stood up and her colorless lips trembled for a bit before she finally inquired. Dong Dali glared at her with an unhappy look on his face before he said, "It's been so many years since the master last had this happen. You guys truly have skills to make the master lose control of himself. Xiaodong, don't waste your time flapping your lips at them. Quickly bring the master to Miss Yu." Head steward Lu had wanted to press the master's acupuncture points to delay the time to madness, but he had been pushed fiercely away by Zhu Junyang, whose eyes were completely red. This is bad. Head steward Lu could tell that his master's reason had been completely eaten away by that heart devil. With his master's current skills and abilities, he would only last about half an hour before he would get beaten. Xiaodong, quickly go to the Yu residence to bring Miss Yu over. I'm going to restrain the master for now. Miss Yu. Dong Dali hesitated. Judging by how much the master valued Miss Yu, if he accidentally harmed her while in his frenzy, the master would definitely be heartbroken when he finally woke up and probably got him right there. Xiaodong, what are you waiting for? Do you want the Wu family to perish in a river of blood? Quickly go. I can't handle him for too long. Head steward Lu picked up the fainted Zhang Mei and threw her towards Wu Junling's direction as he hollered, quickly take your mother out of here. If you don't want to die, then don't come back. At this moment, Zhu Junyang felt like everything around him was full of darkness and evil. The people around him seemed to flicker. Some of them were angrily raging at home, some of them wanted him to die, some of them wanted to destroy his lady mother. He had the desire to destroy everything around him. Thus, he used all of his energy to rush towards the area that he felt like held the most malicious aura. Head steward Lu felt his heart skip a beat and his body moved before he could think. In that moment, the area where he was before he moved now had a deep crevice in it. The nearby pillar had been completely severed in two and the roof above had started to sway alarmingly. Wu Junling, who was currently struggling to drag her mother out of the room, had almost been scared silly when she saw what had just happened. She almost dropped her mother's body to the ground to flee. Danger could always stimulate a person's inner potential. The amount of strength she had to move her mother suddenly increased by a lot. Thus, by the time Zhu Junyang discovered her, she had just left the reception room. The current room had long been destroyed beyond repair. Tables, chairs, shelves, and valuable items had been smashed until they were just rubble. Head steward Lu was currently doing his best to dodge his master's attacks, but he had a few close encounters. The amount of rubble inside the room increased by the second and the floor was strewn with trash, as if a horrible war had reached here. Head steward Lu could only helplessly leave and run towards the outer room. There was more space outside and it'd be easier for him to avoid his master's attacks. It had been a while since he was his master's match in battle, so he could only rely on running away to drag things out. He hoped desperately that Dong Dali would be able to find Miss Yu without much issue. Fortunately, the heavens had heard his prayers. When bodyguard Dong arrived at the Yu residence, Yu Xiaosao had just gotten back from the frozen dessert store and hadn't entered through the gate. "Miss Yu, my master is waiting for you to save him." Although Dong Dali didn't quite understand exactly why head steward Lu instructed him to get Miss Yu, his words weren't an exaggeration. It truly was to save someone's life, as they were trying to save head steward Lu's and the entire Wu family's life. When Yu Xiaosao noticed that the normally taciturn and calm bodyguard Dong was frazzled to the point of babbling, worry exploded in her heart. She didn't even bother to ask him what was going on, as she turned her horse around and sternly asked, "Where's your master? Quickly take me there." Dong Dali had run over like a madman earlier and had leapt across countless roofs to get here. He didn't even bother to catch his breath as he snatched the reins from Yingchen's hands and pulled the maid down. He flipped onto the horse and spurred the horse to a gallop in the direction of the Wu family's residence. Yingchen, who was caught off guard by all of this, had almost fallen onto her bottom. If it wasn't for Wudong supporting her, she absolutely would have fallen flat on her face. After she finally stood steady, she cursed a few times at Dong Dali's disappearing figure. That wasn't enough to sat her anger, so she tore off her embroidered cloth shoes and hurled them forcefully at the man. Dong Dali and Xiaosao had long galloped off and they couldn't even be seen anymore, so naturally, she wasn't able to hit the object of her frustrations. The young maidservant in charge of keeping an eye on the gate hurriedly rushed forward and brought her embroidered shoes back. She knelt down to put them back on the other maid. Wudong comforted Yingchen, "There must be something really important going on. Otherwise, bodyguard Dong wouldn't act in such a way." Yingchen curled her lip and remarked in worry, "Will the young miss be in danger?" Earlier bodyguard Dong said that he needed the young miss to save someone. If even Royal Prince Yong is unable to handle this, how could the young miss be any different? This is not okay. Let's go find some skilled bodyguards and send them over to protect her. Do you know where the young miss is now though? Wudong was also worried about her mistress's safety, but she was quite helpless in this situation. When Yingchen heard this, she burst into fury and cursed, "That wretched Dong Dali. He couldn't say things more clearly. If even a single hair on the young miss's head is harmed, just watch as I shave him bald." Dong Dali, who was currently bolting down the streets, suddenly felt an icy coldness go down his scalp. It was so sudden that he shivered and a bad premonition settled into his heart. By the time Yu Xiaosao arrived at the Wu residence, the entire inner and outer courtyard of the estate had turned into rubble. If it weren't for head steward Lu doing his best to draw things out, then there would be dozens of casualties among the Wu family and their servants. The Wu family's maid servants and senior servants were all cowering in the back of the residence in fear. At this time, Zhang Mei had already woken up from her faint. When she saw the rampaging Zhu Junyang, however, she almost fell into a dead faint again. As Wu Junling watched her older cousin, who resembled an evil monster, with increasing horror, she realized that she was no longer interested in him anymore. She could only pray now that there was someone out there who was able to stop this out-of-control fiend. Apparently, the bad rumors regarding her older cousin weren't just a result of those who maliciously resented his status and skills. If she had known this earlier, then she would have never tried to seduce her older cousin, the royal prince, even if she had 10 times the courage she had now. Clawing her way up the social ladder was definitely something she desperately wanted to do. However, compared with her life, anyone with half a brain would know what to choose first. As the mother and daughter pair stared at Zhu Junyang, who had lost all reasoning and was currently a residence-destroying fiend, their hearts filled with utmost regret. Why did they have to provoke this calamitous star? Why did they have to infuriate him? Wu Junling continuously thought back to their interaction, trying to figure out exactly what she said to cause her older cousin to transform into a monster. When the capital's militia received the Wu family's cry for help, they arrived at the scene just moments before Xiaosao did. The commander of the militia was an old fox, so when he saw head steward Lu being pushed back continuously by Royal Prince Yong, he felt his scalp turn numb. Even the highly skilled head steward Lu was helpless in front of this madman. If he and his men rushed to help, they would only become cannon fodder. Many of the officials within the capital militia had illustrious backgrounds. In fact, if you randomly picked someone from the ranks, they were probably the descendants of second-ranked and third-ranked military officials. Many of these people used the capital militia as a springboard for their future career so that in the future they could enter the emperor's personal bodyguards or become future generals in training. If these people encountered something bad, the commander of the militia was very sure that his position would no longer be his anymore. Without the commander's orders, the officials within the militia could only stare blankly from horseback. They watched as the out-of-control royal Prince Yong rampaged fiercely and they felt their hearts tremble at the sight. Head Steward Lu was now decorated with many wounds all over his body and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he looked quite dismal now. This was only because he had never tried to confront his master and instead did his best to avoid the prince's attacks. He was doing his best to stall for time and hoped that he could hold on to his old life by the time Miss Yu came over. "Let us through. Those who can't help should disperse." The sound of Dong Dali's voice seemed like it had come from the heavens. Although there was still some distance between them, it gave Head Steward Lu some hope and extra energy to hold on. The men from the capital's militia had pretty much plugged the streets until they were full. Outsiders were not able to go in. Dong Dali was worried that his master and his good friend Head Steward Lu were in danger, so he was so rushed that he started to curse. When Yu Xiaosao saw this, she quickly said a few words into the bodyguard's ear. Bodyguard Dong's eyes lit up and he raised his voice to holler towards the Wu residence, "Head Steward Lu, Miss Yu and I can't cross over. Can you bring the master over here?" When Head Steward Lu heard this, he leapt up onto one of the remaining side buildings in the Wu residence. Before he could steady himself, the thundering sound of brick and tile collapsing could be heard and half of the building had turned into rubble. Broken pieces of brick and tile flew out of the residence and the alleyway became chaotic. Many of the officials standing there were injured by the flying rubble. "Retreat. Let's first retreat out of here." The commander of the militia noticed that the battle was about to occur in the streets and hurriedly hollered out his commands. The soldiers and guards in the alleyway quickly fled out of the offending street. Before long, the street became empty and quiet and only the sounds of Zhu Junyang fighting with Head Steward Lu could be heard. Dong Dali could tell that Head Steward Lu wouldn't be able to hold for much longer, so he rushed forward to give a helping hand. He had been born and raised at Imperial Prince Jing's estate and had trained since he was young with the master in martial arts. Since he was clearly talented in this area, he was able to become well known in the estate. Thus, he was selected by Head Steward Lu to personally serve the master. Although he could be considered a top-level expert, compared to Zhu Junyang and Head Steward Lu, he was only a small fish in the end. This fellow wasn't as nimble as Head Steward Lu. As soon as he stepped forward, the wind coming off of Zhu Junyang's strikes ended up hitting him in the chest and pushing him away until he hit a nearby wall with a thud. A burst of blood came out of his mouth. Yu Xiaosao was completely shocked by this. A complete expert seemed to have no defenses against the prince. Every strike Zhu Junyang threw out seemed to be covered by an aura that billowed, causing a destructive power that was astonishing. In fact, that one simple and elegant-looking punch seemed to have completely subdued bodyguard Dong in a jiffy. Even the extremely skilled Head Steward Lu could only retreat repeatedly in front of the prince. He was truly an expert among experts. While she was mesmerized by the scene in front of her, Head Steward Lu had also been struck by his master and couldn't get up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, two experts had both been subdued. This was truly a sign of how powerful the prince was in battle awe. "Head Steward Lu, my little ancestor, please stop sighing over this. If you don't come out now, this old servant will have to eat a lunchbox from hell awe." The current Zhu Junyang was like a puppet being completely controlled by his heart devil. He felt like every blade of grass, every tree, every tile, and every brick was imbued with the heavy aura of malice. This type of malice entwined around him and fettered him so tightly that he almost couldn't breathe. His heart only had one thought: destroy everything. He needed to tear down everything that was around him in order to eliminate all of the sources of malice that were shackling him down. Ah! A scream ripped from his throat as if it was a voice coming from hell. It couldn't be described as a human sound and more resembled the anguished cry of a beast. Everyone that heard it trembled in fear. Yu Xiaoxiao could hear the pain and despair that Zhu Junyang felt within that cry, and a flood of tears involuntarily came to her eyes. Just as Zhu Juyang was lifting a stone lion, about the height of a grown man, in the direction of head steward Lu, who was no longer able to move, a heavenly voice seemed to have cut through the darkness with him, lighting up the dense dimness around him. The voice seemed to dispel some of the thick malice around him, and it flittered into his ear brightly. Zhu Junyang. Who was calling his name? Zhu Junyang slowly turned around with the stone lion still high above his head. A flicker of reason seemed to shine through his bloodshot phoenix eyes. Zhu Junyang, the stone lion must be very heavy. Isn't it tiring for you to raise it up so high? Ah. Quickly put it down. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't the least bit frightened by the malevolent expression on the prince's face. Instead, she slightly frowned and looked at the stone lion in his hands with an expression full of pity and worry. The sound of that voice seemed incredibly familiar and pleasing. It was as if the coldest spring water was currently being poured onto his head. His muddled mind somewhat regained a bit of logic. Who was calling his name in that manner? The elders who were close to him would all call him Yanger, whereas those of the same generation who had a good relationship with him would call him Junyang. Those who were a bit more distant would call him Royal Prince Yang. It seemed like there was only one person in this world who always boldly called him by his entire name. He had resisted many times as he wanted her to call him older brother Yang, but he had never succeeded in convincing her to do so. Zhu Junyang continued to have a perplexed expression on his face as he shuffled a few steps in the direction of the voice while he still held the stone lion high above his head. Dong Dali, who was in slightly better shape, had already sneaked by and gotten to the place where head steward Lu was lying. He wanted to bring the eunuch someplace safe. When he saw the scene in front of him, Dong Dali remarked in worry, "Head steward Lu, will the master harm Miss Yu? If that happens, once the master regains his senses, he will feel so regretful." At first, head steward Lu was also quite anxious about something like that happening. However, once he saw his master stop rampaging as soon he heard Miss Yu's voice, he felt that his decision in bringing her over was one of the wisest ideas he ever had. He fished out a pill to heal internal injuries from his clothes and popped it into his mouth. After coughing up a lot of clotted blood, his chest felt a lot more comfortable. The medicine that Miss Yu personally made herself was truly very excellent. Don't worry, even when he's rampaging, the master couldn't bear to harm even a single strand of Miss Yu's hair. Let's just watch and see. Head steward Lu managed to slowly sit up with Dong Dali's help. He leaned against the damaged wall and gradually caught his breath. Zhu Junyang, snap out of it and come back to reality. I'm so worried about you. Yu Xiaoxiao's voice seemed a bit choked with emotion as she slowly headed towards Zhu Junyang. Despite her roiling emotions, she kept that smile he liked so much on her face. He had once told her that her smile was his savior. Even though tears continued to drip down her face, her smile never wavered. Zhu Junyang cocked his head to the side and the stone lion in his hands fell with a thud to the ground, leaving behind a deep crevice. The malevolent expression on his face slowly disappeared and he felt like his head was becoming clearer. It was his little lass. Darn it, how did he forget his little lass? The sound of her voice, the smile on her face, and her way of directly calling him by his given name had already been deeply engraved within his heart and soul. Xiao. Sao. Zhu Junyang still felt a bit muddled inside, but the darkness around him seemed to be dissipating. That delicate and skinny little figure in front of him was becoming more and more clear. A sweet aroma seemed to be wafting off her body and all of that malice surrounding him was rapidly being eradicated by that smell. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face deepened and she went forward 2 steps and stretched out her pale little hands. The tears in her large eyes made them seem even more limpid and clear as she said, "That's right. It's me, Yu Xiaoxiao. Come, I'm going to bring you home." Home was that safe harbor without the glint of knives or swords. There was no scheming or cheating, no backyard tricks and no overflowing malice. Because there was her, he could relax. Don't come over. I will hurt you." Zhu Junyang suddenly stopped reaching towards her hands when he saw a red line cutting across Xiaoxiao's white and tender little face. He forced himself to retreat a few steps. As he distanced himself from his savior, the heart devil within him started to stir again. Yu Xiaoxiao wiped a hand in the direction that he was looking at and felt a twinge of pain. This must have happened during the battle earlier, as she probably got cut by a piece of rubble flying in the area. She secretly dripped a few drops of highly concentrated mystic stone essence onto her hand and rubbed that area clean. The small cut instantaneously healed and the scab also fell off, leaving behind only a faint pink line. "Look, you didn't harm me, it's only just a stain." The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face was still as sweet as before. Her eyes were curved up in glee and they seemed to glitter with a bit of craftiness. They were so lively that it made a person want to stare at them endlessly. Zhu Junyang looked at the faint red scar on Yu Xiaoxiao's face and revealed a hesitant expression. At this moment, he was slowly becoming more clear-headed. He had a faint impression of what had happened when he lost control this time, which was different from previous times when he had no recollection whatsoever. Perhaps it was because his mind-reading ability was becoming more and more sharp, but he could clearly feel Head Steward Lu's feelings and thoughts when he was fighting with him. He truly knew that the eunuch was his most capable servant, yet he still had been deceived by his heart devil and couldn't stop fighting. Ever since he met Xiaoxiao, although he couldn't always control the heart devil, he was always able to pull himself away during the past few years. He thought that he had the ability now to control the darkness inside of him. However, he didn't expect that the heart devil was still inside of him, just waiting for an opportunity to explode. Today, with Head Steward Lu by his side and fighting for his life, he managed to avoid massacring the Wu family. Zhu Junyang actually didn't care whether the Wu family lived or died. However, what if one day he harmed the Yu family or the Fang family? Would Xiaoxiao hate him for the rest of his life? Or perhaps, when Xiaoxiao was by his side and he was taken over by the heart devil, he was too afraid to think further down that line. Maybe, staying far away from her was the best way to protect her. Immense distress and sadness shone in Zhu Junyang's eyes, and Yu Xiaoxiao could clearly see that the prince had made the decision to decisively cut all ties with her. This made her feel incredibly flustered. She had a feeling that if she wasn't able to resolve this situation perfectly, he would leave her forever. "Older brother Yang, I'm so scared, I want a hug." Yu Xiaoxiao shamelessly acted like a spoiled little girl and cutely asked for a hug. A sorrowful feeling rose up in Zhu Junyang's heart. His little lass was finally willing to call him older brother Yang. However, this was likely the first and last time that he would be able to hear her call him in such an adorable and sweet way. If he couldn't give her happiness by her side, then he could only stay far away and watch as she lived contently. Ordinarily, Zhu Junyang was always looking for an opportunity to get closer to her. If she begged for a hug, then he would gladly turn into a hungry wolf and rush towards her. However, today, he actually retreated a few steps. His eyes shone with tenderness and were so filled with emotion that it made a person's heart ache. At that exact moment he turned around. Xiaoxiao felt like something was ripping her heart in two. "Zhu Junyang, you bastard, didn't you say that you were going to stay by my side and guard me? That you were waiting for me to become an adult? Ah. Don't tell me that your previous promises and oaths were as insubstantial as smoke. Ah. That wouldn't do." She couldn't let him just leave. Even if he had to go, he needed to make things clear first. Yu Xiaoxiao slightly frowned as she contemplated what to do. She didn't believe that Zhu Junyang, who had always cared dearly about her, could harden his heart that easily and ignore her. "Aiya!" she deliberately exclaimed in a distressed manner and gritted her teeth as she made herself fall towards the ground that had rubble strewn all over it. In the moment she cried, Zhu Junyang, who had originally been jumping up onto the roof, glanced over with his phoenix eyes and clearly saw her headed towards the broken bricks and tiles on the ground. A distance of 7 to 8 strides was covered in a blink of an eye by his skills. He appeared almost instantaneously next to Xiaoxiao and reached out vigorously and supported her back up by grabbing her thin, slender arm. He gently lifted her and drew her into his arms as he anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Did you twist your ankle? Did you fall anywhere and hit yourself?" From the flurry of questions he just asked, she could tell just how deeply he cared about her. Then, why was he going to leave? Yu Xiaoxiao leaned into his embrace and tightly hugged his chest. She spoke in a voice that had a hint of a sob in it, "Don't go. You told me that you were going to protect me as I got older. Don't leave me." Zhu Junyang felt his eyes grow hot, and he gently stroked Xiao Xiao's silky long hair as he sighed. I'm afraid that one day I'll do something that I'll regret and can't fix. I'm an unlucky and ominous person and will only bring unhappiness to the people I care about the most. Perhaps, staying far away from you is the best decision. Nonsense. You're not an unlucky and ominous person. You're my god of protection. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head and exclaimed, because of you, I'm able to relax and do whatever I want to do without having to think of auxiliary issues. This is because I know that even if I rip a hole in the sky, you will help me patch it up. She sniffled and then tightened her arms around him even more. All these years, if I didn't have you around, then my life would have been much more difficult. Without you, the watermelons, early ripening vegetables, and secret recipes I came up with in Dongshan village would have long been schemed away by some evil person. Without you, my family's braised food shop in the prefectural city would not have been able to open so smoothly and some local tyrant would have long snatched it away from us. Without you, the high-yielding crops that we planted in the Tangu farmstead would have had some local official taking credit for us instead. Thus, naturally, me becoming an official entitled a feudal princess wouldn't have happened either. The only reason I am so successful today is because you were by my side. Otherwise, I would still be in that tiny fishing village and living a downtrodden and difficult life. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately stated the worst-case scenarios that could have happened. Have you ever thought that if you leave, the emperor would lose a great helper at court and become angry? He might even become angry at me and take back all of the glory and honor he has given to me before. Perhaps he would send me back to be a little farmer's girl in a tiny fishing village. At that time, then the imperial plantation's fruit orchard, your farmstead's greenhouse vegetables and fruits, as well as the beauty salon, pharmaceutical workshop, and frozen dessert store would all slowly be taken away by those people who are envious of me. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head slightly to secretly glance at Zhu Junyang's face to gauge his reaction to all of this. When she noticed that he had become quite solemn, she continued, also, you always say that I'm very muddle-headed and don't have a brain for scheming or politics. Without you as my patron, I, with nothing behind me, would probably be used by someone and forced by that person to work for very little profit. That won't happen. This prince will handle everything before I go. Whoever wants to touch a single hair on your head, I will make sure to make their entire family pay in blood. When he thought of Xiaoxiao being imprisoned by someone, losing her independence, and being forced to work for them, rage roiled up in his heart and his eyes gradually became red again. Yu Xiaoxiao held on tightly to his neck and rubbed her soft and tender face against his as she softly said, even if you killed all of those people in the end, it still won't take away the hurt and harm I've experienced, right? If you don't want me to get harmed, then stay by my side and keep me safe forever. Continue being my shield against those with evil intentions and let me grow up without a care in the world. How could Zhu Junyang not want to stay by his little lass and watch as she slowly grew up, become his wife, and then have a group of little cute buns with him? However, I'm afraid if I stay by you, I will become the person who hurts you. Master, have you not discovered that whenever you're about to lose control of yourself, as long as Miss Yu is around, you're able to suppress that heart devil? Let's take today for an example. You had been completely consumed by the heart devil, but as soon as you heard Miss Yu's voice and saw her, your reason and mind gradually returned. Miss Yu is the nemesis of your heart devil. You not only won't harm her, but with her by your side, you will also get farther and farther away from the devil and inky darkness inside of you. Head steward Lu managed to slowly walk over with the help of Dong Dali after taking a pill to heal his internal injuries. His words were like the strikes of a clock chiming and woke Zhu Junyang up from his confusion. That was right. In the past, before he met Xiaoxiao, the darkness within him seemed to always be hazily present and waiting for him to lose control. However, with Xiaoxiao around, she somehow managed to disperse the inky fog around him, and, like a ray of sunlight, warmed his entire being and soul. She allowed him to experience the warmth and happiness of a normal person. Head steward Lu was right. Xiaoxiao was the nemesis of his heart devil. Just like earlier, when he had been consumed by the darkness and controlled completely, the sound of Xiaoxiao's voice penetrated the confining fog and reached the bottom of his heart and roused his consciousness again. The aura around Xiaoxiao was like the warmth and fragrance of a spring breeze. Although it was gentle, it was able to disperse all of the negativity away from him. He lowered his head to sniff gently at the little lass's hair. That was lightly fragranced. The sweet smell of her finally released the last bit of moodiness and darkness out of his heart. Earlier, he had boxed himself in a corner. If he left Xiaoxiao, then it was likely that he would once again be in the thrall of that heart devil and be completely controlled. There would likely be one day when his 2 hands were covered completely with blood and his eyes completely red. At that time, could he still remember then how much he cared about her? Zhu Junyang, head steward Lu is right. If you let me stay by your side, we can work together to resist and defend yourself against the monster inside of you. Believe me, the last victory will definitely be ours. Yu Xiaoxiao's large eyes were filled with anxiety and worry, which made him feel a pang inside. He lightly stroked the little mark on his little lass's face and finally made a decision. The little lass had so many secrets on her. If he wasn't by her side, once those secrets exploded, it would probably be the day she was condemned to hell. He needed to stay by her side forever, protecting her and all of her secrets and become a man who would sweep all of her troubles and worries away. Didn't you call me, older brother Yang, earlier? How come you're using Zhu Junyang again? Call me, older brother Yang, again. Zhu Junyang had returned back to his roguish self and started to tease Yu Xiaoxiao again. Yu Xiaoxiao unexpectedly didn't blow up at this frivolous statement of hers. The tears in her eyes slowly flowed down her face while she still had that beautiful and sweet smile on her lips. She foolishly said, as long as you don't leave me, I can call you, older brother Yang, all you want. Looks like I didn't need to come here today. A clear and gentle voice could be heard from the right side of these two people. The two of them, who had been firmly embracing each other, finally let go of the other person and turned to face the familiar voice. On top of the eaves that were tiled with light green tiles, there was an elegant figure dressed entirely in white. The slight breeze gently lifted his long, dark hair and made the sleeves of his outfit dance gracefully. The person in front of them resembled an ethereal and beautiful immortal that could only be found in paintings. Sir Su, how come you're here? Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head and looked at that man who resembled a perfect gentleman carved out of the finest jade. She used a sleeve to wipe the tears from her face and revealed a smile as bright as a blooming flower. Su Ran lightly jumped off of the roof and landed on the ground soundlessly. He glanced at Zhu Junyang, who had regained his usual calm, and then raised an eyebrow at the ruins of the Wu family's estate. He lightly chuckled. Someone told me that the Wu family was currently deconstructing their home. I had nothing better to do, so I came over to take a peek. The Wu family had narrowly escaped disaster and they apprehensively came out of the back room. The maid servants and senior servants surrounded Zhang Meiyi and her daughter, and all of them had still somewhat panicked expressions on their face. After they heard Chief Steward Su's words, the entire Wu family opened their eyes wide in disbelief. This was clearly a sign that he was shielding the prince. The male master of the Wu family, Wu Dingson, was a perceptive person and hurriedly agreed, "That's right, that's right. We have a lot of people at home and the residence was too small. We wanted to expand a few buildings but we didn't expect to alarm Chief Steward Su, and Royal Prince Yang. It is truly embarrassing. Zhang Meiyi had wanted to use this opportunity to ask for more money from Zhu Junyang as compensation. When she heard her husband speak in such a way, she immediately panicked. Lord husband, our family doesn't have enough money to rebuild. Shut up, Wu Dingson growled out, seething. He had admonished this stupid woman so many times that she needed to have a good relationship with Imperial Prince Jing's estate and Royal Prince Yang. They were not people she could afford to offend. However, this woman never listened to him. Every time she went to visit Princess Consort Jing, she always held head up high and spoke in an incredibly arrogant manner. She never thought about the fact that she was only the wife of a 5th-level small official. Did she have any qualifications to act so pretentiously in front of a first-ranked princess consort? She truly managed to make a giant mess out of an originally good hand. At that time, how could he have been so blind to marry such a muddle-headed person? Today, when he had left court, he had heard that Royal Prince Yang had come to the residence to pay a visit. This was such a good opportunity to make a connection with the prince. However, He didn't know how this mother-daughter pair somehow managed to offend this calamitous star. The entire estate was almost ruined in their hands. He could always rebuild the buildings that had been destroyed, but if his son, who he had gotten with great difficulty, and the favored concubine who bore him his son died, then he would cry until he had no tears left in him. It had been difficult for the Wu family to beget an heir. The only son he had was born only after he had taken in a dozen or so concubines into the residence in his 40s. Wu Dingson regarded the crowd with a bit of panic as he continued to shield his son and concubine. He came to a decision within his heart. He could no longer indulge the mess-maker, Zhang Mei. Since feelings of hate had arisen towards his wife, he even felt a bit dissatisfied towards his normally clever and sweet daughter. Chief Steward Su, Royal Prince Yang, it's a bit inconvenient to receive you two today at the residence. I will act as the host another day and invite you two to eat and chat merrily then. Wu Dingson squeezed out a smile and spoke in a very courteous tone. Zhu Junyang took out a banknote worth 5,000 taels from a very ugly waist pouch and handed it to Wu Dingson and said, "There's no need for that. Let me give my congratulations right now for your new home. I will be unable to make it to your housewarming party once construction is done, as this prince will be at the army barracks. Here is a token to take instead. Please don't disdain it, official Wu." Yu Xiaosao stared at that crookedly sewn pouch that was embroidered with an unknown pattern on top. Her eyes twitched. Didn't she tell Yingchun to throw away the pouch that she had practiced on? How did it end up appearing on that fellow's waist belt? Even she felt embarrassed looking at that ugly pouch, yet he, on the other hand, was wearing it as if it was a precious treasure. Was he not afraid of being laughed at by other people? In actuality, many people had made fun of Zhu Junyang while he was in the barracks because of this pouch. However, he didn't think it was an embarrassment and instead considered it an honor. He regarded all of the people teasing him with an arrogant and boastful expression. This prince's woman had personally made this, and this prince is extremely happy to wear it. The rest of you are just single dogs who are envious of me. They weren't envious of you, okay. However, the impression the officials and soldiers had of Yu Xiaosao had improved a bit. Finally, there was something that even official Yu wasn't good at. A little preteen lass had suppressed all of the young men in the capital. You couldn't find another person in the capital who was as talented as official Yu. This made the bunch of old men in the army feel a bit ashamed of themselves. However, there was nothing they could do. They knew how to march in the army, use different battle formations, and fight bravely. In terms of farming, trade and making money, they could be left in the dust behind Yu Xiaosao. It made this group of men feel uncomfortable being surpassed so easily by a little lass. Now, after seeing that incredibly ugly pouch, they finally felt a bit more comfortable again. Zhu Junyang didn't know that the little lass was currently trying to figure out a way to get that extremely ugly pouch back in her hands. He directly stuffed the banknote into Wu Dingson's hands. Although Zhang Mei and her daughter were the direct cause as to why he had lost control of himself, he had still destroyed their family's residence. 5,000 taels was more than enough to rebuild the estate or even buy a completely new one. Wu Dingson still wanted to refuse, but Zhu Junyang stopped him from protesting. Just take it as it is. I hope, in the future, Lady Wu and Miss Wu will stop displaying themselves in front of this prince. This prince is afraid that I may lose control of myself again and cause some harm. Wu Dingson felt his face go numb when he saw Zhu Junyang crush a ceramic tile in his hands into a bunch of dust. This stupid mother-daughter pair had truly offended the prince completely. In the future, even if they wanted to grow closer to Imperial Prince Jing's household, they wouldn't be able to. Wu Dingson pasted a smile on his face and repeatedly assured the prince that he would restrain his wife and daughter. In actuality, even if he didn't restrain them, Zhang Mei and her daughter were scared to their bones after this episode. They no longer dared to shamelessly get closer to Zhu Junyang. The images of Zhu Junyang transforming into a mindless monster were deeply engraved in their hearts and they would never forget it. Su ran left to go back to the palace to report after he confirmed that Zhu Junyang was back to normal and there was no big fallout from this episode. As they were about to leave the remains of the Wu residence, Yu Xiaosao looked at Zhu Junyang, who was covered in head to toe with dust and dirt, and the two injured servants next to him. She didn't feel that it was safe for them to just head back to Imperial Prince Jing's estate like this. Head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong were both so heavily injured that they couldn't ride horses, so she rented a carriage from the streets and had the two men lie down there in order to avoid worsening their injuries. Just what did that mother-daughter pair do to make you suddenly lose control of yourself? Yu Xiaoxiao thought that it'd be wise for them to figure out the root cause of the problem. That way, they could come up with a targeted solution and thoroughly suppress his heart devil. Zhu Junyang frowned slightly and thought carefully for a bit before he said, although they are both very irritating, they didn't do anything too excessive. Only what? Yu Xiaoxiao pursued this line of thought. Only that Wu Junling gives off some kind of weird smell that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Zhu Junyang also thought it was weird that he had lost control of himself after so many years of quiescence. In fact, even when he was in the midst of battle, fighting a dangerous war, he had never gotten close to falling into the darkness. This lapse had to be heavily related to the Wu family. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately used a juvenile tone to reply, "What sort of smell? Are you saying that your younger cousin has some body odor that you can't stand?" Zhu Junyang, who was walking abreast with her on the street, smiled at that comment and used his finger to gently tap her head as he said, "It's not in the least bit related to her body odor. Is this prince that weak to go out of control because of a little bad body odor? As for what sort of smell it is, I really don't know how to describe it. I can only say that it's a feeling that makes a person want to rampage. I know what the problem is." The little divine stone had been mediating and cultivating for the entire day and finally decided to show itself. Yu Xiaoxiao's spirits rose and she quietly asked, "Quickly tell us, just what is the reason? Your little lover's younger cousin is a pure yin girl. She was born on a yin year, in a yin month, on a yin day, at a yin hour. She must have been very sickly and weak when she was young. In addition, she probably easily attracted remnant spirits here on earth that continue to linger on after death. In more common terms, she attracts ghosts." The little divine stone explained to Xiaoxiao the facts about being a pure yin girl. So what does this have to do with Zhu Junyang losing control of himself? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't quite make heads or toes of this. Were people with pure yin bodies able to disturb heart devils? It usually wouldn't have much of an effect. However, your little lover's younger cousin is quite favored at home and her mother couldn't bear to see her enduring hardships, so she invited an expert to change her fate. The little divine stone paused a bit as it seemed to like to keep its audience in suspense. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned deeply and impatiently grumbled, "Can you just say it all at once? Hemming and hawing all the time is so irritating." Zhu Junyang observed as the little lass first grinned happily and then revealed an unhappy look. Her facial expressions changed alarmingly quickly. He really wanted to know what his little lass was thinking about at this time. "Xiaoxiao, what's wrong?" He lightly pushed on Xiaoxiao's shoulder and gently asked. Yu Xiaoxiao was right in the middle of the most important part of the little divine stone's story, so she waved a hand at the prince in dismissal and turned all of her attention back to the stone. "Unfortunately, your little lover's younger cousin's mother is a stupid one. She didn't seek out any of the true expert monks in the world. Instead, she had to find a swindler who dabbled in some type of sorcery. However, this swindler did have some tricks up his sleeves. He used a spell to steal from a person's life force to suppress that poor girl's fate." Stealing a person's life force. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite startled by this. This type of sorcery definitely caused harm to a person. Then, doesn't that mean that this spell is eating away at Wu Junling's lifespan? That's right. If that spell doesn't get broken, then I bet she won't live past the age of 30. However, if the spell does get broken, she will revert back to having spirits congregating around her at every night and her nightmares will go on without stopping. That will also influence her lifespan. In any case, this lass wasn't born to live a long life. The little divine stone spoke in a manner that made it seem like it was a swindler waving around a magic wand. "Arg, sorcery can truly harm people. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a sympathetic look on her face and inadvertently said her thoughts out loud. Before Xiaoxiao could walk into a pillar in front of her, Zhu Junyang pulled her aside to avoid getting hit. He asked worriedly, "What sort of demonic sorcery? Xiaoxiao, just what is going on? Did you encounter a sorcerer?" "It's not me who's been enspelled, it's your younger cousin." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him and wanted to say more, but she was also afraid he would dig deeper into this. How do you know that Wu Junling had a spell cast on her? She looks like a normal person. Zhu Junyang didn't think she was speaking nonsense. He solemnly looked at Xiaoxiao. He didn't care whether Wu Junling had encountered demonic sorcery, but he was afraid it might affect Xiaoxiao in some way. Yu Xiaoxiao prepared what she was going to say first before she replied. If I told you that I know a bit of the way of mysterious learning, would you believe me? She lifted her large, glittering eyes to look at Zhu Junyang in a hopeful manner. She wasn't expecting him to believe her nonsense, but was mostly trying to pave the way to the topic at hand. The way of mysterious learning. What the hell was that? Was that the Taoist way of catching monsters and spirits, or the feng shui way of predicting one's fortune? Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes flickered, showing that he didn't believe the little lass's words. He had known her since she was 8 years old and had never seen her learn how to cook, concoct medications, come up with skin and body nourishing recipes, or build greenhouses. However, she knew how to do all of those things and do them quite well. Now, she said she knew a bit about the way of mysterious learning. He thought it wasn't out of the ordinary. Even if she claimed that she was the earthly incarnation of the Queen Mother of the West too, he would still take that as fact. However, if she was the Queen Mother of the West, he wouldn't be able to marry her. She absolutely could not be the Queen Mother of the West. All right, immortal teacher Yu, what have you discovered? Zhu Junyang was as calm and collected as ever. Yu Xiaoxiao slightly relaxed when she saw that he wasn't going to pursue this line of questioning. She stated, your younger cousin has traces of being enspelled by someone. This is the reason why whenever she gets close to you, the heart devil inside of you will have a reaction. Your exposure to her caused your heart devil to wake up and control you. Zhu Junyang clearly had no doubts regarding Xiaoxiao. The little lass was sometimes quite mysterious. She even knew how to distinguish between the way of mysterious learning and sorcery. Was there anything in this world she didn't know how to do? When he saw her frowning perceptibly, he knew that she was worried about him. He felt his heart warm and he ruffled the little lass's head as he smiled. Now that we know the reason, then it's easy to handle. In the future, when I see Wu Junling, I'll stay far away from her. That way, I won't be influenced, right? Yu Xiaoxiao mumbled quietly, that solution only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Is there any way we can completely remove this hidden danger? Lass, are you talking to me? Completely remove this. Are we going to secretly kill her? Zhu Junyang was actually in the mood to crack a joke. Not to mention the fact that Wu Junling was his blood-related younger maternal cousin, but even if she was just an ordinary daughter of an official at court, killing her with his hands was also quite inconvenient. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. In actuality, her last question was directed at the little divine stone. A tiny spell was not even a speck to the little divine stone, who had already regained almost half of its spiritual power. It'd be able to handle it in a jiffy. Once she got a definitive answer from the stone, Xiaoxiao felt her heart settle down. Following that, as long as she found an opportunity to meet Wu Junling, then they'd be able to release the magic on her. As for what would happen once the spell suppressing Wu Junling's fate was removed, it wasn't within her scope to think about. HMPH. That girl had tried to target her man. If she didn't get a little revenge back, then she wouldn't be called Yu Xiaoxiao anymore. Before Yu Xiaoxiao could come up with an excuse to meet up with Wu Junling, the target had presented herself to her door. 3 days later, Yu Xiaoxiao received an invitation from the Ministry of Appointments left assistant minister's residence to participate in Yu Wanqing's 13th birthday party. This was also the first time that Yu Wanqing had invited people over to her family's estate. After 3 months of careful facial treatments added on to taking medicines and tonics for her body, Yu Wanqing's face had completely recovered. The little maiden had a round and adorable face, pale and tender skin, and a pair of smiling eyes. Her adorable looks made it very easy for other people to immediately like her. Official Yu had invited young maidens who were the daughters of his colleagues to the banquet, the daughters of his friends and family, as well as the ladies who were good friends with his daughter. Although official Yu had already taken up his post and been in the capital for more than 2 years, this was the first time his daughter was showing her face in public. Many people were curious about Miss Yu and wanted to know what she looked like. Was she truly like what the rumors claimed? So ugly that she was embarrassed to see people? There were always bored people in the world who loved to exchange gossip behind people's backs. As for Official Yu's daughter, she was always sickly and very rarely went out to see people. Thus, when the rumors came out that she was ugly beyond comparison, there were people who thought that there was a grain of truth in it all. As soon as they found out that Yu Wanqing would show herself in front of everyone at her birthday party, many noble matrons and maidens were very curious to see what she looked like. Even those with only tenuous connections to the Yu family came over to partake in the festivities after getting the news. All of these people came with gifts on hand. Official Yu was a bit flabbergasted at how good his relationships were with other people and hurriedly told the servants to prepare a few more banquet tables at the residence to avoid slighting any of the guests. In fact, Wu Junling was one of those unexpected guests who showed up. Using the excuse of being distantly related, she and her mother went to participate. Official Wu had thought that being able to have a good relationship with the third-rank left assistant minister from the Ministry of Appointments would be beneficial to his future career and promotion. Thus, he had presumptuously sent his wife and daughter to Assistant Minister Yu's banquet. Before they left their home, he had especially warned Zhang Mei, if you manage to cause trouble this time, in the future, you will be shut in the inner courtyard's family temple and forced to be vegetarian and recite sutras. Ever since the fiasco regarding Royal Prince Yang had occurred, Wu Dingxin had removed the power of managing the household from Zhang Mei's hands and had temporarily given it to his beloved concubine who had birthed him a son. Whether or not Zhang Mei managed to reflect on her actions and grow up was a future question. Currently, Zhang Mei felt very aggrieved at all of this and a wisp of hatred was threaded through her heart. However, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum in front of Official Wu, so she could only resentfully pass the power away. This time, when they went out, Wu Junling had also repeatedly warned her mother, when we are there, you should speak less and just keep a gentle smile on your face. If you really can't keep quiet, then make sure to say some things that sound nice. Keep an eye out for my expression. Now, even her most beloved daughter was no longer on the same wavelength as her. Zhang Mei was so incensed that she babbled incoherently. Do you also think that I, as your mother, make you lose face awe? Have you ever thought as to why I can't raise my head around your father? It's because I birthed 3 good-for-nothings in a row. If you were a son, do you think your father would treat me this way? Would there still be that cheap slut in the house? Wu Junling almost wanted to cry from her mother's stupidity. She took in a deep breath and explained, Mother, is there any point in talking about this now? You are still the legitimate wife of the Wu family. As long as you don't make another mistake, your status at home will not change. Your topmost priority right now is to change the way father sees you. This isn't the time to throw a temper tantrum. Zhang Mei had also been scared after the recent events and was afraid that she would be locked up in the family temple, forced to endure hardships. She curled her lip and said, I know. I just won't talk when we get there, that's all. At the Yu residence, they had especially prepared an elegantly decorated little courtyard to receive the young maidens as guests there. The young ladies first went with their mothers to greet the assistant minister's matriarch and wife before they were brought to the courtyard. Because she was friendly with Yu Xiaosao, Yu Wanqing also became acquainted with the spirited and lively He Wanning, the outwardly cold but actually easy to get along with Yuan Shuiyan, and the gentle and sweet Li Mengru. The good friends had arrived relatively early and had already been seated at the main table to drink tea and eat pastries. The tea there was provided by Yu Xiaosao and it was the famous flower tea that nourished one's body. The pastries were provided by the Yu's dessert shop and they were the new Western-style pastries. Fruits had also been obtained from the back mountains in the imperial plantation. The group of young maidens happily sipped at the fragrant rose blossom tea, ate cream puffs stuffed full with luscious cream, and chatted merrily amongst themselves about interesting happenings throughout the capital. As soon as Wu Junling entered the reception pavilion, she saw Yu Xiaosao, who was dressed in a set of beautiful Qi-style attire and had her hair combed up into a pair of cute flower buns. The other girl was currently pointing at a platter full of jewel-toned purple grapes and telling her good friends to taste them. Wu Junling stopped walking and silently measured up Yu Xiaosao in her eyes. Her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. The girl in front of her was merely a short wax gourd who was so skinny that she didn't have a figure. At most, her features could be considered cute. Anyone with eyes would choose herself, who was much more beautiful and alluring. Was her older maternal cousin blind, or was it that this lass used some underhanded methods to seduce him? How could he only have eyes for a little brat who didn't even look like much? A woman's heart was truly unfathomable sometimes. For example, Wu Junling had personally experienced what Royal Prince Yong was like when he lost control of himself. Other than deep fear, she held no other feelings towards him. However, when she encountered the woman he liked, she felt incredibly jealous for some reason. It was as if she needed to compete with Yu Xiaoxiao no matter what. Only when she had firmly pushed down her rival beneath her feet would she finally feel happy. Yu Xiaoxiao could sense the other girl blatantly staring at her and glanced at Wu Junling through the corner of her eyes. She silently laughed inside. The heavens truly had eyes. Before she could even start scheming, the person in question had sent herself over. Today, she was going to use younger sister Wanqing's birthday celebration to thoroughly get rid of the hidden danger to Zhu Junyang. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and took a sip of the fragrant tea. The dimples at the side of her face were barely visible. Those who were familiar with her would have known instantly upon seeing that expression that she was up to no good again. Although Yu Xiaoxiao could happily ignore Wu Junling, Yu Wanqing, as the hostess, couldn't. Even though she had never met this beautiful older sister before, the maiden in front of her was still a guest. Yu Wanqing cheerfully went up to greet her. After Wu Junling introduced herself and gave the birthday girl a present, she was then sent to one of the tables to the right of the main table to sit at. The vast majority of young maidens at this table were the daughters of 4th and 5th ranked officials. Most of them already knew each other, so only Wu Junling was an unfamiliar face here. When they found out that she was only the daughter of a small 5th-level official and that her father was working at the Qingshui Yamen, the rest of the ladies at the table exchanged looks. They gradually began to ignore her. Was being beautiful anything to be proud of? Within the noble circles in the capital, being beautiful alone was not enough. The most important thing was still your family's status. How could Wu Junling, who was quite sensitive, not figure out that she was being snubbed by the other girls? She had attempted a few times to make conversation with some of the young maidens at the table, but all of her attempts were either rebuffed or duly ignored. It looked like she needed to do something else at this rate. She discovered that the two young ladies sitting next to her praised the tea that they drank and the pastries that they ate without end. Some of the young maidens continuously sipped at the rose blossom tea. After all, 1 cup of flower tea cost at least a few dozen taels. As for the pastries and fruits, they all said that apparently feudal Princess Jinan had provided them to the banquet for free. Who would have thought that Miss Yu would manage to become friends with feudal Princess Jinan? In the future, the Yu residents will absolutely not lack for fresh fruits or vegetables. As for these cream-based pastries, even if you line up you may not be able to buy any. I heard that, in the past, Miss Yu had fearsome-looking pimples growing all over the face. They were simultaneously red and very swollen and she couldn't go out to see people. It was only after she went to feudal Princess Jinan's Blossoming Beauty, Health and Beauty Club that her face healed. I heard that she spent around tens of thousands of taels on this treatment. This Yu family truly has money. My mother told me that when Lady Yu married official Yu, her dowry chests made a long train. In fact, in terms of cash alone, she had brought over tens of thousands of taels. The Yu family doesn't lack money at all. Lady Yu only has one precious daughter. Let alone tens of thousands of taels, even if it reached hundreds of thousands of taels, she would happily spend the money to treat her daughter. If my mother was this rich, that would be so great. I had my eye on a set of whitening skincare from Blossoming Beauty that cost around 1,000 taels. I begged my mother for a long time, yet she still couldn't bear to take out the money to get it for me. You guys should look at Miss He. In the past, her skin was so coarse and tan, but now it's so tender and pale. It's obvious just how well those cosmetics work. I heard that Miss He is one of the very few who has a diamond card level membership at the spa. Furthermore, many of her personal cosmetic items were custom made by feudal Princess Jinan herself for free. Feudal Princess Jinan is so generous. If I could become friends with her, that would be great. If any of us were able to become friends with feudal Princess Jinan, that meant that our ancestors had done a lot of meritorious deeds. I heard that the two beauties of the capital and royal Princess Minglin had been invited on an outing to the imperial plantation. You all know about the fruit orchard on the back mountains of the imperial plantation, right? PSH. Who doesn't know? The fruit trees that feudal Princess Jinan plants all produce fruits that are 100 items more delicious than regular fruits. Especially the honey peaches. As soon as they enter one's mouth, they melt into juice. Just thinking about it makes my saliva flow. Unfortunately, sales of fruit are rationed every day, and as soon as they hit the shelves they disappear. My family was just able to snatch a box after trying for a long time. The peaches cost 100 taels a box, and each box only has 6 honey peaches in it. However, the taste is so incredibly delicious. I've never eaten such delicious fruit in my life before. Wu Junling looked at the entire table of young maidens who all had looks of envy on their faces. They made it sound like eating a honey peach was truly an experience to remember. She couldn't help but become curious. Wasn't it just a peach? She had often eaten peaches when she was living in Huai'an Prefecture. These young maidens in the capital were truly too uncouth to even brag about eating peaches in this way. Also, who was this feudal Princess Jinan that they kept talking about? Didn't they say that the imperial plantation was completely managed by the lass, Yu Xiaosao? Did she give the back mountains to feudal Princess Jinan to plant fruit trees? This older sister, forgive me for interrupting. I truly admire this feudal Princess Jinan you're talking about, but would you happen to know who she is? Is she here today? Wu Junling had been silently listening for a bit and finally found a chance to ask some questions. The noble maiden she had asked the question to was the daughter of the 4th-ranked assistant official in the office in charge of the Crown Prince's affairs. That girl gave her a sidelong glance full of contempt and let out a cold laugh before she replied, "You don't even recognize feudal Princess Jinan, You must be new to the capital, right?" Wu Junling had never endured such poor treatment before. However, at this entire table, she was the one with the lowest rank out of all of the maidens. Thus, she could only grit her teeth while keeping a smile on her face as she said, "Older sister's observational skills are very good. This younger sister has only been in the capital for a few months and there are many people that I'm unfamiliar with." No wonder. The daughter of the assistant official had an air of conferring a great favor as she pointed towards the main table and said, "Do you see that table? The person who's wearing the light pink chi-style attire is feudal Princess Jinan. The emperor personally titled her." Following that, she ignored the alarmed Wu Junling and continued to chat about the previous topic with her good friends. "A few days ago, plums entered the market. Have any of you had the chance to try any? In the past, I hated eating plums the most. I always felt like they were incredibly sour fruits, but the plums grown on the back mountains of the imperial plantation have a sweet and fresh taste. They don't even have a hint of acidity in them. I could probably eat 3 to 4 of them in one sitting. Unfortunately, it's very hard to buy them. Eating only a little bit isn't enough to satisfy my cravings." Another young maiden interjected, "Isn't that right? If only during that flower war banquet, when feudal Princess Jinan was being dismissed, I had come out and spoken up for her, wouldn't that mean I would be one of the people by her side right now? Stop dreaming. Haven't you looked at the people interacting with feudal Princess Jinan now? Which one of them isn't the daughter of a first-ranked official at court? The feudal princess looks down upon lower-ranked people like us." This young maiden, who was commenting sourly, had noticed that as soon as she finished speaking, the other young maidens around the table, other than the country bumpkin, were regarding her with eyes wide with shock. The 2 girls who were sitting next to her had even scooted their chairs away from her and had an expression on their faces that showed that they didn't want to interact with her. After she figured out just what she had said, she hurriedly tried to explain, "I didn't mean it that way, I was trying to say that feudal Princess Jinan is a feudal princess that the emperor had personally titled. She's talented beyond measure and thus attracts people of the same standing. Those who are able to become friends with her are only the noble ladies whose fathers are grand first-ranked officials or the relatives of the imperial family. I wasn't trying to imply earlier that she only toadies to the powerful." The last sentence was spoken in almost a half-sob and this girl's face had turned white from fear. The other young maidens all acted differently. Some lowered their heads, pretending to drink tea. There were some who picked up a few sweet grapes from the plate to eat. Some looked out the windows as if they were admiring the beautiful scenery in the courtyard. None of them wanted to talk to that girl as if they were afraid a particular someone would misunderstand and think that they agreed with this young lady. Last year, during the Flower War banquet, Lee Marrow had gotten into conflict with Miss Yu. Now, no one knew what godforsaken corner she had been sent to. Furthermore, they all knew the astonishing ending of the Lee family. All of the young maidens shuddered for a second. The table they were sitting at suddenly fell silent. Yu Xiaoxiao and the others at the main table weren't even paying attention to what was happening at that side table. He Wanning was right in the middle of excitedly planning their next trip to the imperial plantation to pick grapes. The last time they went, she was able to eat and pick fruits. In fact, her family wasn't able to finish all of the fruits she brought back and they were able to send them out as gifts, which gave them a lot of face. The grapes that Yu Xiaoxiao had brought along were as sweet as honey. She definitely needed to pick more when she had the chance. Yu Wanqing sat on the side and listened enviously as her eyes revealed her inner desire to participate. Only after Yu Xiaoxiao promised that she would also get an invitation did she let out a sigh of relief inside. Older sister Yu truly treated her quite well. She not only fixed her problem with her face, but she also never forgot to bring her along whenever there was fun to be had or good things to eat. Finally, as the host, Yu Wanqing discovered, after getting reminded by one of the maids, that the atmosphere at that side table was a bit off. She hurried over and smiled sweetly. Older sisters, this is the first time this younger sister has invited so many people over. If there's anything wrong going on, please bring it up and I will try to fix it. Younger cousin Qing, I made a big mistake, what should I do? Sob sob sob. The young maiden, who realized she had made a verbal faux pas, was a distant relative of Yu Wanqing and felt extremely frightened now. When she saw Yu Wanqing, she grasped onto the other girl as if she was her savior. Yu Wanqing looked at the other young ladies who had previously been getting on swimmingly with her older cousin. They all revealed expressions showing that they wanted nothing to do with this, so Yu Wanqing felt quite perplexed. She quietly comforted her older cousin Shin. Even the emperor has once said, people are not saints, so we will all make mistakes. If one can change after making a mistake, there is nothing better. It's not the end of the world if you make an error. As long as you sincerely admit that you're wrong and courageously try to change in the future, I'm sure that everyone will all generously forgive you. Then, can you accompany me as I ask for forgiveness from feudal Princess Jinan? Ding Yaxin timidly glanced at that figure sitting at the main table and pitifully looked at Yu Wanqing. Older sister Yu. The so-called trouble that older cousin Shin had gotten into was offending older sister Yu. That can't be right. Ever since they entered the courtyard, I don't think the two of them have even interacted together, right? Did older maternal cousin do something in the past that was bad to older sister Yu? Right at this time, Wu Junling interjected, Miss Ding, don't worry. Younger sister Xiaoxiao isn't someone who is that narrow-minded. She absolutely wouldn't blame you. Although she wasn't clear how that lass, Yu Xiaoxiao, had suddenly obtained such a high status in the eyes of these young maidens, it looked like she needed to get closer to that lass in order to quickly blend into the capital's noble maiden circles. Wu Junling wasn't sure as to whether there was a problem between the two of them because of her older cousin's affairs last time. When the other young maidens heard her call feudal Princess Jinan, younger sister Xiaoxiao, all of them sneered inwardly as if they were of one heart. A daughter of a tiny and insignificant 5th-level official was so shameless to boast like this. She made it sound like she was very close to feudal Princess Jinan and that she understood her like the back of her hand. Ding Yaxin was so desperate that she was willing to turn to anyone for help. She grabbed onto Wu Junling's hand and asked, Older sister, are you very familiar with feudal Princess Jinan? Can you help me say a few nice words in front of her then? Wu Junling lightly chuckled and patted her hand. I've only met her once, but my maternal aunt and older cousin are very close to her. They should be able to say a few words for you to her. Ding Yaxin was also a foolish girl. She didn't beg the younger cousin next to her and instead was groveling towards Wu Junling, who she wasn't even familiar with. She was truly too muddle-headed. She revealed an expression full of hope and said, Older sister Wu, then can you tell me who your maternal aunt and older cousin are? Princess Consort Jing is my mother's blood-related older sister and Royal Prince Yang is my older cousin. As she spoke, She turned towards the other maidens on the table and winked at them while revealing an ambiguous smile. Fit. The words had just left her lips when a voice could be heard from behind her. Don't start saying, older cousin, as if you're very close to him. Did you ask Royal Prince Yong his opinion about this? Is he actually willing to admit that you are his younger cousin? Feudal Princess Jinan. Feudal Princess Jinan. The whole table of nobly born maidens politely stood up at the same time and paid their respects to her simultaneously. When Wu Junling heard these words, the smile on her face stiffened and congealed. She didn't expect the outwardly weak and delicate Yu Xiaoxiao wouldn't actually give her any face. Instead, she made it such that she couldn't easily step away from this problem in front of everyone at the party. Wu Junling also stood up with everyone else and turned around to face Yu Xiaoxiao. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, older cousin Yang and I are truly related by blood through the maternal line. Whether or not he is willing to admit it, we are still relatives." "Oh, is that so?" Yu Xiaoxiao was tired of seeing Wu Junling act all tranquil and peaceful as if nothing could touch her. The other girl couldn't snatch away her man, so she changed her tactics to use her familial connections to climb up the social ladder in the capital instead. Who did she think she was? But, didn't I hear Zhu Junyang personally say 2 days ago that he wanted official Wu to keep a close eye on you and your mother? That he didn't want to see you two appear in front of him again. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't harm you too. Yu Xiaoxiao watched as Wu Junling's expression abruptly changed and she revealed an innocent look on her face. Everything she said was true. She wasn't embellishing this story at all. However, the way other people heard it, it made it sound like the Wu family's wife and daughter and offended Royal Prince Yang, and that Royal Prince Yang wanted nothing to do with them anymore. Younger sister Xiaoxiao. Wu Junling recalled what her older cousin had looked like when he lost control of himself and felt her heart suddenly tremble and the expression on her face darkened. She didn't expect that this Yu Xiaoxiao, who outwardly looked sweet and kind, was actually this malicious inside. The younger girl cornered her in this type of situation and made it impossible for her to step back. "Who do you think you are, to allow this old woman to give you face? You're not worth it." If Yu Xiaoxiao could hear what she was thinking, she would have absolutely slapped Wu Junling. "Master, the aura of evil sorcery on her is coming from that talisman that she has strung on a necklace on her chest. The pendant must be the thing holding the spell. As long as you get closer to her, this divine stone will be able to break the magic on her." Right at this point, the sound of the little divine stone's voice resonated in her mind. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't give Wu Junling the chance to quibble before she used her hand to stop the other girl from talking as she said, "Miss Wu, we're not that close, so I really don't want to hear you say, younger sister Xiaoxiao, in the future. As for the relationship between you and Zhu Junyang, this young maiden won't manage it and I'm too lazy to even bother. As for the two of us, we are different people who walk different roads and cannot make plans together. Let's just agree to remain acquaintances in the future." As soon as she heard the little divine stone crow, "I got it," she didn't give Wu Junling another chance to speak as she turned around swiftly to ask Yu Wanqing, "Younger sister Wanqing, could you tell me where the washroom is? I want to wash my hands." Her hands were originally clean, but after touching a certain someone's mouth, who knew how many germs were on them now, she needed to wash them carefully with soap. "Feudal Princess Jinan, please wait." Ding Yaxin had mentally prepared herself for a multitude of scenarios before she finally spoke up. She bowed deeply and sincerely stated, "Earlier, my lips were loose and I said, you only associate with the daughters of first-ranked officials. I admit that I was jealous then, and I also admit that I was wrong about you. Thus, I am sincerely apologizing to you." Rather than having her words being twisted to and fro by other people and finally making it to the feudal Princess Jinan's ears, it was better for her to admit it outright. One had to admit that being cowardly had its benefits too. At least, she wouldn't cause any trouble that was too big to handle. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at her briefly and revealed a faint smile before she slowly said, "I accept your apology. However, I need to leave you with one piece of advice. It's best to think again and again before acting and don't be goaded into making a bad decision. Not all mistakes can be fixed and you will not always be forgiven for your actions." After she finished speaking, She didn't even give Wu Junling another glance before she left with the personal maidservant of Yu Wanqing to head to the washroom. Just as Yu Xiaosao turned to leave, the entire table of noble maidens looked at Wu Junling with disdain and ridicule in their eyes. Did she really think that anyone could cozy up to feudal Princess Jinan? And she even wanted to make a connection with Royal Prince Yong. She was truly overestimating her own abilities. If she truly was a relative of Imperial Prince Jing, then would official Wu still only be an idle 5th-level official? Wu Junling was so infuriated that she almost ripped the handkerchief in her hands into shreds. She hatefully thought, isn't she just a rural bumpkin? No matter how good she's at raising crops, and despite the fact that she's been titled a feudal princess, she'll never get away from her muddy peasant roots. Other people may look up to you, but this young maiden won't. However, did Wu Junling ever think that just a few seconds ago that she was trying to worm her way into Xiaoshao's good graces to get some benefits? Naturally, for the rest of the birthday banquet for the left assistant minister's daughter, Wu Junling was snubbed and ignored by the other guests. As for Yu Xiaosao, she had personally made a 3-layer birthday cake for this celebration and had astonished everyone present with it. The cream and jam cake had the sweet and pure flavor of cream. As soon as one ate a piece, it melted in the mouth. The cake was soft and bouncy with a very fine texture. Everyone there praised it to the skies. When the maidens there found out that the Yu's frozen dessert and pastry store now had many types of fancy birthday cakes available for sale, they all sent their servants to the shop as soon as they left the Yu residence to reserve a birthday cake in advance. After all, everything that feudal Princess Jinan came out with was a smashing hit in the capital. Everyone who was somebody rushed to snatch her latest goods. By reserving a cake early, it would prevent them from having an awkward situation later on where they didn't have a birthday cake when everyone else did. Not only would that cause the host to lose face, but they would also receive the disdain of their fellow noblewomen in the future. Other than this fancy and beautiful-looking cake, Yu Xiaosao also gave a set of skincare items that was especially suited to Yu Wanqing's skin. The items had moisturizing and protective abilities and were packaged in a delicate and beautiful gift box, making it look very high-end and classy. It was obvious that this set of skincare items was worth quite a lot. Even after getting a discount, it would cost another customer around a few thousand taels to buy. Although the Yu family didn't lack money, sending gifts required one to think of the recipient's likes and dislikes. Otherwise, even the most expensive gift may not make the person happy. For Yu Wanqing's birthday feast, they had booked Junsho's restaurant's head chef in advance to be in charge of the menu and cooking. If it wasn't for the fact they had a good relationship with Xiaosao, head chef Wang wouldn't personally come to cook. He was the most skilled chef at Junsho restaurant and the one who knew all of the recipes. Thus, he very rarely left his mountain. The banquet that he created obtained the compliments of every guest present, so official Yu had gained a lot of prestige from this. The guests all ate happily, so as the host, he was naturally very happy. However, the person who was the most pleased by all of this was Yu Wanqing, as this was the first time she held such an event at her home and had made so many new friends. The only person who was feeling unhappy today was Wu Junling. After all, anyone who was being snubbed and pushed out wouldn't feel very good about it. When she got home, her father, who had consumed so much alcohol that he was in a drunken stupor, even repeatedly asked her if she had managed to make a good connection with Miss Yu. It made her very irritated. However, there were more troubles ahead of her now. That night, Wu Junling had nightmares without end. The dreams all featured vengeful spirits who demanded another chance at life, and there was a thick scent of monsters about. After being scared awake, she felt like her entire room was full of ghostly presences. The usually warm weather in early autumn actually felt incredibly chilly to her and caused her to have goosebumps. Even with a few of her personal maid servants surrounding her and having all of the candles and oil lamps lit up in her room were not enough to give her a sense of security. After being tormented for an entire night, she wasn't able to sleep a wink. The next day, she seemed quite spiritless and lacking in energy. Her miserable days continued in the same vein. Every night, the neighbors next to official Wu's residence could hear the mournful cries of fear and the pitiful sounds of weeping next door. When Zhang Mei saw that her precious daughter had trouble going to sleep every night, she became extremely worried. Every mother sincerely cared about their own children. Zhang Mei felt her heart hurt after seeing her daughter suffer every night, so she spent every night next to her daughter to help her calm down. However, the effects were minuscule. Her daughter continued to clutch onto her, shivering with cold and claiming that there were ghosts around. Zhang Mei couldn't help but recall what her daughter was like prior to turning 3. Back then, she also said that she could see ghosts and was often so scared that she turned feverish. She had gone to countless temples and monasteries to beg for protective amulets and had also invited senior monks over to drive these monsters away for her girl. However, the results were unsatisfactory. It continued until a gloomy-looking middle-aged Taoist priest dropped by and claimed that he could fix her daughter's problems. By then, she had seen many swindlers and didn't harbor much hope for this man. However, that Taoist priest said that if what he did had no effect, then he wouldn't charge them. Only then did she make a decision to have him try. She didn't expect that once her daughter started wearing the protective amulet that he made, she was finally able to sleep without any problems. Over a decade had passed since then and they never had another episode of her daughter seeing ghosts again. She originally believed that the problem had been resolved once and for all. However, suddenly, her daughter's old problem had come back again. The world was vast and boundless and that Taoist priest didn't leave them a way to contact him. Where would they find him now? Since she was being frightened to death every night and didn't have much energy during the day, Wu Junling, who used to be beautiful and full of life, very quickly wilted like a dying flower. Her complexion was deathly pale and there were obvious dark circles under the eyes. If she wanted to act in a horror movie, she wouldn't even need to have makeup done to fit in. If this continued on for much longer, it was possible that she might lose her life one day. That couldn't happen. It absolutely couldn't happen. Zhang Mei had heard that the Grand Master Yuanwei of Huguo Temple was an experienced senior monk. In fact, in the past, the Emperor Emeritus himself had asked him to divine his fortune for the future. Although Grand Master Yuanwei no longer interfered in the mundane world and had gone into closed-door contemplation to recite sutras in the past few years, saving a life was more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. If it involved her daughter's life, Grand Master Yuanwei wouldn't just sit idly and watch her die, right? Zhang Mei lowered her head and asked concubine Chu for permission to leave the residence. After obtaining it, she brought her daughter along to go to Huguo Temple, which was outside the capital. The temple was located on top of a small scenic mountain surrounded by quiet lands, and their teachings emphasized having a sincere and honest heart. Thus, all carriages and sedans had to stop at the foot of the mountain and believers had to ascend to the mountain by foot using the stone steps in order to enter the temple. After being tormented for days and days, Wu Junling was at the edge of either a physical or mental breakdown. It was only with the support of her mother and maidservants that she was finally able to ascend the stone stairs to Huguo Temple after taking many breaks along the way. However, when they inquired after the Grand Master, they discovered that he had gone traveling. After asking in more detail, they discovered that Grand Master Yuanwei would only be back in about a dozen days. Zhang Mei and Wu Junling felt their hearts drop in despair. It had only been half a month and Wu Junling had been worn down until she was starting to resemble a ghost herself. If she continued to have ghosts swirling about her for the next dozen days, she might not be able to hold on and become a ghost herself. Fortunately, the person left in charge of Huguo Temple, Grand Master Himing, who was also the head disciple of Grand Master Yuanwei, felt sympathy for these two women after hearing their story and had them sent into one of the side courtyards to live in until Grand Master Yuanwei came back. The two women listened to scriptures every day and were living on consecrated temple lands now. Only then did Wu Junling's nightmares of seeing ghosts stop and she was finally able to sleep comfortably for a few nights in a row. By the time Wu Junling and her mother had reached Huguo Temple to wait for Grand Master Yuanwei to come back, the grapes on the back mountains of the imperial plantation had ripened. There were green grapes, purple grapes and the milky white long white grapes. All of them were sweet and fresh and left a delicious flavor in a person's mouth. When they came on the market, they were as blazingly popular as the honey peaches and caused a sensation. Naturally, the lines to buy these grapes grew longer with every passing day. He Wanning, Royal Princess Minglin, Ning Dongwan and the other people who had gone picking peaches last time all succeeded in receiving invitations from Yu Xiaosao to go to the imperial plantation for a fun outing. In addition, They also added on Yu Wanqing, who had just reached the age of 13. Originally, Lady Yu was planning on accompanying her on this trip. Her daughter had almost never left her side since she was small. Because her face had that issue, she took special care of her and raised her in a way that made her very sheltered, and almost everything had to be decided by her. Suddenly, her daughter was about to go out with a bunch of young masters and maidens out to play, and she even heard that they were planning on hunting. How could Lady Yu feel comfortable about that? This was the first time Yu Wanqing did her best to resist her mother's intent. She acted spoiled and whined that the other older sisters didn't have their parents accompanying them. If her mother came along, then those older sisters would definitely laugh at her. However, Lady Yu's thoughts were that her daughter was the youngest out of the group and had never gone out alone. In fact, she had only started learning how to ride a horse. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Yu Wanqing then brought out older sister Xiaoxiao as an example and stated that when the other girl was around 8 to 9 years old, she was even doing business at the docks, selling recipes to Junshou restaurant, planting vegetables and watermelons. When Xiaoxiao was 10, she was starting to help Royal Prince Yong plant the newly brought over crop from the Western Hemisphere, corn, and coming up with ways to breed crops to make them more high-yielding. When older sister Yu was titled as a 6th-rank agricultural official by the emperor, she wasn't even as old as I am today. Even then she rode a horse daily to go back and forth between the capital and plantation. Although I'm not as smart and capable as her friend, I can't be too weak. Don't you think so too, mother? This was one of the main reasons why she managed to convince Lady Yu. Yu Wanqing had been bright and considerate since she was young. It was only because of her face that she had been bound to the inner courtyard for long. Although she was a bit more on the shy side and a bit more cowardly, she was still optimistic and strong in spirit. In fact, she frequently helped to comfort her mother, who loved her dearly. Lady Yu didn't believe that her daughter was inferior to other people. She was incredibly intelligent and was skilled at all of the 4 arts. Her poetry was very lively. If it wasn't for the fact that her skin disease had hindered her, she might even be a very famous and talented young maiden in the capital at this point. Lady Yu felt her heart soften after looking at her daughter's eyes, which were full of expectation. In addition, her husband had also said that it would be hard for a pine tree raised in a pot to reach the skies, and that chicks raised under a mother's wings found it hard to fly. It wasn't as if she didn't understand these concepts. Thus, although she was still worried, she still agreed to her daughter's request. That day, everyone ate to their fill and were able to play to their heart's content, especially the little lass Yu Wanqing, who had run around ecstatically. She had picked bunches of grapes, trapped wild hares, gone on a picnic, helped brew some wine. She even tried crushing grapes with her feet and enjoyed the experience. She was incredibly happy after this outing. When she got back, her face had turned red from sun exposure and the smile on her face was exceptionally bright. She chattered happily about everything she had experienced that day and talked endlessly to her father and mother. She even gestured excitedly with her arms and hands and let out small peals of laughter. Compared to that timid and gutless Yu Wanqing who pretended to be strong, it was as if another person had appeared. Official Yu, Lady Yu, and Yu Wanqing's older brothers were all incredibly gratified to see the change in her. An optimistic, open, and lively Yu Wanqing was a complete stranger to them, but they were also glad to see her in this way. Lady Yu decided that the 2 best decisions she had ever made in her life were this. 1. She had persevered in marrying her husband despite her parents' opposition. 2. On that warm spring day, she had nervously brought her daughter into Blossoming Beauty's doors. Her first decision had led her to have a husband who loved her dearly and a blissful and happy family. The second decision had given her a healthy, beautiful and confident daughter. She truly felt like she had hit the jackpot in life and was now pleased with everything. The scenery goes on for 1,000 measures. In the north is the Xing'an mountain range. Lively things all congregate together and the mountains are linked into valleys. All in all, it is a fertile land with plenty of animals around. From the descriptions alone, it could clearly be seen that the imperial hunting grounds had natural conditions that were superior to others. After being jostled on horseback for half a month, Yu Xiaoxiao finally got to experience the fascinating and beautiful allure of the wildlands outside the walls. Here, The mountains and plateaus flowed into one another and there were rolling hills everywhere the eye could see. The rivers and lakes dotted the landscape like glittering stars and the dense forests crisscrossed through the grasslands. The vast ocean of prairieland was especially a glorious sight. It was said that during the spring and summer, this area was full of life and carpeted with lush green grass. During the autumn, the thick forests would become dyed in spectacular colors and the air would be filled with the sweet aroma of fruit. In winter, the land would be carpeted in silvery snow, making the trees look as if they were made of jade. Was this the main reason why the transmigrated emperor decided to hold the autumn hunt here? That was right. The imperial family's autumn hunt, which had undergone preparations for the past 2 years, had finally opened not long after Xiao Xiao and her group of friends had their grape-picking gathering. She didn't need Zhu Junyang or he wanting to plead for this favor as she herself had been personally picked by the emperor to come along. For this autumn hunt, invitations had obviously gone out to people like Royal Prince Yong and He Wanning, who were the blood-related relatives of the emperor. Following that, the officials who had done meritorious deeds had also been granted the favor from the emperor to come along. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao could barely be considered a part of those official ranks and would have been given a nondescript position in the procession. However, this time, she had to proceed along with a group of white-bearded old imperial physicians who were almost always right next to the emperor, empress, and prince. She could clearly feel that some imperial physicians, such as Imperial Physician Wang, were regarding her with a scathing gaze. Yu Xiaoxiao could only express her own innocence. It wasn't as if she was the one who clamored for this spot and was pretending to be a medical expert. In fact, the emperor himself had said that she was very skilled at treating pediatric ailments and had contributed greatly to this area of medicine. He was afraid that his beloved children, such as the prince, would not acclimate well to the change in surroundings and insisted on bringing her into the physician ranks. In other people's eyes, being next to the emperor was a very glorious thing that brought honor to one's family. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to scoff at those people. She didn't want this kind of honor, all right. Anyone within the vicinity of the emperor was being watched by everyone around them and she had to guard every word and action she did. She felt like she was being imprisoned by chains being here and didn't have the slightest bit of freedom. Even when she rode her horse she had to make sure that her posture was ramrod straight. It was quite tiring. Luckily, Zhu Junyang, who was officially in charge of the emperor's safety, would, from time to time, use his authority as an excuse to spend time next to her. He would always ask in concern whether she was tired or thirsty. When he noticed the exhaustion on her face, Zhu Junyang spurred fierce wind forward and arrived next to Xiaoxiao. He quietly said, "We still have about half an hour to go before we'll arrive at the temporary imperial residence. Just hold on for a little bit longer. I have some pears that some subordinates gave me. Although they are not as good as the ones grown on the imperial plantation, they can still quench your thirst. Yanger, are you secretly giving your little wife some good things again? Yet you didn't leave a portion for us. Looks like I took care of you for nothing." The sound of the emperor's voice could be heard from the nearby sedan. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at this. The journey here was too long and monotonous, so the emperor always found some time to make fun of her and Zhu Junyang. Wasn't he starting again now? Zhu Junyang replied in a serious manner, "In reply to your imperial majesty, this subject bought the pears from a small merchant on the side of the road. I do not know the origin of these fruits, so how could I dare give them to you?" The scope of the autumn hunt was quite large and there were some brave merchants and peddlers who drove ox and donkey carts along the procession to sell some local goods, articles of daily use, and other goods to the officials in the line. When the soldiers guarding the line didn't stop them and they ended up making good profits, the number of merchants increased day by day. It got to the point when it was starting to resemble a small moving bazaar. From time to time, Zhu Junyang took advantage of his position as a guard and made sure to patrol around and take the time to look at the goods of these merchants. He would always buy some things that he felt that Xiaoxiao needed or things that weren't commonly seen in the capital for her. Zhu Junfan felt like his younger cousin was becoming less and less cute as time went on. No matter how much he tried to tease the youth, the prince always kept the same stoic expression on his face. Not interesting at all. "Imperial father, I'm thirsty and want to eat some fruit." "Feudal Princess Jinan, I heard that you brought along quite a few good things along in your luggage carriage. Can you let this prince go take a look? The young imperial prince was sitting in the same carriage as the emperor. He was a bit bored from sitting inside and wanted to go out to get some fresh air. The empress looked at her son's eyes that were full of expectation and smiled. Wenner has been stuck in this carriage the entire time. Even I, as an adult, feel a bit irritable from sitting for so long, let alone him, right? Your Imperial Majesty, let him go out and relax a bit. With Royal Prince Yong guarding him, we don't need to be worried about his safety. Although Zhu Junfan was a bit strict with his heir, he wasn't strict beyond reason. He rubbed his son's little face and nodded. You need to listen to Royal Prince Yong and feudal Princess Jinan. You're not allowed to be stubborn and willful. This son will remember Imperial Father's words. The little fellow was indeed quite eager. As soon as the emperor gave his permission, he yelped in glee and jumped off the carriage. Zhu Junfan's forehead slightly creased into a frown. Before he could say anything, the empress interjected, Imperial Majesty, Wenner is still only a child of around 7 to 8. You've often said that we should preserve our son's childhood for as long as possible and not try to break his spirit. Normally, you've often told me that Wenner seems a bit old for his age. Today, this is the first time in a long while since he's shown such a spirited and childish air around him. I hope you can forgive him for this. We weren't going to admonish him for this. In fact, we were only worried that our son jumped out of the carriage without waiting for it to stop. It's a bit dangerous to do that. Do you think you are his biological mother while I am merely his stepfather? In private, Zhu Junfan often stopped using the imperial forms of address with the empress and spoke to her as if they were a normal married couple. He felt that using those old-fashioned forms of address was too stifling and made it seem like they weren't a family. The empress glared coquettishly at him and stated, just what are you saying? Stop blabbering. Right now we're in public, so be careful that other people don't hear you. She had long gotten used to Zhu Junfan cracking undignified jokes from time to time. She wasn't sure how other emperors interacted with their empresses, but the emperor always treated her in a way that showed how much he loved and cared about her. Sometimes he would even give her some small tokens. It made it such that she never regretted marrying into the imperial family and entering the deep inner palace. At this time, the imperial prince that they were talking about was currently riding his little pony with Zhu Junyang and Yu Xiaoxiao accompanying him. He was regarding all of the peddlers and merchants with great interest. Sometimes he would ask them what one thing was and then pick up something else a moment later to ask about that. The small merchants and peddlers were very courteous to them. Even if they only asked about their wares and never bought anything, the merchants never revealed a hint of resentment. After all, the people in this entourage, even a small insignificant maidservant, weren't people that these commoners could ever afford to offend. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, she was behind the two and had bought quite a bit of good medicinal herbs. The imperial hunting grounds were located on the south side of the Xing'an mountain range and had a lot of unique products. The locals often went out to gather medicinal plants and would come back with rare species. How could Xiaoxiao, who was excited by all of this newness, possibly go home empty-handed? Korean pine nuts, tasty delicious pine nuts. Maybe it was because he noticed that the eldest imperial prince and Xiaoxiao looked like half-grown children, but the uncle selling nuts enthusiastically called out to them. In her past life, Yu Xiaoxiao loved snacking on pine nuts the most. However, because Korean pines were slowly decreasing in number during that time, the amount of Korean pine nuts that were produced had also decreased, so she never had the chance to try any then. She arrived in front of the nut peddler and picked up a plump pine nut and asked, "Can I taste this?" Honored customer, feel free to try as many as you like. The pine nuts I have here are fat and very tasty. I guarantee that you can't stop from eating just one. The older uncle grinned until his eyes closed into a line. These fresh pine nuts had a very special nutty fragrance and eating one spread the aroma throughout one's mouth. As expected, these pine nuts were much more delicious than the ones she had bought off of the internet in her past life. Yu Xiaoxiao bought out the merchant's entire stock of Korean pine nuts and also bought some hickory nuts and hazelnuts. The hazelnuts and hickory nuts she bought were still in their shells, so it was a bit difficult to eat them. However, didn't she have Zhu Junyang by her side, who was skilled at everything and was thus her own personal nutcracker? Nuts that took her forever to crack open only took a little pressure from his hand to pop open, revealing the delicious nut meat inside. Thus, Zhu Junyang was in charge of cracking the nuts while Xiao Xiao and the eldest imperial prince ate them. It was a perfect pairing. Other than nuts, there were also merchants selling fur pelts. However, compared to the fur pelts that royal Prince Yang brought back last year, these pelts were of much inferior quality. Yu Xiaoxiao only glanced at the offerings and then quickly lost interest in the fur merchants. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao's personal luggage carriage had arrived before them. Xiaoxiao invited the eldest imperial prince to sit in her carriage for a bit. Zhu Hanwen wasn't very interested in sitting down again, but when he found out that Xiaoxiao was planning on squeezing fresh fruit juice for him and was even going to add ice, he was immediately hooked. He had heard from his friends that the Yu's frozen dessert and pastry shop made the best snacks that were suited for the summer. He knew that his imperial father had gone out a few times incognito to eat at the frozen dessert store. He had once begged his imperial father to bring him along so he could try, but his father had given the excuse that little children are not allowed to eat ice, to refuse his request. He naturally knew that the frozen dessert and pastry store was owned by feudal Princess Jinan. The store's iced drinks and desserts all came from her hands. Now, on the road, they were limited by their circumstances, so he couldn't eat any frozen desserts. However, he was able to drink some fresh pressed fruit juice that was iced with no problems. Zhu Hanwen entered Xiaoxiao's personal carriage, and Zhu Junyang used the excuse of guarding the eldest imperial prince to also shamelessly enter as well. Zhu Hanwen disdained the other prince's actions inwardly. No wonder imperial father always says that royal Prince Yang sticks to feudal Princess Jinan like glue. He acts as if he has to keep the wolves, other men, from her at all times. It's truly as imperial father says. I'm only a 7 to 8 year old child, yet he doesn't feel comfortable letting the two of us sit in one carriage. He's truly too much. Zhu Junyang. This prince isn't sticking to other people's wives, so what's wrong with me sticking around my future little wife? Is there anything wrong with that? Little brat, wait until you get older and you start understanding things. The outside of Yu Xiaoxiao's carriage looked quite normal, but the inside was very spacious and had also incorporated many design elements that she had proposed. Zhu Junyang had helped her acquire many of the more exotic items contained in her carriage. For example, she was currently holding a handheld juicer in her hands, and this instrument was something that she had described. Zhu Junyang had written out what she wanted and had hired a foreign artisan to create her equipment. This time, Xiaoxiao had brought along Wudong and Yingchun as her two personal maid servants. She also took the two maid servants that Zhu Junyang had given to her, who knew some martial arts, to act as bodyguards for her. She had Wudong bring out a few snow pears and bunches of grapes from the back storage, clean them with water, and then cut the snow pears into small chunks. Zhu Hanwen curiously watched as Xiaoxiao stuffed the chunks of snow pears into that odd contraption made of wood. After she cranked something that faintly resembled a hand, pure snow pear juice slowly flowed out of another opening into a transparent glass cup. Wow, that's so interesting. May this prince try as well. Zhu Hanwen, after all, had a child's heart and was eager to try after watching this happen. Yu Xiaoxiao used a damp handkerchief to wipe his hands clean and then slowly let him try. The principle behind the juice maker was quite simple. By using an inward spiral, it could crush the flesh of the fruit and press out juice. The raw juice would then flow through a filtering area and pure juice would flow out in the end. Using it was also quite easy, so Zhu Hanwen quickly became familiar with it and started to play with relish. Cup after cup of juice was pressed. In addition to snow pear juice, there was also grape juice. Zhu Hanwen drank a cup of snow pear juice with honey added in and started on his pressed juice business again. The juice was sent to the emperor and empress by his personal eunuch accompanying them. Upon hearing that it was pressed by their son, they were deeply moved by the little guy's filial piety. The juice tasted even better now. At noon, the summer's heat was giving off its full power. Prince Jing, who was on horseback, saw the cups of many different colored juices that were sent out from the back of the group. He touched the water bag at his waist that had been empty for a long time and lamented that he had a fake son. Even at 7 to 8 years old, the eldest imperial prince knew to be filial to the emperor and empress. His son, on the other hand, would follow behind the little girl whenever he had free time. Alas, the moral degeneration of the world was getting worse day by day. Before he could finish lamenting, Dong Dali, Zhu Junyang's bodyguard and servant, came over carefully with a cup of snow pear juice. "Your Highness, are you thirsty? This is our master's filial piety towards you." Was it personally pressed by that boy? The gloominess in Prince Jing's heart disappeared and his eyes shone with pride. After taking the juice, he didn't forget to flaunt it to the other members of the imperial family around him. Dong Dali seemed to know what the prince was thinking and said in a loud voice, "Yes, Your Highness, it was personally pressed by our master. Have a drink first. If there isn't enough, there's also grape juice, tangerine juice, and pomegranate juice." Prince Jing finished drinking the sweet and thirst-quenching snow pear juice in one breath. He purposely smacked his lips and said, "Go, let that boy squeeze a cup of grape juice for his father again. I didn't expect that last Xiaosao to bring so many fruits. It's been more than half a month but she still has more in stock." Xiaosao's luggage carriages could be considered to be a line of supply carts. In fruits alone, she had brought along 5 carts, and all were preserved with ice. There were also ingredients to make all kinds of pastries, seasonings for grilling meat, etc. Everything that needed to be there was there. Zhu Junyang once laughed at her, saying that she could open a food shop at the imperial hunting grounds. At the time, Yu Xiaosao thought, "Do you really think I'm willing to bring so much food along? Did you ever think that, as a small 6th-rank official in a group of 1st and 2nd-ranking officials, anyone could crush me to death?" If she brought less food along, after being robbed by one person and having another take something else, would she have any left for herself? In fact, right now was a prime example. The eldest imperial prince pressed cup after cup of juice for fun. In no time, dozens of caddies of fruit had gone down and he still hadn't stopped pressing juice. "Eldest imperial prince, are you trying to burst the stomachs of the emperor and empress?" Luckily, Zhu Junyang persuaded him to stop. After he pressed 2 more cups of juice for Prince Jing, Yu Xiaosao thought about it for a moment. She didn't have any relatives to show filial piety to. The only one who was qualified to accompany the emperor was her godfather, who had a post at the port in Tanggu town. She lifted the curtains and looked out towards the white figure beside the bright yellow carriage. An immortal-like figure appeared in front of her eyes. Yu Xiaosao pressed a cup of snow pear juice and sent Wudong over with it. The emperor and empress drank the fruit juice happily at first. Later on, they sipped on the juice with a bitter look on their faces while holding their stomachs. In the end, there were cups full of juice on the carriage. Su Ran could tell the eldest imperial prince was addicted to playing with the juice presser as he sent cup after cup of juice over. The emperor and empress were unwilling to share the fruit juice that their son had personally made with other people, so they could only drink until they were stuffed. They drank until they were about to burst, but at least they were still better off than those who couldn't even drink 1 cup, right? Su Ran took a glance at the emperor who had a look of satisfaction on his face. Sadness suddenly rose in his heart. If he hadn't entered the palace back then, would he have a family of his own right now? Children might be playing around his knees and filially bringing him a cup of tea. "Sir Su, our young miss has asked this servant to bring you a cup of juice. Please enjoy it." Although she had seen head steward Su a few times before, Wudong was still impressed by his beautiful appearance and face. How could someone be so handsome and unique? Su Ran, who had been interrupted out of his thoughts, glanced at the snow-white pear juice. The transparent cup had crystal-clear water droplets on the outside. That lass, Xiaosao, was so attentive. She knew that he liked to eat cold foods and added ice to the juice. Su Ran's eyes softened and an intoxicating soft light flooded his gaze. If Xiaosao saw his expression right now, she would be dazzled by it. He took the snow pear juice and took a sip of it with his slightly red lips. A refreshing sweetness seeped into his heart. The melancholy and unwillingness in his heart seemed to follow the cool taste into his heart, turning into sweet juice. At his age, if he had married early, he would have a child of about 12 to 13 years of age. If he had a daughter, would she be smart, capable, attentive, and kind like that last Xiaosao? The cup of juice was downed in one gulp. Su Ran's heart felt slightly melancholy. If he wasn't a eunuch, taking the Yu family's lass as a goddaughter would have been a good choice. Unfortunately, with his position and identity, it would only bring the lass a lot of trouble and make her a laughingstock. It was better this way, not too far and not too close, observing her silently. When it was necessary, he'd help. This was the best choice. A cup of juice being sent out caught many people's attention. Lu Hao of the Yulin division took advantage of the break during shift changes and came to Xiao Xiao's carriage after wiping his face to ask for some fruit juice to drink. The eldest imperial prince hadn't played enough and excitedly said, "Beloved official Lu has worked hard. I'd like to reward you with a cup of juice that I pressed." Lu Hao didn't expect the prince to also be there. In a panic, he said, "I don't dare let your highness work for me. Let Miss Yu's servant girl press a cup for this subject." After finishing the cup of juice in a couple of gulps, he quickly left. He was afraid that the eldest imperial prince would reward him with a cup of juice. Even though the emperor and empress couldn't finish the juices personally pressed by the eldest imperial prince, they still weren't given to others. If they found out that he had drunk the juice pressed by their son, he didn't know how they would think. With Lu Hao as an example, several of the noble young ladies who were on friendly terms with Yu Xiaoxiao, along with Ning Dongwan and his brother who were thick-skinned enough to come up, all came to ask for juice. They also asked that ice should be added. They really thought of her place as a mobile juice stand and the kind that was free too. Just when Yingchun came up with a bitter look on her face and stated that they were running out of fruits from the cart behind them, they finally arrived at the temporary imperial residence for the imperial hunting grounds. The temporary imperial residence was built in a hurry with limited funds. Compared to the tourist attractions of her past life, it was simpler. Fortunately, the scenery nearby made up for the furnishing of the temporary imperial residence. The forest here was lush. There was plenty of water and plants, and, from time to time, hawks and falcons would fly across the sky giving a different sense of feeling compared to the inner lands. The hunt was scheduled to begin on the next day. After a short rest, Yu Xiaoxiao came to the meadow outside the temporary imperial palace and looked out towards the 1,000 acres of grasslands. Not far away, under the double peaks surrounded by clouds and shadows, the Yisan River rushed down. The vast grassland was dotted with wildflowers. This pure and natural scenery opened up people's hearts. "How is it? Not bad, right?" The emperor's voice rang out from behind her and he stopped her from giving a salute. Zhu Junfen sighed, "In my past life, I heard that the Mulan Imperial Hunting Grounds was the source of water, the hometown of the clouds, the world of flowers and the ocean of forest. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to go see it. This life, I can finally fulfill my wish." Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Ran who was behind the emperor and blinked a few times thinking, the emperor trusts Sir Su so much that he even talks about past lives and this life in front of him without any hindrance. There's something between them. One has the manner of delicate beauty, while the other is rich and handsome. One is handsome beyond compare, while the other has the looks of immortal beauty. A perfect match of a domineering power and gentle beauty. Ouch. Who hit me? What are you thinking about? That pair of shifty eyes of yours hasn't stopped roving around. There can't be anything good going on in that mind, right? Zhu Junfen pulled back the fan that he had used to hit her and turned his gaze back out towards the grassland. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth moved but she didn't tell the truth in the end. Her neck was too fragile to survive an encounter with the guillotine the emperor used to chop off people's heads. It also wouldn't survive being snapped in two by Sir Su. She changed the subject. Gray skies, vast wilderness, cattle and sheep can be seen in the grass blown by the wind. Why can't you see herds of cattle and sheep? I'd want to try the flavor of a whole roasted sheep. Zhu Junfen chuckled. This is the Imperial Hunting Grounds, which was commandeered by us. Naturally, you won't see the common people releasing cattle or sheep. It's rumored that there are bighorn sheep and wild deer in the forest on this grassland. When it comes time, there won't be any less for you to eat. Your Imperial Majesty, aren't you the most frugal and diligent? How can you think of wasting money to create an Imperial hunting ground for autumn hunting? Yu Xiaoxiao was looking for something to talk about and casually picked a question to ask. Zhu Junfen raised his eyebrows at her and the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. Weren't those transmigration novels popular in our past lives? Weren't there a lot of female readers? I don't believe that you have seen any of them. Tell me, are you on the side of the fourth prince or the eighth prince? 1. Of course it's the fourth prince. Although the gentle, jade-like, honest gentleman eighth prince is very attractive, the fourth prince is more to my taste. He is cold on the outside and warm on the inside. In public, he's just an ice prince. However, in private, he turns into a loyal dog. That's the type one like. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. She didn't expect the emperor to have the same pursuits as her in his past life. Zhu Junfan's eyes flashed with a bantering light and he made a loud, "Oh," in assent. Then, he quipped, "No wonder then. No wonder you chose Zhu Junyang, that sullen man. What choice or no choice? Did I have a chance to choose?" The current her was labeled by Royal Prince Yang. It was too unfair. If that guy changed his mind, she would die alone. Alas! This patriarchal society was truly too unfair. Zhu Junfan's gossipy heart flourished, and, with the face of a gossiping woman, he asked, "Tell the truth, if you had to choose between Ning Donglin, who is elegant and comparable to a gentleman, and Zhu Junyang, who is majestic, cold and stern, how would you make your decision?" "Ning Donglin, what does this have to do with him? I'm not familiar with him." "Okay. Although his appearance is very pleasing to me, I'm not a person who likes to just look at a person's appearance. Besides, my Zhu Junyang's appearance isn't any worse than his." "Alright." Yu Xiaoxiao was audacious enough to obviously roll her eyes at the emperor. Su Ran looked appreciatively on the sidelines and thought, this lass's courage can't be compared to that of ordinary people. Maybe it was because the two people came from the same place. When they spoke, there wasn't any care about the difference between monarch and subject or the distinction between superiors and inferiors. Zhu Junfan grinned evilly and continued, "My, Zhu Junyang. Looks like you've already made the choice in your mind. I pity Ning Donglin. The embers of love are going to be put out heartlessly before they can even be ignited." "Don't speak nonsense. Which eye of yours saw Ning Donglin's favorable impression toward me? He's gentle toward everyone." "Alright. You're the emperor. Don't be like a gossiping woman, it's really painful to look at." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to continue on this subject. If Zhu Junyang heard this and became overwhelmingly jealous, it wouldn't be fun. Since rebirth, it was the first time he heard such impolite words directed towards him. Zhu Junfan poked her and huffed, "You dare say I'm a gossiping woman and that it hurts to look at? Lass, do you know how to write the word death?" "I don't know. I'm illiterate in this life as I didn't go to school." Yu Xiaoxiao saw that the other party didn't have any signs of anger, so she stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. "Do you want me to teach you?" Zhu Junfan revealed a sinister expression. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes innocently and smiled flatteringly at him. "Your Imperial Majesty, you deal with a myriad of important matters every day, so I won't bother you. Besides, this word is too unlucky. It's better to learn more auspicious words like imperial gift, reward, and promotion." "Ah. Dream on." Zhu Junfan gave her a sidelong glare and continued on the previous topic. "You've seen so many transmigration romance stories, so aren't you curious about the Mulan autumn hunting grounds of this world? So you made this hunting ground to satisfy your curiosity." Yu Xiaoxiao refused to admit that she was also interested in the autumn hunts from the Qing dynasty. Zhu Junfan showed a pleased expression and said, "In the past, I was concerned about the hardship of the people and the empty treasury. Aren't the lives of the people better and the country is becoming more prosperous with peaceful people because I discovered your talents? What's wrong with having an autumn hunt that the subject and the emperor can enjoy together to celebrate? Oh, by the way, having such an event can also frighten and pacify the foreign tribes outside the borders. So what's wrong with having this happen?" All of a sudden, Xiaoxiao pointed toward the people on horseback coming towards them from afar and asked uncertainly, "Your Imperial Majesty, there's people racing horses on your imperial hunting ground and no one is taking charge of it. Isn't the management too bad?" Zhu Junfan's eyes were quite keen. He saw the white-haired elderly man in the center clearly and with a wry smile said, "No matter how brave the management is, they wouldn't dare try to manage him. Even if it was me, I wouldn't dare to stop him from using the imperial hunting grounds as a horse racetrack." Yu Xiaoxiao also saw who was taking the lead and asked in surprise, "The Emperor Emeritus. When did he come? How come we didn't see him on the road?" He thought the carriages were going too slow, so he took a few bodyguards and came ahead on horseback. As he said this, the Emperor Emeritus and his group approached them swiftly. Xu Junfan hurriedly expressed his concerns. "Grandfather, you should slow down. Age isn't merciful, so you should take it easy. Ha ha. I've practiced for several decades with the army here in the northeast. I'm quite fond of this piece of grassland, so I still think of it. Unfortunately, in later times, the air in this place is no longer as fresh and the sky is also not as clear." The over 60-year-old Emperor Emeritus agilely jumped off of his horse's back and onto the ground. The skill he showed was very robust, as if he had gone back to his 20s and 30s when he was still fighting on horseback. This was also thanks to Xiao Xiao's medicinal food, which helped nurture his body. 3 or 4 years ago, he would need help getting on and off the horse. At that time, he often exclaimed, "A hero's old age is the setting sun." Unexpectedly, the medicinal food he impatiently ate was actually quite effective. In the past, it was the old head steward begging him and watching him eat it. Now, he would ask for a bowl on his own. On one hand, it was because he learned about the effects of medicinal food, but on the other hand, it was because the taste of the food wasn't too shabby. Su Ran's eyes flashed. From the Emperor Emeritus's tone, he could tell that the Emperor Emeritus came from the same place as the Emperor and Yu Xiaoxiao. Earlier when the Emperor used the phrase, "past life," Xiaoxiao, that lass, secretly looked at him. Could it be that they all reincarnated with the memories of their previous lives? The Emperor Emeritus should have been a senior general who had been in the army for decades. The Emperor's past life, he should have been a shipbuilder. This explained why, when he was young, he was able to supervise the design and building of a fleet of ocean-worthy ships. In Miss Yu's past life, she was good at farming, cooking, and preserving good health. By pure accident, Chief Steward Su had actually felt his way to the doorway of truth. The old head steward wasn't surprised by the crazy words of the Emperor Emeritus anymore, and his bodyguards also knew what could and what couldn't be said. The old head steward glanced at Su Ran, and the two of them exchanged a look that had a tacit understanding. "Greetings towards your Imperial Majesty." Yu Xiaoxiao took advantage of the gap between the two people talking to give a salute to the old yet strong Emperor Emeritus. The Emperor Emeritus saw her and his eyes narrowed into a smile. "Lass Xiaoxiao is here too. Looks like the meal for tonight will be quite good." Yu Xiaoxiao's eyelids twitched a bit and she had the feeling that she was being used as a cook. The Emperor is out on a tour accompanied by his imperial chefs. "Could you guys quit thinking of me?" As if he could see into the little lass's mind, the Emperor Emeritus's expression wasn't happy as he said, "Now that I'm back to my old place, I want to eat some authentic northeastern food, but no one is serving any. It's really annoying. I've eaten at all the restaurants and eateries nearby, and I still can't find that feeling from the past. Xiaoxiao, when I was Dongshan village and ate the pork stewed with vermicelli you made, that was the taste that I was looking for. Since it already came to this, could you Xiaoxiao still refuse? Let alone the fact that it was the Emperor Emeritus making this request, even if it was an ordinary old man missing the taste of home, she still couldn't refuse. Yu Xiao maintained the smile on her face and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, this subject doesn't know many dishes from the Northeast. I hope you won't be disappointed." "Not disappointed, not disappointed." The Emperor Emeritus guffawed and said, "As long as it's made by you, the taste definitely can't be bad. Let the people in charge of the temporary imperial residence buy the ingredients you need." "Oh right, I have some wild pheasants here that I hunted. Ask whether the temporary imperial residence bought any mushrooms yet. Do you know how to make stewed mushrooms with chicken?" "Ah." Stewed mushrooms with chicken wasn't a difficult dish, so who didn't know how to make it? She was just afraid that the taste of the one she made would be different from the one that was in his memory. Yu Xiaoxiao showed an expression of reluctance. The most difficult food to make was recreating a taste from memory because it was the hardest to replicate. How could the Emperor Emeritus not see her reluctance? He laughed more heartily. "Don't worry. I'm not a picky person. Make it however you want. It's fine if it's not good." Yu Xiaoxiao resignedly went back to the temporary imperial residence. In the small kitchen, in the Emperor Emeritus's courtyard, she started to get busy. That evening there was stewed mushrooms with chicken, sweet and sour crispy pork, 3 treasures from the earth, 1 crispy fried pork, northeastern hot pot 2 plus pork stewed with vermicelli at the table. All of these dishes were authentic northeastern dishes. Taking into account the spicy tastes of the emperor, she also made several Sichuan dishes as well. This made all 4 generations of the imperial family, from the grandparent to the great-grandchildren, enjoy their meal with relish. That's right, in addition to the Emperor Emeritus and Emperor, Prince Jing and the eldest imperial prince were also at the table. Prince Jing said this was the first time he ate northeastern food. He was the son of the Emperor Emeritus, so their tastes were similar. The sweet and sour crispy pork and crispy fried pork were quite to his liking. The father and son pair basically ended up eating these 2 dishes in their entirety. The arrival of the eldest imperial prince allowed Xiaoxiao to add 2 dishes that children liked, sweet and sour pork chops and roasted chicken wings. Zhu Hanwen ate the pork chops and chicken wings one by one. His small mouth grew a mustache as he ate. Paired with fresh juice, he ate until his stomach was round. A little eunuch was told to take him on a long walk to aid with digestion before allowing him to return to his palace to rest. Zhu Junyang took pity on her for cooking so many dishes and accompanied her to explore the grassland under the moonlight. Galloping on the grasslands was what Xiaoxiao had in mind that afternoon. Sadly, it was ruined by the Emperor and Emperor Emeritus. Tonight was the 15th and the moon was bright. The grassland seemed to be covered with a snow-white frost, which added a sense of mystery to the vast meadow. The 2 horses, Little Red and Fierce Wind, were itching to have a go. Little Red, in particular, could rarely run to her heart's content. Usually, she was either in the city itself or in the suburbs of the capital and had to be content with holding back her speed. Upon seeing the boundless green grassland, she had long been unable to hold back. As soon as her master gave the order, she immediately spread her hooves and rushed out like lightning. Luckily Xiaoxiao and her horse seemed to be linked through their hearts. If it were anyone else, they would have been thrown off. Fierce Wind didn't decline this challenge. He didn't wait for his master's orders and instead shot off after Little Red like it was a conditioned reflex. 1 black figure and 1 red figure turned into shadows under the moonlight, galloping together. It appeared incredibly harmonious, natural, and beautiful. The 2 people seemed to have let go of the reins, allowing the 2 horses to gallop freely. They were on the imperial hunting grounds anyway, so they would never get lost no matter how far they ran. Besides, the 2 horses were intelligent and could remember the path. Fierce Wind was exceptionally intelligent. He once brought his master, who was unconscious and wounded, back to camp from the battlefield and had been turned into a legend. After the 2 riders had enjoyed their ride, they slowed down and trotted along the road. Zhu Junyang took a look at Little Red, who was no worse than the Fergana horse under him, and had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly asked, "Xiaoxiao, are you sure your horse is just a common breed?" Yu Xiaoxiao scratched her head, not knowing how to answer. This was because Little Red's change had a lot to do with her feeding it mystic stone water. But an inferior foal suddenly growing up to become a quality horse, wasn't there something wrong with that? What's there that you can't tell me? The secret you have. Do you think I'm so stupid that I can't tell? Xiaoxiao's mistrust towards him made Zhu Junyang feel pain in his heart. He thought that with their relationship, the defenses in her heart would have been long gone and they could open their hearts to each other. Yu Xiaoxiao heard this and her eyes widened. Under the moonlight, a glimmer of surprise climbed up on her face that was as fine as jade. She pondered a moment and conservatively said, "In fact, I don't know if Little Red intelligence came from what her breeding or if it was more related to how I raised her. I don't know much about horses. However, when my godfather gave me her, he once said he would let me ride it first. When I got older, he planned on getting me a better horse." Quote, General Fang has a way of looking at horses. From what he was saying, it sounds like that Little Red should originally have been an inferior horse. Before Zhu Junyang could finish his thought, Little Red, who had been labeled a bad quality horse, became unhappy and let out an angry hiss. In retaliation, she turned her head to bite Fierce Wind. "I can't afford to offend your master, so I'll use you to vent my anger instead." Yu Xiaoxiao quickly pacified Little Red and put a piece of sugar made with mystic stone water into her mouth. Little Red chewed on the rock sugar contently. To the coveting Fierce Wind, she shot a proud look. "I won't let you eat any. Just watch as I annoy you to death. Let me guess. You probably have some sort of treasure that can increase the yield of crops, improve the properties of medicines, make food taste better. And help inferior horses become superior ones, right? Zhu Junyang cautiously stated his thoughts as if he was afraid this little snail would become startled and retreat away. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with an evasive light and she no longer met Zhu Junyang's eyes as she nibbled on her bottom lip. She smiled unnaturally and said, "Your imagination is truly too out there. Is there truly such a treasure that is that powerful? I can't sense any greed or desire to snatch things from you at all. This divine stone believes that he can be trusted. How about you be honest with him for once?" The little divine stone quietly gave her a reminder in order to avoid these two having a gap between them because of this in the future. Oftentimes, a split between two people started from doubting and concealing secrets from each other. From the way she was acting, Zhu Junyang had already gotten the answer he had wanted. He was absolutely spot on with his guess. Whenever the little lass was feeling unconfident, she always had some telltale signs. For example, her eyes would always shift back and forth and avoid meeting his eyes directly, or she would start picking incessantly at her own nails, or she would lower her head and play with her hair. Currently, she was pretending to be fascinated by some clouds in the sky and was looking at them quite intently. He rubbed her small head and smiled. "All right, this prince won't force you to tell me. I believe that one day my sincerity will finally move you. I have plenty of patience to wait until you trust me heart and soul and are willing to open yourself to me." The guilt within Yu Xiaoxiao's heart started to bubble and expand as if it was proofing dough being fermented with yeast. She lowered her head and used the toe of her foot to kick at a patch of grass as she quietly said, It's not that I don't trust you, but it's hard to truly understand a person's heart. No one would willingly try to gamble and take a risk on the darkness of people's hearts. I don't want to lose the happiness I have right now and don't want to lose the you who protects and cherishes me with all your heart. Please forgive me for being cowardly and cautious." Although Zhu Junyang felt a bit downcast at this, the little lass's desolate mood made him feel sorry again. Perhaps he shouldn't have chosen this time to force her, but he really wanted to create a new cavalry unit that was armed with the new firearms. This cavalry required many good horses of high caliber. After inspecting the horses that were being raised by some noble families, he discovered that none of their horses met his requirements. "Xiaoxiao, on this hunt, I was trying to find an expert at raising horses and was planning on spending a lot of money to help this prince train and raise horses. You're willing to help me, am I right?" Zhu Junyang tactfully expressed what he wanted. The little lass had a nimble mind and could definitely understand what he was hinting at within his words. "Raise and breed horses." Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head to look at him with a somewhat flabbergasted expression on her face. From the profound smile on his face, she was able to understand what he wanted. The 20-year-old Zhu Junyang had already revealed his outstanding talent at leading and training troops. This was the reason why the emperor was willing to allow him to manage the usage of these new firearms. For elite troops, relying on soldiers alone was not enough, especially when they had to fight against those tribes that fought on horseback. The cavalry currently lacked good steeds for their soldiers, and it was a glaring weakness of theirs. For the great Ming Empire, the vast majority of good horses had come from outsiders during trade. Naturally, those nomad tribes who lived on the Central Plains constantly eyed the empire. During winter, they would often come to raid. Thus, how could they possibly trade their best horses away to their future enemy? Even if the great Ming Empire was occasionally able to get 1 to 2 good horses, after generations of breeding, the quality of the animals had naturally become more average. Zhu Junyang was determined to create a set of elite troops that could sweep away anything. Thus, he was naturally very anxious to find a way to supply his men with good horses, right? Yu Xiaoxiao could vaguely sense through those dark eyes of his a bit of desire and hope. She clenched her 2 hands into fists and made a decision. It was always him silently helping and protecting her all of these years. Feelings naturally didn't only exist from one side. It was time for her to sacrifice something for him now. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face and Yu Xiaoxiao's bright eyes met that handsome and manly face. "As long as you need me and as long as I can do it, I absolutely will help you with all I can." The two of them stared at each other for a long time and they both revealed happy smiles. Zhu Junyang leaned over on his horse and gently raised that delicate and small body into his arms. He embraced her soft and lovely body into his chest and muttered in a deep voice, "Cower, meeting you was the luckiest moment of my life. Young miss." The two of them suddenly heard Yingchun shrilly shouting next to her. Apparently, without noticing, their two horses had wandered back to the vicinity of the temporary imperial residence and they had been seen by the two maid-servants. Xiao Cao felt a bit uncomfortable under the accusing looks of her maids. Zhu Junyang chuckled lightly and she could feel the chest behind her rumble. She couldn't help but reach out a hand to grab some flesh from his waist and cruelly pinch down. It seemed like he didn't have an extra ounce of flesh on his waist, so even her hand felt tired trying to pinch down on his rock-hard muscle. The fellow seemed to not feel anything either. "If this prince doesn't let you down soon, do you think your loyal and protective little maidservant will come up here and try to rip me apart?" Zhu Junyang's voice was full of mirth. "Arg, such a pity, I wanted to hold on to you for longer. Ah. Xiao Cao is so soft and fragrant. It feels so nice to hug you." Xiao Cao forcefully jabbed back her elbow and hit that fellow's steel-like abdomen. She growled angrily, "Do you think I'm a toy? Ah. That you can hug me whenever you want? Let me go, this maiden wants to get down." Zhu Junyang easily jumped off his horse. He held onto the little lass's thin waist and slightly raised her a bit before finally putting her down. "You're too skinny. I could probably snap your waist in two with one hand. In the future, you're not allowed to be picky with food. You need to eat more, especially more meat. Are you done? Ah, you're like a nagging housewife. I don't have time to pay attention to you." Xiao Cao raised her nose up high in a spoiled manner and shook off his hands as she headed towards the temporary imperial residence in large strides. She left with a parting sentence, "When your horse breeding center has opened, remember to tell me. I will go over and help you a bit. I have a lucky star guiding me and I'm extremely lucky. What's wrong with lending you a bit of luck? Ah." Zhu Junyang watched as the little lass's figure slowly disappeared in the distance and a slight sense of happiness washed over him. Although the little lass didn't tell her secret to him, from what she was telling him, she could absolutely be of great help in breeding better horses. The clever little girl must have understood his ambitions and would do her best to help him reach his goals. Right now, the first thing he needed to do was find an expert horse breeder to help cover for the little lass. Last time, in battle, he had saved someone who had a mix of Han and Tartar blood. It was said that this guy had helped the Tartars raise their horses. He would be perfect for the role. The night passed uneventfully. The next day was the first day of the big hunt. The hunting grounds had been split up into 36 different areas. First, the head steward of the whole area took the cavalry out to surround the outskirts of the grounds in a tight net. Then, they slowly closed the circle and drove the game closer together. There were also some soldiers who had disguised themselves with deer masks and hid within the forests as they blew on whistles that mimicked the sounds of wild deer. As the herds of deer slowly got closer together, it would also attract some animals who were their predators over. As the circle got smaller and smaller, the areas that the wild animals could move in also got smaller. Once the wild beasts were concentrated to a certain point, the hunt could begin. "Imperial Majesty, the time has come. Please, take the lead." The head steward had come over to report on the matters. The sons of the imperial family had all been trained in equestrian archery since they were young. Thus, shooting down a wild animal congregated in the thicket wasn't a difficult task for Zhu Junfan. He took out a hunting bow that was elaborately decorated and drew an arrow out of his quiver. He faced a herd of deer that wasn't far from him and aimed at a tall and sturdy buck. The arrow flew and hit the buck squarely in the neck. After struggling for a bit, the deer fell heavily to the ground and the rest of the startled herd scattered in fright. Following that, it should have been the imperial sons and grandsons taking the lead. Unfortunately, the oldest imperial prince hadn't reached the age of 8 yet and the bow in his hands was only a tiny toy to the other people around them. Although Zhu Hanwen wanted to shoot down some game just like his imperial father, the bow in his hands was only strong enough to possibly shoot down some small wild pheasants. Zhu Junfan waved a hand, signaling to the princes, dukes, and high-ranked officials that the hunt was officially underway. Furthermore, he took out a few impressive treasures that would be awarded to the first, second, and third places to those who killed the most game. The prizes weren't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the winners would be able to show their faces to the emperor. All of the young children from military families who believed that they had good skills rubbed their hands together in anticipation and began to prepare for the hunt. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently riding a horse not far behind the emperor. She looked at the young men who were all sitting tall on their horses and suddenly had a desire to eagerly try as well. However, when she remembered how skinny and thin her arms and legs were and that she probably couldn't even pull even the lightest bow, she decided that only the little prince's bow would be suitable for her. Instantly, her interest in hunting on her own waned. What's the matter? Not going to try to experience it yourself? Zhu Junyang, who was in charge of the safety here, urged his horse over and quietly asked. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and dully said, "What is there to experience for me? When I was in Dongshan village, it's not as if I didn't experience hunting before. Why do I need to fight for game with these people?" He Wanning spurred her horse over. She was dressed in bright red riding attire and she held a bow in her hands as she said, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, let's go. This older sister will take you to go hunting. I've never learned any archery. There's no use bringing me along. You go by yourself and be careful." Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at her. He Wanning giggled happily at her and had an exultant smile on her face. "You guys are no fun. Did you all come to the autumn hunt to take a tour off? Just watch this older sister come back with a tiger for you." Yu Xiaoxiao grinned back. "All right, then tonight I'm waiting to eat some tiger meat and drink tiger soup." Zhu Junyang gave He Wanning a look full of disdain as he remarked in a voice dripping with poison, "Kill a tiger. You'd better hope the tiger doesn't chase you and bite you down. Don't cry when you come back empty-handed because you boasted so much earlier. You're the one who's going to snivel like a child. Can't you say something nice for once?" He Wanning let out a huff and then spoke to Xiaoxiao. "You should shoo away men like him sooner rather than later. His words are enough to kill a person." After she finished talking, she turned around such that Zhu Junyang could only see the back of her head and spurred her horse towards the hunting area. Behind her were 4 highly skilled bodyguards that had been sent over by Marquis Anning's estate. Zhu Junfan had heard the ruckus and had come over. He asked Zhu Junyang, "Yanger, you're not going to go out and try? If this official participated, would there be anyone else who could compete with me for first place?" Zhu Junyang patted his 9-stone bow. Whether it was his martial arts skills or his body constitution, he was much stronger than he was 4 to 5 years ago. Now, he was able to bend his 9-stone bow with ease and wouldn't end up damaging his arm tendons from pulling it. Zhu Junfan knew that the bow in his cousin's hands didn't look very impressive, but it definitely wasn't something an ordinary person could bend. He curled his lip and thought, "Zhu Junyang, you brat, why does it seem like you're begging for a spanking now? This official's most important task is keeping you, Imperial Majesty, safe." Zhu Junyang had an earnest expression on his face and it made him seem a bit fascinating and charming. Zhu Junfan waved a hand in dismissal and said, "We will be close by, shooting a few arrows here and there. There are so many Imperial bodyguards along, what sort of danger could befall us? This is a rare opportunity for you to go play, so don't just hang around here." However, Zhu Junyang was not moved by the emperor's statement and displayed an expression of utter loyalty and willingness to complete his duty. On the other hand, the eldest imperial prince felt a bit restless and asked, "Imperial father, can I go hunt? You want to go hunting with that little bow that seems like a toy?" Zhu Junfan raised an eyebrow and looked at his son. It wasn't that he was looking down on his son. However, a child of around 7 to 8 really couldn't do much, despite the fact that he had learned some boxing from the imperial bodyguards. The young prince had only started his lessons on archery, so what could he possibly shoot down now? However, Zhu Junfan considered himself to be a compassionate father, so he looked in the direction of Yu Xiaoxiao and said to his son, "You want to go hunting? Go ahead." A smile full of happiness unfolded on Zhu Hanwen's adorable little face. Just as he was about to cheer in glee, he heard his father's follow-up statement, "However, you need to stay by official Yu's side the entire time." Zhu Hanwen was only happy for about 3 seconds before his face fell. He remarked unhappily, "Imperial father, official Yu is a girl, so how could she know how to hunt? If you let me accompany her, it's no better than staying by your side. Since my son is so filial, then stay by my side." Zhu Junfan took great pleasure in teasing his son and smiled as if nothing had just happened. Imperial father. Zhu Hanwen twisted his body around like a python and attempted to act spoiled to have his father change his mind out of soft-heartedness. Stay here or go hunting with beloved official Yu. Those are the only two options you have. Although Zhu Junfan was usually quite kind and sweet to his children, once he came to a decision, it was almost impossible to change his mind. The eldest imperial prince naturally knew of this side of his father. He didn't beg for long before he made his decision. Then, this son will go hunting for small animals with official Yu then. On the side of all of this, Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes as she thought, can't you two solicit my opinion about all of this before making a decision? When did I ever say that I wanted to go hunting? My own hunting skills are quite bad, but I also have to bring along a little tail now. Anyone else would be better. The eldest imperial prince has a lofty status. If he got even mildly injured, who will take the blame? That Imperial Majesty, Imperial Highness, this official doesn't know how to hunt, Yu Xiaoxiao interjected weakly. The eldest imperial prince immediately replied, Imperial father, look. Official Yu doesn't know how to hunt. Can this son change her for someone else? Duke Rongguo's third son brought two fierce hunting dogs along and they must be very bold. How about we have him accompany me instead? Yu Xiaoxiao secretly sneered, Your Imperial Highness, just how much do you dislike me? Why don't you make it even more clear now? Be careful what you wish for. Next time, you might have to guzzle down some really bitter medicine. This time, the person who spoke was the Empress, Imperial son. Miss Yu is only being modest when she says that she doesn't know how to hunt. I heard that when Miss Yu was 8, she often went into the mountains to hunt so she could add some meat to her family's meals and has never gone home empty-handed. Her father had even killed a black bear. A talented father will have a talented daughter, so Miss Yu absolutely cannot be too bad. The corner of Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched when she heard the Empress's words, you two are really too much. Isn't the only reason you're pushing the prince to go along with me is because you both know that I value my own life and naturally won't go to any dangerous places? You both truly spare no pains or efforts to keep him safe. In the past, she had only set a few traps and snares, using the mystic stone water as bait. How could that count as hunting? If they wanted her to use bow and arrows to hunt game, she was pretty sure that even if she shot 10 arrows, not a single one would hit unless her luck was sky high. They even brought up her father. If her father truly had the ability to kill a bear on his own, then how could he have almost died after getting his leg savaged by one? When Zhu Hanwen heard this, he immediately gazed at Yu Xiaoxiao with an admiring look in his eyes. He was no longer as reluctant as before. Little children were truly easy to trick. Zhu Junfan then added on another incentive, one that was enough to completely convince the eldest imperial prince that going with Yu Xiaoxiao was a good idea. Beloved official Yu, don't you also have two very large and special hunting dogs? Even that fellow Ning Dongwan salivates over your massive dogs, so they must be exceptional. Imperial son, if you go with her, even if you don't use your bow at all, you'll be able to get quite a bit of game. Even Ning Dongwan envied her for these dogs. Zhu Hanwen's gaze towards Xiaoxiao became much more fervent. Official Yu, where are your hunting dogs? How come I didn't see them on the journey here? Little Black and Little White had also been given permission to go to the autumn hunt. However, in order to not startle any of the horses on the journey there, the two of them could only follow the procession from far behind. When they got to the grasslands, they were like fish in the water and ran so far that no one could see them. Occasionally, they would remember their master and bring some game back and leave it in front of the temporary imperial residence. The patrolling bodyguards benefited from their gifts. Zhu Junfan also voiced his agreement. That's right. Beloved official Yu seems to like to hide her hunting dogs from the rest of us. If you don't take them out now to play, when will you? Anything a hunting dog catches is also counted under the master's game count. Don't you want to place highly? Get first to third place. Was it really alright for someone who couldn't even bend a bow to get in the first 3 rankings? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes inwardly but turned to face the prairie and raised her voice to yell, Little Black, Little White, come here. Zhu Hanwen was currently sitting on his pony and stood up in his stirrups to look afar. His childish face, which still had some baby fat on it, was lit up in anticipation. However, after waiting for a bit, he noticed that there weren't any signs of movement in the grass and the little fellow became a bit dispirited. He mumbled quietly, "Official you, was the sound of your voice too soft such that Little Black and Little White couldn't hear you? How about you raise your voice a bit louder and yell for them?" Before he could finish his thought, the little pony beneath him became uneasy and started stomping its hooves restlessly, turning around and around. If it wasn't for the young eunuch holding tightly onto the reins, the pony might have already started running off uncontrollably. Just like this, there were a couple of times that the prince had almost fallen off the pony. When Zhu Junyang saw this, he hurriedly bent over and pulled the eldest imperial prince onto his horse to sit steadily. The other horses in the vicinity also became restless. Fortunately, the horses that the imperial family rode were all carefully picked out and meticulously trained. Thus, people were able to calm them down and restrain them easily. At this time, in the distant thickets, a black and white small dot appeared and speedily headed towards their directions. The small dots became larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the eldest imperial prince could make out the full figures of those small dots. The black and white colored figures looked like very big and fierce dogs. Within the span of a couple of breaths, the two massive hunting dogs stopped not far from the group of people. They did so because their master had told them that not every human would be able to tolerate them and treat them with friendliness, so they needed to keep their distance from people they didn't know. Little Red, who had already become a bit impatient, trotted forward when it saw the two wolves without even waiting for its master for an order. It reared up slightly to warmly greet the two wolves. Little White was its usual cold and arrogant self. Little Black, on the other hand, warmly licked Little Red's hooves to send a greeting back. Two pairs of shining blue eyes regarded their master with excitement and intimacy. Xiao Cao dismounted from her horse and hugged a furry wolf neck with each arm. Her small hands caressed their heads, mussing up their fur. The two of them clearly enjoyed their master's pets and closed their eyes in joy and their mouths opened in what looked like a smile. "Wow, official you, your dogs are so big and so majestic looking." Zhu Hanwen had somehow appeared next to her and had stopped when he was about 3 steps away. The prince knew that most strong and fierce hunting dogs had some wildness inside. Other than their own masters, they very rarely allowed strangers to get close to them. Imperial Majesty, those two are clearly, will the eldest imperial prince be in any danger? The head steward in charge of the hunting lands had come across many animals in his time. Naturally, he was able to tell the difference between wolves and dogs. Thus, he was asking this out of concern. As the father, Zhu Junwan wasn't the least bit worried by any of this. "No worries, official you is there." As expected, as soon as Little White noticed the boy coming close, it became wary and wrinkled its snout to start to snarl at Zhu Hanwen. Xiao Cao lightly stroked its ears and smiled. "Little White, no need to be so nervous. He's a friend, not an enemy. Relax a bit, look closely you two, protecting him today is also your responsibility today." Zhu Hanwen noticed that Little White's previous snarling countenance had immediately disappeared and exclaimed in surprise, "Official you, Little White seems to be able to understand what you're saying." Xiao Cao turned her head around and beckoned towards him with a hand. The little boy scampered over and bravely attempted to stroke Little White's soft and silky white fur. However, the arrogant wolf dodged his attempts. Xiao Cao spoke to Zhu Hanwen, who had a face full of loss. "Imperial Highness, Little White is a bit bad-tempered. Go pet Little Black, he's much more gentle and amiable." Little Black, who had just been sold out by its master, heard its master calling its name and excitedly turned in a circle. Then it shoved its large head over to push away Little White and opened its mouth in an attempt to act cute. Zhu Hanwen giggled in amusement when he saw the large dog, who was taller than himself, acting adorable for the sake of begging for pets and favors. This black dog's eyes seemed to be more gentle and sweet. No wonder official you said that its temperament was a lot better. You can reach out a hand to pet it. Yu Xiao Cao noticed that the eldest imperial prince had scooted over and had a face full of desire to pet, yet he still seemed hesitant. His large eyes were shining with longing and he somehow resembled a tiny puppy begging for a bone to chew on. He was so cute that he made a person want to pinch his chubby little cheeks. In actuality, her hand had already reached over and started to do what she thought of. Zhu Hanwen was startled for a moment and he stared blankly at that claw that had gone back to its owner. Other than his imperial father and mother, the rest of the people around him either treated him with utmost respect or had an air of flattery around them. No one had ever been so daring to pinch his little face. He didn't fly into fury because of this. Instead, he felt it was a bit novel and intimate. Official, you must really like him in order to pinch his face, right? Yu Xiaoxiao sheepishly looked over in the direction of the Emperor and Empress, praying that the two of them didn't see her incredibly rude action earlier. When she met the Emperor's eyes, the man regarded her with a faint smile on his face and he turned around as if nothing had happened. Everything was just an illusion, all fake and a figment of your imagination. Eldest Imperial Prince, Little Black is very gentle. Once you become familiar with each other, you can even ride on its back. However, it's not as steady or comfortable as riding a horse, so you need to be careful. Yu Xiaoxiao's deliberate attempt at changing the subject was successful in distracting the little fellow. Zhu Hanwen stretched out a hand towards Little Black. The head steward of the hunting grounds couldn't stay calm anymore. If the eldest imperial prince got bitten by a wolf while in the hunting grounds, he wouldn't be able to take this responsibility off. Imperial Majesty, even wolves that have been raised since they were young still have a bit of wildness in them. This official worries, the head steward remarked somewhat anxiously. When the Empress heard this, she revealed a surprised expression and frowned. Wolves. Wasn't it said that Miss Yu had raised wolf dogs? How did they become wolves? Emperor, quickly call our imperial son back, it's too dangerous. You're all thinking too much. Just watch, isn't our imperial son getting along quite splendidly with Little Black? Zhu Junfen knew Xiaoxiao's abilities. As long as these two wolves didn't sense any danger, they wouldn't go against their master's wishes and attack humans on their own. The Empress looked over and saw that giant black wolf with its head cocked looking cutely at her son. Its eyes shined with a gentle and joyful light. Suddenly, her heart squeezed and she tightened her grip on the reins. That giant wolf was lowering its head and its immense mouth was getting closer to her son's tiny hands. If it bit down now, half of her son might be savaged. How could the Empress not be worried? In a place where they couldn't see, there was a person who couldn't restrain his excitement. He silently repeatedly to himself, bite down on him. Bite aren't you a wolf? Isn't it normal for wolves to eat humans? If the eldest imperial prince had a mishap here, then he wouldn't have to implement any of his plans. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't hear his plea. Little Black gently sniffed at Zhu Hanwen's small hand and felt like he was quite similar to his master's younger brother when he was young. The prince gave off a very familiar feeling. It immediately classified the eldest imperial prince as someone on our side, and intimately used its rough tongue to lick the prince's palm. Zhu Hanwen only felt that his hand was ticklish and couldn't help but giggle a few times. The apprehension within his heart completely disappeared. He followed his desires and ran over to hug Little Black's neck. Little Black's long fur didn't have the telltale musky scent of most animals and, instead, gave off a smell that made him feel comfortable. The eldest imperial prince stroked Little Black's fine and soft fur as if there was nothing else he would rather do. He fished out a piece of dried drained yogurt, curd, from his pouch and offered it to the wolf. Little Black lowered its head to sniff at it and obligingly ate it. Although it wasn't as tasty as the snacks its master gave it, it gave off a dense smell of milk and wasn't considered unpalatable. These were the picky thoughts that Little Black had going through its mind. Does Little White want to eat some? The eldest imperial prince took out another piece of curd and looked somewhat fawningly over at the arrogant Little White. However, the wolf rebuffed him with a look of disdain in its bright blue eyes. Zhu Hanwen felt his fragile heart shatter into pieces and went back to interacting with the foolish Little Black. Before long, his hurt feelings were easily soothed by the other wolf. The eldest imperial prince decided to stop trying to get closer to Little White and focused all of his attention at Little Black. They quickly became close pals and the prince intimately patted the wolf's neck. Little Black, do your best. Bring back more game and make those people who look down upon me eat dirt. Awoo! Little Black responded to him conscientiously. Catching game is not a problem for this wolf. Friend, just wait and see. Little White slanted a look full of disdain at the two of them. They were a pair of idiots. Let's go. The hunt has begun. Let's go into the forest. The eldest imperial prince proclaimed in his high-pitched voice. He rode his little pony forward and brandished the bow in his hands as he earnestly began his first hunt. Yu Xiaosao accepted her fate and followed him from behind. Along with them were also 2 bodyguards who were highly skilled at martial arts, as well as the 2 maidservants that Zhu Junyang sent to her, who also had fighting skills, Chunhua and Chushi. In order to guarantee the safety of the eldest imperial prince, Yu Xiaosao deliberately chose the section of forest that was the safest out of the 36 allotted areas. From what the head steward of the hunting grounds said, this area only had small animals around, and he had patted his chest and proclaimed that he guaranteed that there were no fierce beasts around. Although the eldest imperial prince had only the very basics of equestrian archery, his aim was actually quite good. Before long, he had shot down a brightly colored wild pheasant in the wing with the toy bow in his hands. The bird dropped to the ground and struggled heavily. The personal eunuch of the eldest imperial prince trotted over and picked up the injured wild pheasant. Praise was free to give, so he said, "Imperial Highness, you're so skilled. In the future, once your strength increases, you will probably be even stronger than Royal Prince Yong when you reach his age." "Little Josie, don't speak nonsense. My imperial father has said that Royal Prince Yong is a rare talent, and it would be hard to find a second person who is as talented at martial arts as he is. If he had been born in a martial arts community, he absolutely would become the head of one strong group." Zhu Hanwen quite admired this older uncle of his. He was like a little loyal fan and couldn't allow other people to say one bad word about him. Little Josie was around 11 to 12 years old. Because he was detail-oriented and handled tasks given to him well, Su Ran had assigned him to take care of the eldest imperial prince. Although this guy was a bit of a lackey, he did have the ability to understand what his master wanted. He hurriedly stated, "Royal Prince Yong is gifted at martial arts and equestrian archery right now. However, when he was at your age, Imperial Highness, he wasn't necessarily as good as you are now." The eldest imperial prince felt quite pleased at this praise and glanced over at Yu Xiaosao, who was behind him. He rebuked little Josie, "You're quite brave to put down Royal Prince Yong in front of official Yu. Be careful not to make an enemy." Yu Xiaosao wanted to express her innocence. If the 2 of them wanted to joke and bicker, why did they have to pull her into the mix? Did she cause trouble for them in any way? Shish. Zhu Hanwen had spotted something and made a shushing gesture at little Josie, who was still joking around. Yu Xiaosao focused over where the prince was looking and saw a herd of sika deer in a thicket a distance away from them. The deer were currently leisurely eating grass and didn't realize that danger was approaching them. The eldest imperial prince lowered his head to look at the small bow in his hands and had to reluctantly admit that, with his current arm strength and bow, unless he shot the deer directly in the eyes, it would be hard to bring one down. His eyes flickered and quietly spoke at Little Black, who was rummaging in the grass. "Little Black, it's time for you to show your abilities. Go, catch some sika deer and bring it back. Tonight we will have roast venison to eat." Little Black heard its name being called and turned its head back to look at its new friend in a confused manner, as if it didn't understand what was being said. Zhu Hanwen was a bit upset that the wolf wasn't listening to him and his mouth pouted down. Little Josie immediately comforted his master, "Imperial Highness, some pets will only listen to the commands of their masters. How about you ask official Yu?" Yu Xiaosao also wanted to eat roasted venison. When she saw the pleading look in the eldest imperial prince's eyes, she hurriedly ordered the 2 wolves, Little Black, Little White. "Go, catch some game for us." The 2 giant wolves immediately changed their lazy demeanors. Their ears perked up and their eyes stared brightly at the herd in front of them as they looked for a good opportunity. They stealthily crept closer to the herd of sika deer. The deer seemed to sense danger approaching them and stopped their eating movements, raising their heads up to look around them in alarm. Little Black and Little White continued to slowly stalk forward. The deer could sensitively tell that things weren't going well and observed their surroundings minutely. The head of the herd, a buck, screamed out a few noises in alarm and the entire herd leapt away in all directions. When the 2 wolves saw this, they no longer tried to be sneaky and instead rushed out at top speed towards the fleeing herd. The herd of deer scattered. Although sika deer were very good at running away quickly in forest terrain, for Little Black and Little White, who had been drinking mystic stone water since they were young, speed was not an issue to them. The eldest imperial prince only seemed to see two flashes of black and white bolting around and couldn't see the details of their movements before they finished. Little Black and Little White both very quickly had a dead large buck in their mouths, and they marched back to where the humans were standing. Under the astonished looks of everyone around them, Little Black's eyes shone with pride and arrogance. The eldest imperial prince's two imperial bodyguards both sighed over the speed of the two wolves. They remarked admiration and felt that Little Black and Little White were almost uncannily human smart. Just from the look in Little Black's eyes and his demeanor, one could easily mistake him for a child who was bragging about his skills. Furthermore, they could see that the dead deer in their mouths had only their throats ripped open and not a single injury elsewhere. In fact, the deer that Little White caught was still twitching slightly. "They're too awesome. Official you, should we switch an area to hunt in? With Little Black and Little White around, we don't need to worry about not reaching the first 3 places." Zhu Hanwen stroked Little Black's fur in admiration and took out another piece of curd to give to the wolf. Little Black gulped it down without a hint of pickiness. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very interested in getting a high rank. She felt that her first obligation was to make sure the eldest imperial prince was well protected through all of this and not have a single hair be injured. She immediately tried to dissuade him. "Imperial Highness, this official believes that the people who deserve to be ranked are those who hunt relying on their own abilities. If we rely on Little Black and Little White abilities to get ranked, it's a bit unfair. What do you think?" Zhu Hanwen, after all, was the heir that the emperor was cultivating, so he was naturally smart and knew how to look at different sides of an issue. He replied quickly, "What official you says makes sense. Once I get a bit older, I'll rely on my own abilities to compete with the others." "Then now, shall we continue? Of course, what's the point of coming to this hunting facility if we don't experience hunting a bit?" Yu Xiaoxiao had a bow in her hands that Zhu Junyang had especially commissioned for her. It wasn't much larger than the one the eldest imperial prince was using, but was much more carefully made. However, with Yu Xiaoxiao's poor archery skills, she wouldn't be able to show off the bow's true abilities. Zhu Hanwen's interest in hunting had gone up again. That's right. The ancient people had once said, "The pleasure in fishing isn't in how many fish you catch but in enjoying the process." It doesn't matter how much game we catch, the important thing is that we go through the process. This place isn't dangerous. You guys can also go around and experience the joy of hunting too. How about that? Although the two imperial bodyguards were envious of their fellow colleagues, who were participating in the hunt, they knew that their first responsibility was protecting the safety of the eldest imperial prince. Thus, they hadn't moved from where they were standing. It was only after the eldest imperial prince became a bit impatient and unhappy did they reluctantly leave. Fortunately, the animals in this hunting area were all small creatures that didn't attack humans. Otherwise, even if you beat them death, they wouldn't have been willing to leave the eldest imperial prince from their sights. The two bodyguards discussed amongst themselves for a bit and decided to hunt in the nearby area at a set distance from the prince. If there was danger, they would be able to come back quickly to help. Yu Xiaoxiao also allowed Chunhua and Chushi to roam around nearby to also have them experience the joy of hunting. Little Black and Little White didn't restrain themselves anymore and darted into the forest thicket, disappearing very quickly. Official Yu. How about you? The eldest imperial prince was merely a child around 7 to 8. It was only him and Xiaoxiao now. He looked at the gloomy forest around them and had a bit of uneasiness in his eyes as he asked hesitantly. Although the thickets here were quite dense, it wasn't really considered much compared to the West Mountains forests that were near her home. Xiaoxiao had even dared to run into the forests there when she was young to set traps. However, after sensing the prince's uneasiness, she decided to play the role of the weak one here for the sake of his little ego. She stated, "This official is a bit cowardly and I rarely use the bow. I'd be quite scared by myself. Imperial Highness, just let this official accompany you." Zhu Hanwen immediately puffed up like a little man and thrust out his small chest. "All right, Then just obediently follow me from behind and don't run off." The vegetation became thicker and thicker as they went deeper into the forest. The sky was completely covered by the criss-crossing branches of the trees and the full foliage created a tightly packed canopy. Consequently, the amount of natural light in the area had dimmed considerably. From time to time, some wild hares and pheasants would dart across their feet from nearby shrubbery as they ran away in panic. The two of them would also occasionally cry out in fear. An unknown creature flitted lightly across Xiao Xiao's head, bringing about a small breeze. She screeched and hunkered down. Zhu Hanwen had also been scared into a tremble by her scream and turned around to look in her direction. Apparently it had only been a mischievous little squirrel that was holding a nut in its paws. It sat high above on a nearby tree, regarding them with blatant curiosity. "Didn't Imperial Father say that when you were in the countryside you often went out to hunt? Isn't your father a hunter who can even bring down a bear?" Zhu Hanwen felt quite speechless at the moment. He didn't understand why his imperial father insisted on him accompanying a little coward. Yu Xiaoxiao also felt quite helpless and stated somewhat huffily, "Do you know of any rural countryside girls who use bows and arrows? The so-called hunting I did was setting some snares and digging pit traps off. As for hunting bears, my father had killed one together with someone else." "Ah, that's right, he was with the current young General Zhao at the time. The Zhao generals were at the border last winter and had pushed back another Tartar attack, seizing a total victory. From that battle, young General Zhao had also received the title of Battle God. Naturally, the eldest imperial prince knew all about this. He curled his lip and said, if the battle god young General Zhao went out hunting, he'd be able to kill a tiger easily, let alone a bear. Imperial father is truly too much, why did he have to trick me? Perhaps it was because he knew that this official is cowardly and doesn't dare to go to any dangerous areas. If you stayed with me, you wouldn't encounter any bad situations. The emperor also did it because he has a fatherly heart. Yu Xiaoxiao explained her thoughts. Zhu Hanwen drooped his shoulders down in dismay and remarked unhappily, with you dragging me down, it looks like I won't be able to make Imperial Father see me in a different light today. Don't we also have Little Black and Little White? We can have them work a little harder and then won't we end up with plenty of game? Yu Xiaoxiao tried to comfort the prince. The two of them always kill their prey by biting at the throat, so everyone can easily tell that it wasn't me who killed them. I even told my imperial father and mother that we would be able to taste the game that I personally shot tonight. The eldest imperial prince sighed. Although there was a decent amount of game around, they were all too perceptive. Before he could even pull his bow open, they disappeared without a trace. After thinking a bit, he realized that the first pheasant he encountered was truly a stroke of luck for him and that he had only killed it because of that. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at that tiny childish face that was full of worry and fell silent for a second before she proposed, then how about, this official can set some snares to catch prey. After we catch some game, you can then shoot them with an arrow. How's that? Zhu Hanwen blinked his large eyes twice and looked at her for a bit before he finally nodded. Although I dislike lying, in order to not disappoint my imperial father and mother, we can only do it this way. However, are you sure you're able to catch animals with your snares? Did you bring any rope along? Yu Xiaoxiao looked around and picked a pretty pliable and strong piece of rattan from a large tree. She used the small dagger kept in her boot to trim off the branches and leaves and set a snare in an area where small animals often appeared. After she finished crafting her snare, she stealthily added a few drops of diluted mystic stone water to act as bait. Why does this divine stone have such a stupid master? Even after drinking my bathing water, you haven't become one iota smarter. The little divine stone used a deadpan voice to speak to her mind as it sighed. Can you not use the word bathwater to describe it? Just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. Yu Xiaoxiao was teaching the eldest imperial prince how to set snares as she quarreled with the stone. The little divine stone huffed and said, don't call it bathwater. Fine. Then let's change it to saliva. How does that work? Sometimes when it was releasing spiritual energy into well water, it would deliberately take its golden kitten shape and pretend to spit into the water. However, if one thought about it more carefully, how could a small stone possibly have saliva? If you have anything to say, just say it. Stop using those disgusting terms to make other people feel sick. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to give pointers to the eldest imperial prince as she asked the divine stone what it wanted. This fellow had somehow been provoked by something and was often cultivating studiously inside the stone in order to return back to the astral planes sooner. She very rarely saw it these days. With your current level of inner focus, if you want to shoot down an animal, it wouldn't be a hard task. Why do you have to do something so idiotic like set traps? Truly doing more than is required. The little divine stone didn't forget to insult her this time either. What was this inner focus? Yu Xiaoxiao expressed her confusion. How do I use this so-called inner focus? No one has taught me anything. Do you think I'm a genius and just know how to do everything? Concentrate all of your attention on the prey and tell me what you see. The little divine stone reminded her. At this time, the sweet sound of a bird singing began again above her. She raised her head and followed the little divine stone's instructions and stared unblinkingly at the bird. She was astonished to discover that that bird, which wasn't much larger than the size of her fist, seemed to be growing bigger and closer in her eyes until it reached the size of a millstone. Furthermore, it felt like she could see every single tiny movement the animal made. The bird, when it preened itself, seemed to be moving in slow motion. Was this the benefit of using inner focus? How's that? Do you think you can shoot down the target now? The little divine stone asked in a leisurely tone. With such a large target that was almost within reach, only an idiot wouldn't be able to shoot it. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything as she took down the bow from her back and pulled it back forcefully. She remembered the instructions Zhu Junyang had given her and aimed the arrow before letting it fly. It hit the silly bird square in the neck. Wow, official Yu, even the sages pretend to be ordinary people. You can even shoot down such a small and faraway target yet still claim you don't have archery skills. Zhu Hanwen had held his breath from the moment Yu Xiaoxiao pulled back her bow and arrow. He thought her hands had gotten itchy and that she only wanted to try. He truly didn't expect her to hit the target. The sound of the eldest imperial prince's voice brought her from that mysterious world back to reality. She picked up the first prey she had ever shot down in her life and looked at the admiring eyes of Zhu Hanwen. A feeling of pride rose in her heart. Quickly tell me, how did you possibly learn how to shoot something so far away? Zhu Hanwen's eyes were full of pleading and made it impossible for someone to refuse his request. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and replied, have you been taught the essay, Ji Chong learns archery? When she saw him shake his head, she continued, it's one of the essays contained in the writings of Master Lai, one in the chapter, The Questions of Tang. It talks about learning archery. The first thing students need to do is to practice their eyesight and work towards a state of not blinking. Even when one's eyes stings and burns, one cannot blink. Look, your eyes haven't gotten to the point of perfection yet. She deliberately suddenly waved a fist in front of the eldest imperial prince's eyes and stopped right before his face. Zhu Hanwen, who had suddenly been attacked, would naturally blink in reflex and pull back. The second step of training the eyes is to be able to see a small object as a very large object. Ji Chong had practiced this tirelessly over the years and was finally able to see a tiny louse as something that was larger than a carriage wheel. Yu Xiaoxiao explained the essay she had read in her past life to the eldest imperial prince. A pensive look appeared on Zhu Hanwen's face as he muttered, to be able to see a tiny louse as something that was larger than a wheel. How long did he have to practice? If you work at it hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a needle. As long as you continue to persevere and strive forward, there's nothing you can't do. The words Yu Xiaoxiao said today had buried a small seed within the future emperor's heart. In the future, no matter what sort of difficulties the court encountered, he was never afraid or retreated. He ended up winning the faith, admiration and respect of his officials in the end. However, this was all later. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to use her bow a few more times. Sure enough, every arrow she sent out hit its target. The avid admiration in Zhu Hanwen's eyes had almost become large enough to fill a lake. Unfortunately, good things couldn't last forever. Using this ability with her archery used up a lot of energy. She only realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world when the sides of her head started pounding and she felt like her head had become incredibly heavy. She retrieved her water pouch and took a few sips of mystic stone water. Her head felt slightly better afterwards. She raised her head to look at the color of the sky and said, Imperial Highness, it's getting late. We should go back and see if we caught anything in our snares and then head back earlier to avoid worrying the Emperor and Empress. The sun is still up high. Let's head deeper into the forest a bit. Perhaps we can come across some good prey. Little Josie, how about you first take some of this game back? That way, we won't have the problem of having too much game to bring back later. Zhu Hanwen commanded the little eunuch, who had been excitedly picking up the game they had caught. Little Josie had noticed that on the entire way here, the Sika deer were the largest animals they had encountered so far. Thus, there wasn't any danger to be had in this area. Thus, he carried the dead deer on his shoulders and picked up a few strings of wild hares and pheasants to bring back where they had left the horses with a light heart. However, he didn't know that while he was gone, his master would encounter a huge conspiracy and end up in a life or death situation. Look, what's that? It looks like a giant rat, but its snout and nose look a bit like a pig's. Zhu Hanwen quietly pointed in a direction and hinted at Xiaoxiao to look. Yu Xiaoxiao looked in the direction that he was pointing at and saw an animal gnawing on grass. It had 4 thick and stout limbs and a bulky head. It had small eyes and small ears, and its entire body was black and white. Wasn't this a pig badger? Ah. That's a badger and is also sometimes called a pig badger. It has tender meat that is very delicious. Its fat can also be used in medicine and is very good at treating burn injuries. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a brief lesson on the animal. I want to try to bring down this pig badger. Zhu Hanwen raised his small bow and slowly got closer to the badger. The badger hadn't seemed to sense danger approaching and continued to dig up wild peanuts from the ground. It happily bit through the shell of a peanut and began to eat it gleefully. Zhu Hanwen scrunched up his little face and stared at his prey. He slowly pulled back the bow in his hands and placed an arrow on the string. He was about to shoot. Suddenly, the badger raised its head up alertly and its tiny eyes quickly looked around it. Its fur stood up and it scampered into the nearby bushes at a surprising speed, disappearing into the forest. Darn it! Zhu Hanwen lowered his bow and went a couple steps forwards in the direction that the badger had disappeared. He stamped his feet in annoyance. An animal's perception of danger is too strong. Ah. This prince was so far away, but I still ended up scaring it. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and was about to say a few words in comfort when the smile congealed on her face. A sense of crisis blossomed in her heart, stifling her completely. There was something wrong. The area around them was too quiet, as if they were in a pool of stagnant water. She wasn't sure when the birds stopped chirping, but even the crickets singing in the bushes had gone silent. She could smell a faint fishy scent in the air. Danger was approaching them. Imperial Highness, there's something wrong with this area. She was just about to call the Imperial Prince back to leave when she suddenly saw the fierce eyes of a starving tiger appear right behind Zhu Hanwen. What's the matter? That silly look on your face is not enough to scare me. The eldest Imperial Prince hadn't seemed to have sensed that danger was here. He grinned happily at Xiaoxiao and made a funny face at her. Eldest Imperial Prince, please do not move and do not look back. Yu Xiaoxiao was very clear that making any sudden or frantic movements would only provoke the animal at this point and cause it to attack. At this moment, that tiger seemed to be fixedly watching the Imperial Prince, as if it was trying to calculate the best timing to spring its attack on its prey. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't be bothered to wonder why a fierce tiger had suddenly appeared in the safest area in the hunting grounds. Right now, she was entirely preoccupied with trying to figure out how to save the eldest Imperial Prince's life. She had been ordered to protect him. If the eldest Imperial Prince encountered any misfortune, then her head was forfeit too. She silently ground her teeth and gave a pointed look at the Imperial Prince, who was starting to look nervous. Then she waved a hand at the giant tiger behind him and screeched, "Evil beast! If you have the skills, come for me. This young maiden is not afraid of you all." It was obvious that the tiger had been starving for a long time. Its belly was deflated and shriveled looking, and the fur on its body had long lost its usual glorious luster. Its pair of fierce-looking eyes were full of bloodlust. Prey that was moving around was naturally more interesting than something that wasn't. The bloodshot eyes of the hungry tiger moved from the prince to Xiaoxiao. However, it seemed not to be very interested in the thin and small Xiaoxiao and started to turn its attention back to the plump and sturdy prince again. Yu Xiaoxiao bent down to pick up a rock and flung it at the large tiger. She had used her inner focus for this throw and accurately hit the starving animal on its head. Yu Xiaoxiao then deliberately jumped a few times in a provoking manner and screamed at it, "Stinky tiger, come here ah! Come bite me ah!" That tiger was truly infuriated now. It leapt up like lightning and sped over towards her. Under the clear signal from Xiaoxiao, the eldest imperial prince let his bow fall to the ground and fell down with his hands on his head. He could feel the tiger barely brush over him and the scent of the beast's odor hit him straight in the nose. He stared at the rampaging beast and was so scared that his teeth immediately started to chatter. A tiger. A giant tiger. Although this tiger was quite thin, it was still at least 2 meters long in length. Just its tail alone had to be 1 meter long and its head was as large as a millstone. Zhu Hanwen felt his body tremble involuntarily. A few times, he attempted to pick up his bow from the ground to save Official Yu, but his hands didn't seem to want to listen to him and hung stiffly by his side. Zhu Hanwen started to cry in frustration. What should he do? Official Yu had lured the tiger away to save him. If it wasn't for Official Yu deliberately provoking the animal, he would have long become a finished snack in the tiger's jaws. He couldn't just do nothing and run away, leaving Official Yu to die. That was the conduct of a coward. He didn't want to be tormented by his cowardly actions for the rest of his life. Someone come ah! Someone come ah! Save us ah! Zhu Hanwen realized that using his toy-like bow alone was not enough to fight against a fierce tiger. He could only hope that his 2 bodyguards weren't too far away and could come back in time. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, when she saw the tiger had taken the bait to follow her, she was hurriedly running in a direction away from the eldest imperial prince. She was hoping that the prince would be smart and find a safe place to hide while she led the animal away. There wasn't enough time for him to find reinforcements. She could only pray that she would survive this. Lie down. The little divine stone's voice echoed in her mind and she immediately fell onto the ground. The tiger just barely missed scratching her head as it leapt towards her previous position. Before her mind could realize what was happening, her body had already reacted and she was climbing up from the ground to charge in another direction. She had never known that her body had this strength inside it and that she could run so fast when she needed to. However, no matter how fast she ran, she was no match for a tiger with 4 sturdy legs. The angry howls of the tiger were close behind her and she could smell the rotten fishy scent of its breath. She knew that the tiger's jaws were only seconds away from her. So screwed. The bushes in front of her were blocking her way and the danger behind her was quickly approaching. She was stuck between a rock and a hard place now and she could feel the god of death just waiting for her. Was this the end of her? Was the purpose of her transmigrating over to this world to use her life to save the life of a little brat? It must really hurt to be bitten to death by a tiger, right? She could only hope the tiger would kill her in one blow so she wouldn't have to experience the suffering of being torn apart alive. Would Zhu Junyang fall into a frenzy when he saw her ravaged corpse? Then who would stop him then? Su seemed like a very skilled expert, but she wasn't sure if he'd be able to subdue Zhu Junyang. It looked like her plans on creating a super farm were going to end abruptly. She had wanted to become the second Yuan Longping one and improve the rice paddy seeds. Sigh. She wasn't sure whether she would be able to transmigrate back to the modern world after she died here. Didn't the novels all write it like that? All sorts of thoughts came up in her mind during this one moment. What are you standing there stupidly for? Why don't you quickly call those 2 weak wolves over? If outsiders see this divine stone's spiritual powers, it'd be hard to explain. Those 2 had been raised on this divine stone's bathing water since young, so isn't it just a small job for them to clean up this insignificant tiger? The pain she had expected didn't manifest, and, instead, the sound of the little divine stone's voice appeared in her mind again. A bit confused, she raised her head and almost peed her pants when she saw the open and raging jaws of the tiger in front of her. After looking carefully around her, she discovered that she had been surrounded by golden light that had protective qualities. It kept the tiger on the outside, away from her. The pitiful tiger had no clue what was going on. Its prey was clearly right in front of it, but no matter how it tried to bite or claw at it, it wasn't able to touch one hair. There was an alluring smell coming off of the prey which caused its stomach to pulse with renewed hunger pains. These damned humans had used some sort of drug to ensnare it and had closed it in a cage for a long time before finally letting it out. It was quite angry about this and wanted to eat all the humans it could get its claws on to vent its hatred. Animals had a one-track mind. Although it clearly had no way to get at Yu Xiaoxiao, that didn't stop it from continuing to try. It continued to bite and claw at the protective golden screen in an attempt to get at its hated prey. After Yu Xiaoxiao sent out a call to bring Little Black and Little White over, she tried to use the mystic stone water to lure the beast into tameness. However, she failed in the end. She was quite puzzled by this. Big Gray was also a fierce beast and he couldn't resist the lure of the mystic stone water. How come this tiger, on the other hand, wasn't interested in it at all? Her intuition told her that this tiger regarded her as an abject enemy, as if she had slaughtered its father, so it stubbornly clung to the idea of ripping her to death. Furthermore, there shouldn't be any fierce beasts appearing in the dozen or so hunting areas in this area. Why did she and the eldest imperial prince have such rotten luck to encounter a tiger here? The situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had read many novels about palace schemes in her past life, smelled the sour notes of a conspiracy. She was only a tiny 6th-ranked official. Other than having talent in agriculture, there wasn't much else she could bring to the table. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would deliberately target her here. Perhaps, this unknown person was targeting the eldest imperial prince. Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she had suddenly been drawn into a palace drama. However, the emperor didn't have many children currently and the only imperial prince from his bloodline was the eldest imperial prince. Killing the eldest prince to gain the position of the heir seemed a bit far-fetched right now. Could it be the plot from the remnants of the previous dynasty? It wasn't easy to hurt the emperor, so instead they decided to try for his heir instead. That was definitely more likely. Furthermore, didn't royal Prince Yang lead troops to the border areas to put down a rebellion? Was it someone who escaped then trying to cause trouble now? Yu Xiaoxiao's thoughts flitted to and fro and she began to think that she was getting closer and closer to the truth. If a random person stumbled upon this scene now, they absolutely would not be able to believe their eyes. There was a young lady, who resembled a fairy, sitting cross-legged on a carpet of golden leaves. Her entire body seemed to emit a pure golden light and a majestic tiger was frolicking around her in a dance. Yu Xiaoxiao. Frolicking. Does this look like frolicking to you? Are you blind? Can't you see that the tiger wants to open its jaws wide and swallow me instantly? At this time, the tiger suddenly stopped its attacks at Yu Xiaoxiao. It wasn't that it was giving up. Instead, it had sensed some other fierce beasts coming over. That tiger let out a loud roar of warning and Xiaoxiao felt her ears echo afterwards. The deafening sound made her feel quite dizzy. The tiger had originally thought its warning snarl would cause the other animals to retreat. It didn't expect the other beasts to, in fact, increase their speed and approach faster. It couldn't be bothered to continue to attempt to harm Yu Xiaoxiao and turned around in preparation for another battle. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw Little Black and Little White's figures, her heart finally settled down and relaxed. She complained, "Why did it take you guys this long to arrive? If I relied on you too, I'd already be a dead, white skeleton on the ground." Little Black and Little White didn't even bother to give any attention to the extremely thin tiger. They guiltily headed over to their master. The tiger believed that the two reckless wolves were trying to snatch away its food and immediately exploded in fury. The tiger believed that it was powerful, but why were the two wolves acting as if it was Hello Kitty? How could the king of the forest possibly put up with the provocations of two tiny shrimp? Unfortunately, it had underestimated the prowess of Little Black and Little White and ended up having a tragic ending. The two wolves played with it like two cats teasing a mouse. The tiger was fighting a dead-end battle. In fact, if it weren't for their master telling them to try to keep the tiger pelt free of scratches, that tiger would have ended up ripped to ribbons before its final death. When the tiger sensed that things weren't going its way, it attempted to flee, but it was too late. The two wolves outflanked it and kept the tiger easily within their control. Its final ending was to die in exhaustion after getting its throat ripped open. Even in death it couldn't understand why the two wolves, which were animals as well, would listen to the orders of a weakened little human and protect her so closely. End of chapter 530. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.